Indian Business Excellence Summit, version 1. So welcome, Mr. Ravi Ramanathan, to the show. Just to before we start, I would like to have a quick introduction about the program. Then we have the whole day sessions scheduled with experienced speakers. The main objective of Indian Business Excellence Summit is uh, we have knowledge in India. Okay, so we have experienced consultants, industry seniors, practitioners, but it is not available for everybody to know what is going on, best practice sharing, and also availability of the help at the right time is not there. Okay, so with my personal experience also, when we need some help, so we need to look for somebody. Maybe there is somebody who has already done some decent work, but we need to understand from the scratch. So to solve this problem, so Indian Business Excellence Summit is bringing expert from the industry, consultants, and also technologists together, into a platform. They deliver lectures. It is a platform. You can get connected. You can get connected through the network, and also you gain insights, very decent insights, to avoid any problems. And this is very much required at this point of time in India. That's the reason we call it as an Indian business excellence. With all global pressures in place to compete in a global economy, global markets, especially with China and other countries. So India needs to excel in every front. Okay, it's also supported by government, like Atmanirbhar programs. So it's very critical that we become self-sufficient. So we that is the reason, today's all speakers are Indians, giving their experience for Indian executives. So welcome to the show. We will delay for 1 or 2 minutes just to this is a program start, to just to catch up all the attendees and participants. So I would like to give some idea that YouTube channel is live. Please share link to all the possible contacts from your side. It's free, and there will be. You might have disturbance in LinkedIn uh, live telecast, because sometimes it has an issue, but YouTube channel is something which is very tested and used, so you can do it. And from in YouTube you can post questions, and those questions will be directly visible in the for the speaker. Okay, for the speaker. So that's exactly the point. And the second thing is, make sure that you stay tuned in YouTube, so that you don't get disconnected. So like, even if you're in the live in the LinkedIn, you can always keep YouTube link with you handy. So that is number one. And please make sure post your questions, so the speaker can answer them in the middle, or at the end, wherever applicable, based on the interaction. So I take this as an opportunity to invite one and all to the show. Ladies and gentlemen, let us start Indian Business Excellence Summit Edition 1. Thank you very much. So I would like to invite our opening speaker, Mr. Ravi Ramanathan. So thank you, Ravi Garu. Thank you for seeing you again. Very insightful. Always, I get motivated when I talk to you.
Thank you.
Even when I met you in Pune, it was really a very fantastic meeting. So just take a quick introduction. So Ravi is talking on AI and analytics for business excellence, strategy management, and decision intelligence. Ravi is a seasonal leader with 39 plus years of a cross-functional experience, founder of Strategic Inflection Solutions, driving AI-led and digital transformation projects, while advising corporates on strategy execution and mentoring professionals and students globally. So welcome, Mr. Ravi Ramanathan. Over to you.
Thank you, Abdulji. This is probably my third such intervention with you. for fluid strategy, and I like this topic pretty well. The point is that strategy is everywhere, and people don't realize that strategy is not etched on stone. And it's necessary that we keep revisiting strategy. And unlike before, today's strategies are no longer for 5 years. The change, which is the only thing that is continuous, it's something that forces every organization to revisit strategies at correct intervals and arrive at correctional or course corrections as they implement their strategies over time. And today we have access to extraordinary amount of data. We have access to so many other resources that were not easily available before, but it's available at the fingertips thanks to the internet, thanks to the repositories that are open for us, and thanks to all those tools that we have at our disposal today, where instead of spending hours and hours on research and bring them all together as a meaningful, comprehensive insight for deciding on our choices, what we should do on a strategic perspective, we have tools like analytics, and we have data analytics tools, and then we also have what's known as artificial intelligence. Now, the greatest myth that that is going around in the market is that artificial intelligence eliminates the need for the individual strategist to make any strategies. It will do it for him or her. The problem is that's far from the truth. So it is important that we look at strategy as a tool, rather on not as something that we outsource our ideas and decision choices, and it'll do it for us. It won't. This entire 30 odd minutes of presentation, instead of making it more like a whole lot of slideware, I have decided that I'll give it to you in bits and pieces which will tie together as what is happening in real life. Indian companies, Indian corporates have come a very long way. We are no lesser than global corporations, and we are doing some fantastic work. But are we using all the resources available to us? And how are we using these resources? This is what we're going to try and understand. So I'll share my screen and we go forward from there. Entire screen.
Yeah.
Are you able to see the screen?
Yeah, we can see the screen.
Okay. Now, artificial intelligence and data analytics for business excellence. This is where the strategy meets decision intelligence. So I will explain what is decision intelligence as we go into the presentation. Until then, let's visit what we are doing now. Organizations today are data rich, but they are not using that data to power their decision, and hence their decision poor. Dashboards look very beautiful, great on screen. Strategic meetings still rely on intuition and hierarchy or hindsight. I know, I've got the experience. This data is fine, but in reality. So, like for example, we have enterprise resource ERPs, CRM, then we have BI tools, AI systems, and other tools and applications. Yet, we don't use them to the fullest. Our strategy cycles are slow, decisions are very reactive. Analytics is often a reporting function and not a decision engine. Some companies do it, but to what extent we don't really know. The real opportunity is not AI or analytics. The opportunity is decision intelligence. How do we make our decisions using all these tools? So if you look at business excellence, then it has changed. What we know about business excellence is our processes should be efficient. We should optimize costs so that there are no wastages. What can be outsourced should be outsourced. What could be kept inside should be inside. If you look at a strategy just immediately prior and post pandemic, I'm sorry, many organizations realize that some of the support functions can be outsourced, especially administrative tasks, facilities management, human resources personnel. That's surprising, but that has not really worked out that well. But many organizations outsource that in order to contain costs, the overhead costs. And then, but that not all strategies really come out as the best. But then there is a cycle of learning. Do we keep systems in house or should we subscribe to a cloud based infrastructure? That will get us to be a lot more cost optimal. Pay as we use. Then we review very periodically, quarterly, half-yearly. It's not a progressive review. And then we focus so much on lagging indicators and how do we solve the problem. So it's the problem focused review for business excellence rather than success focused or proactiveness. Then the new reality, as the markets have developed, the technologies have gone heavy, we see that the opportunities are getting rather volatile. The markets are all volatile, thanks to other factors like geopolitical tensions or socio-political or socio-economic factors. The markets are volatile. This demands some real quick response, and very few companies are spontaneous enough to respond quickly to market changes. Pandemic was one great example where supply chains were affected globally, and how companies decided that post pandemic, how will they ensure that they don't lose their market share. Then technology drives further complications, like digital native companies give the run for the money for brick and mortar companies through their agility, through their fluidity, and through their ability to respond to market changes very quickly. And the new reality also says that your strategy cycles are not for 5 years or 3 years. It should be much faster than that, and then adapt to market forces that impact you. And then decisions are not made once and then followed through for the next few months or years as per strategy, but it's a continuous decision making process that is required at today's scenario. And this is exactly what we talk about. The change is the continuum. If we don't have change, then we have to be a little careful. It's the thing that we have to worry about. Change is necessary. So AI and analytics are no longer support function. This is where they come in. They are strategic infrastructure, and we will see how they are going to impact our organization's excellence and decision intelligence in the remaining slides. So business excellence today means speed of decisions. We don't wait for too long, but to be able to make decisions, decisions are choices, right? In order to make the correct choice, we need data, and we also need immense research and analysis power, which done manually will take ages. And that speed of decision does not make sense at that time, because we take a long time even to arrive at the factor that's going to help us. This is where your data analytics and the AI play a big role. And the quality of decisions. Decision backed by data always gives you the clean and correct data, gives you an advantage. And then, of course, the decision that we take and the strategy that we make should be consistent across the organization. So, from analytics to artificial intelligence to decision intelligence, this is the path. So, what we are talking about is what, why, what next, and what should we do. Excuse me. Back again. Descriptive is what happened. This is basically looking into the rear view mirror. Dashboards that gives you a snapshot of your organization from various perspectives. Then key performance indicators that tell you what needs to be, what are the performance metrics, what are the performance criteria for you to show that organization is growing. Then historical performance, how did we do earlier? Then comes stage two, where diagnostic and predictive analytics. Why did it happen and what next? What should we do? So, root cause analysis, we started focusing on root cause analysis. Then we took a lot of effort in forecasting. Not necessarily that we are really following that forecasting decision that we have taken, but it's happening. And then, due to the availability of technology, more and more organizations have started using scenario modeling before they arrive at a particular choice. And one good example for scenario modeling tool is what if analysis. What if I increase the price of this product? What if I get out of this particular market and concentrate my resources on a lot better market that is paying you more dividend for your expenses? Those are various scenarios we talk about. And then with AI, decision intelligence gets enhanced. So here we can get some recommendation through pattern analysis of patterns that are otherwise hidden. So identifying these hidden patterns, getting recommendation from a system that is intelligent. Ultimately, you should understand that decisions are still human. It is not going to be a machine that's going to decide for you. Then it also gives you trade-off simulation, similar to what if, the trade-off matrix, the proverbial trade-off matrix that we use in our organizations. And then choices adjusted for risk. It's so possible to predict risk now and take proactive mitigation, implement proactive mitigation exercises so that those risks are not going to affect us in the future. Decision intelligence is where data plus domain plus judgment plus AI come together. The judgment essentially has to be human. It's impossible. AI can't replace humans. AI can at best be a co-worker with you, where it can help you arrive at the right decisions. So, where AI actually creates strategic advantage, we should explore this with some functional examples. Start with strategy and management. You can understand how a market is performing, how the market, where the market is heading, who are the new competitors that are coming, how is the market holding up against various socioeconomic pressures, and what can you do from that information. So, market sensing using AI. The data here is going to be huge. Processing it manually is not going to help you. It's not going to be that quick enough for you. So, artificial intelligence systems play a big role in getting this data in place and then to also help you analyze it. And then strategy scenario simulations. Then we have sales and marketing, customer segmentation beyond demographics, price sensitivity modeling, and AI led demand forecasting. These are all looking like cliches, but and it's all very good to look at in a textbook. But then, how many companies are really using this? And do these companies have good analytic translators? The translators are those who would bridge data analysts and the business. Um they're all still in the making in our country. So when you look at strategy management, uh, one example would be a simple question: what happens to EBITDA if demand drops 7% and raw material costs rise 4%? It's a small problem. It can be easily calculated in the back of a napkin if your company is not too big. But at the same time, if the operations are very huge and the possible outcomes can be complex, then this particular example requires additional technical advantage, I mean, technical assistance. And with that assistance, you can get this data much faster and help you formulate a strategy for meeting such a contingency where EBITDA can be affected when a demand drops 7%, 10%, 5%, whatever other raw material cost increase. The fixed overheads are going to be there. The variable overheads also will increase. So let's see how that work. In sales and marketing, if you look at how AI helps you, the shift is from who to target to who not to target. That's very important. Walking away is not easy, but at the same time, why waste resources when you do not have to work on a set of potential customers who would not buy from you? So let's look at this EBITDA problem. I'll take a pause here instead of giving more theoretical concepts. Let's answer the EBITDA question. This is not a forecasting question. This is a decision question about sensitivity, resilience, and choices. So EBITDA, for as a recap, is revenue minus variable cost minus fixed operating costs. So the question really becomes: what happens to revenue when demand drops? What happens to cost when input prices rise? Simple answer: cost will also go up. When demand drop, the very simple answer is that the sales will be low, so the amount of earnings will be less. Because of that, the gross margin will get gross profit gets affected, and because of the company perform and operating income also gets reduced, the company doesn't perform. These are all simple, obvious, no nonsense responses that we get in our mind, but it's a lot more than that. Which costs are flexible versus fixed? Where all can we cut costs? That is the austerity measure the companies use most of the time. So in this case, assume current situation, revenue is 100, EBITDA margin is 20%. That means EBITDA is 20%. So this is our scenario. Let's see how we can take the scenario into an example. Demand drops 7%. That means revenue falls from 100 to 93. But costs don't fall at the same rate. The costs will fall much lower. Fixed costs remain unchanged. In this scenario, what happens is EBITDA falls more than 7%. This is an operating leverage. Why is it a leverage? We'll see that. Raw material costs rise 4%. That means variable cost increase and gross margin compresses. Some of my students who are attending here, gross margin is what you earn from the next sales after expenses. Net sales minus expenses. These expenses could be cost of goods sold plus SG&A, and operating and marketing, etc. EBITDA takes a second hit 2 times. So combined effect, the key insight, a 7% demand drop plus 4% cost inflation does not reduce EBITDA by 11%. 7 plus 4, no. It can easily reduce EBITDA by 25 to 40% depending on cost structure. Imagine that it's a very simple company, a small company, and they have very predictable values at any given point in time. Back with the napkin calculations can give you this information. But what happens when it's a large corporation? And there are many in India. This is where the AI driven scenario modeling becomes critical. With analytics, leaders can instantly see EBITDA impact under multiple scenarios, break even demand levels, and then sensitivity by product, region, or customer. And this helps in analyzing which levers matter most. Is it pricing? Is it cost pass through? Or is it volume protection? Or is it cost restructuring? This is what is the decision intelligence upgrade. Instead of what happens to EBITDA, leaders should ask which decisions protect EBITDA the fastest, where can we pass on cost without destroying demand, which products or customers turn EBITDA negative first, What actions do we take at minus 3% or minus 7% and minus 10% demand? This is again a comparative analysis. Moving forward, the power of analytics is not predicting the future perfectly, but it is helping leaders rehearse the future before it happens. This is something that I cooked up last night when I was doing this presentation. It alludes to the overall theme of this particular speech. Then other areas besides strategic marketing, sales, operations and supply chain, inventory optimization, predictive maintenance, risk aware sourcing decisions, from firefighting to foresight. So you're prepared. Will there be a shortage of raw material because of poor climatic conditions? You're prepared. You're going to simulate that scenario using these tools. The executive intent here is risk aware, trade off driven, and then proactive operations. Take proactive steps. And then the question is which disruption will hurt us the most in the next 90 days? That means you're planning ahead. And what do we preempt today? So, how do I ensure that doesn't happen? So, it's a risk situation. What can happen in 90 days today? Because currently the production run is going on and I'm happy. There is enough stock and I'm good. But unless continuous production happens, I'm not going to be in this on the shelves in the market. Off the shelf, of the eyes, of the mind. So being there is so important. Finance and performance management, this is a no-brainer. Rolling forecast instead of annual budgets. Cash flow prediction, so that you can prepare yourself for lean times. And then early warning signals. It's not mathematics, right? It's going to be quite a bit of complex logic. From reporting numbers to steering outcomes is what? That means we control the outcomes and we don't let outcomes control us. Because we don't let outcomes surprise us. The executive intent here is forward looking, capital allocation, focused, and value based. You could ask which cost cuts improve margin and which quietly destroy long term value. So, AI actually creates an advantage where decisions are frequent, high stakes, and uncertain. So, what is decision intelligence then? That's exactly what we've been talking about so far, isn't it? Data plus domain plus AI plus human judgment. What decision intelligence does is reduces blind spot. That means we do not blunder and blind into any of the choices, any of the strategies that we take. It shows trade-offs. If I increase price, what could be my loss of customers? Just take an example. Let's use a simple game theory here. McDonald's and Burger King. I'll use Indian currency values here, since there's an Indian business excellence. So McDonald's has one of their burgers for 50 rupees. And for the sake of argument, let's look at McDonald's and Burger King having 50-50 market share. So McDonald's has a burger for 50. That means Burger King also needs to have their burger at 50. Else customers will go in for to McDonald's more, because there's not much of a differentiation there. It's more like a duopoly in the market. Suddenly, McDonald's decides that somehow they need to capture more market. And one of the best ways to do this is to reduce the price for a bit. So they reduce the price from 50 to 45. What do you think Burger King would do? Exactly, they will reduce the price to 45 too. But at the same time, there is no compromise on the quality of the food offered. And somehow McDonald's decides to hold on to their quality, etc. So does Burger King. But when McDonald's decreased the price and Burger King did not, a lot of Burger King's customers migrated to McDonald's. Would migrate because they get a better price. But when Burger King reduces the price and equals it to McDonald's, then the situational shift is not necessary. So people will go back to their original buying behavior. Then McDonald's reduces by another 3 rupees. That's about, it becomes 42. Burger King does that too. But this is the point beyond which neither can reduce the prices. And this, in analytical and game theory parlance, we call it Nash equilibrium. It's a small single one product, two company scenario. Imagine the same thing when there is a huge market where there are multiple competitors and each one having their own ideas about playing with their prices of the products, etc. That is where the technology helps you. But the final judgment is whether are you ready to accept, and then will you take ownership and accountability for the decision that you make. That has to be human. And the uncertainty about the whole thing, now decision intelligence quantifies that. What will happen if I do this? Decision intelligence does not remove humans. It enables humans to take intelligent, data backed decision for their organizations. AI does not tell you what to think, it helps you think better. These are the two things that I want you to take away from this particular session, along with the other one liners that I've generously put in. Strategy is no longer something that you do it annually, and you need to understand that it's evolving. It's a continuous process today. Traditional strategy, annual planning, assumptions are rather static, often based on past performance and how much. These are the same, this kind of cliches that we see, right? A service-based organization cannot grow more than 30% year on year organically. If they want to grow more, they have to do inorganic, which essentially means that they will need to buy other companies. These are all cliches. It's not necessarily true. These assumptions often are stumble blocks for progressive strategies. But these assumptions also helps us anchor ourselves and not take risks. A risk appetite is required if businesses have to survive in this very highly competitive market. Your ability to take on risks determines your ability to grow, literally. Lagging review is again the negative part of it, where we say what went wrong, what did not come out as exactly what we expected it. But if you look at further, AI enabled strategy tells you something more. It's like continuous sensing what is happening, that the change, dynamic reallocation of resources, of funds, and then decision feedback loops. That means you're going to be constantly monitoring, measuring, and doing course correction. And that is possible with an AI enabled strategy where the parameters that we're going to be using are so many that doing it manually will take a lot of time, and AI can make it simpler. And ultimately, we as humans would then look at what AI has given us and then make our own decisions. Then comes the decision loop framework, sense, that is data plus signals, the signals from the market. Then we interpret, that is analytics plus AI. Then we decide, that means it's a human judgment. And act, this is execution. And improve and course correction through feedback from which we learn further. So that is organization that win are not the most intelligent, or not necessarily the most intelligent. They are the fastest learners in a ever-changing, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world today, VUCA, as we know it. Then we have common mistake leaders make with AI. How am I doing for time, Praveen?
So we do have 10 more minutes.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll finish it in
Hmm.
5. Common
Yeah.
mistakes leaders make with AI and analytics is extremely important. We do this tool first thinking. Oh, buying AI before defining the decision. Why do you want to have AI without knowing what you want to do? AI assistants are not a solve all do all. They're not a panacea. The next one is analytics teams isolated from business. That means analytics team look at data as data, and they will analyze the data as per what the business requires. Majority time, the business can never ever go and say that the analytics team gave us these insights. The business has to own it. That means business have to ask the analytic teams what they want. Great models, yes. Zero adoption. Expecting AI to automate strategy, that's a no-no. It'll never happen. Strategy is still human led. Technology helps. Ignoring change management. Often, the barriers of fear, cultural issues, gaps in skill. It is important. You don't need to be an AI expert or a data analytics expert. You need to know how to use them. Skill gaps, and then trust issues. How can I trust this decision suggested by AI? AI fails less because of technology and more because of leadership mindset. Same as the analytics part. So we need to know how to use that. So what should the leaders do next? Actionable. Start with decisions, not data. What are our top 10 recurring decisions? Which are high impact and high uncertainty? To answer these questions, use data and analyze the data. And to make choices, use tools. Build human plus AI capabilities. That is AI enabled analytics, human led decision. That's how it should be. AI literacy for leaders, extremely important. AI should not be looked at as a panacea for all your business needs. Analytics translator, these are the people you need to build analytic translators within the organization where business asks specific questions to the data analysts, and when that recommendations come, these translators translate numbers to the business. So this is the beautiful job function, and many organizations are slowly getting this particular job function as analytics translators, but not many. Some of them are, and that's going to go a long way. And then business owned models. That means models are always owned by the business, not the analyst, not the data scientist. If he says that if I have to increase inventory in 7 different locations, how did that affect my overall market presence? How does it impact it? Maybe the goods are still available, but probably the demand is not so much in those areas. Some of the areas, the number crunchers will crunch all the numbers and give you this has been the overall status so far, and because the market is such that we can try and push for additional sales, but the business will have to own that before they implement. Embed analytics into strategy forums, board meetings, business reviews, forecast discussions. You need analytics, you need multiple scenarios. And then move from reports to recommendation. Shift every dashboard from what happened to what decision does this inform. Present 2 3 recommended actions with trade offs, not 20 KPIs. Ideally, best case, base case, and risk case. Then time box inside. That means put a timestamp inside to decision windows. Use this so that numbers insights change when the market change. What should we decide this week, this month, this quarter? For what reason? If a dashboard doesn't change a decision, it is just a decoration. Frankly, that's what it is. A note on business owned AI model. What decision is the model supporting? When is it used? What happens if it's wrong? This is the business defines decision. Quarterly pricing decision for up to for a top 50 customers. Okay, business owns the assumption, demand elasticity, cost pass-through, risk threshold, and constraints. Business is accountable for outcomes. The model informs decision. Leaders decide and act. Success or failure is owned by the business. In the business owns the assumption, we assume demand drops sharply beyond a 4% price increase. Then analyze the variables and tell me how I can overcome that. So, to complete, business owned models don't mean business teams build algorithms. They mean business leaders own the decisions, the assumptions, and the consequences. Analytics team build and maintain the models, but the business owns the thinking. That's when models get used. So, AI analytics are not the future of strategy, they are the new language of leadership. It comes from taking better decisions faster, consistently, and to scale. Thank you for attending this session.
So wonderful lecture, Raviji.
Thank you.
So thank you. I really liked decision intelligence does not remove humans.
Exactly.
I think that's exactly the very important thing. Everyone now thinking that AI will remove people in the human in the loop and do everything by itself. No, that's not really correct. And you explained very nicely what you should do to enable AI for your organization. Okay, so, and you should not do it in a overwhelmingly uh, exceedingly complicated. Make it simple, use it properly, and you also said that you put a timestamp on the decisions. So that is fantastic way. Okay, so there are a couple of questions. There are, I think, there will be questions raised. Uh, so, is how the AI can be used in arriving the target market like a TAM, SAM, SOM. So, one of my colleague has posted this question to me.
Yeah.
Okay, so can how can AI used to do this? Because this is one of the exercise. So very important for every marketing professional. Of course, it's a part of the strategy. That is number one. Maybe you can take another question also and talk about it. How AI can be used to read and analyze financial statements. Okay, from your experience. So maybe these two you can just elaborate a little. Yeah.
Fine. I'll take simple examples rather than going into
Mhm.
um, uh, larger examples. Let's take a look at TAM, SAMs, and so on, right? TAM is the total addressable market for any product for that matter. The total addressable market is global, literally. And because it's a product can be used for globally, and they have the presence for it. Now, the amount of data that is available and the variations in cultural differences using that product in multiple regions, and the other factors like price points and competitor data will be so huge. So now, and not about out of all this huge amount of data that you get, like in the state of big data, 15% is relevant. The 85% is not really relevant. So to identify that 15% or serviceable market, immediately services SOM, okay, and serviceable accessible market, SAM. So this is the market where this company can actually readily service without having to go through enormous amount of expenditure. That means serviceable, accessible. That means they have access to that market, maybe their own country, maybe their own city, maybe something really in different other nearby cities for that particular product. So the variables are phenomenal, and the data that you get have got lots of hidden information, these patterns that needs to be determined. Doing it manually, it's possible, but it's going to take a huge amount of time. Now AI will help you identify critical factors. AI will help you hidden factors. AI will provide you insights into what areas that you should concentrate before venturing into any kind of expansion into a region or a new product territory or a new customer segment. So basically, it helps you um, be more accurate in what you're doing. It helps you process large volumes of information quickly, And then it also gives you multiple choices where you can choose what is best for you. And fourth, AI is going to help you be as accurate as possible. uh, is
Yep.
that answer, does it
Yeah,
answer?
yeah, yeah. The conclusion of what I get is the TAM, SAM, and SOM
Song,
can
yeah.
be properly assessed by
Yes.
AI. Okay, and it will be done assessed in a much better way and also in a faster,
Quicker, faster way.
quicker. Yeah,
Okay.
that's
And the second question, you talked about how does AI help in financial analysis. Basic financial analysis, you can definitely do it for your own company using Excel, for example, or Google Sheet. No brainer. Suppose you're a market research professional and you're going to do analysis of finances across multiple industry sectors and multiple companies, for example, or your own conglomerate with multiple businesses and your executive management wants to get an idea of what's happening. The
Mhm.
basic stuff is what are my P&L, how much is what is my net sales, what is my gross sales, what is my operating income, then what is my gross margin, what is my gross profit, that is gross margin, what is my operating profit margin. The moment it is margin, it's a percentage, whereas when it's a profit, it becomes a absolute number. So there are lots of these financial data which is obvious when you just look at the finances. But then there are patterns, there are decision patterns. Remember, Abdul, we used to have that one example. I'll use the same example here.
Mhm.
A company has a net sales X, and it has been growing over the last 5 years. Everybody is happy. Wow, the net sales are growing. And then the gross margin and gross profit is also growing because the sales is growing, the gross profit is also growing, and everybody says, wow, this is extraordinary. The gross profit is also growing. I'm happy. Then the operating income, that also shows positive numbers rather than any stress. So the immediate thought would be, oh, my company is growing great. But when you look at the gross margin and operating profit margin, you suddenly realize the the gross margin percentages over the last 5 years has actually decreased. The operating margin percentages over the last 5 years has actually decreased. So literally, while one side says that your company is growing, the other side is saying that your company is going through a certain set of efficiency crisis.
Mm.
AI is going to identify this particular thing, not just pointing out saying that the margins are actually declining, so is that values for operating margins declining. It'll also tell you, especially in a very large databases, very quickly, what are all the choices that you have, looking at whether it's uh, um, COGS that needs to be optimized, cost of goods sold that needs to be optimized. Is it SG&A that needs to be optimized? Or is it the marketing, the return per marketing dollars used? Is it optimal or can it be optimized from a regional specific marketing spend? All these things, AI can give it to you much faster than without errors, provided your data is clean, and
Mhm.
then make you take the best of strategies that you want.
Fantastic, fantastic.
The
So
next, yeah.
thank you, Raviji. As we have a time constraint, but ladies and gentlemen, please post your questions. We make sure that these questions are answered by Mr. Ravi, and also if there is any, if you would like to reach Ravi directly and ask any question or take any help, please feel free. Write to us. We will just connect to you. So thank you very much
Thank you.
and wonderful lecture as usual, Raviji. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you
Very
very much.
insightful.
Thanks for
Thank you.
having me.
Thank you.
All
Thank
the
you very much.
best.
Thank you. Thank you and have a good day. Yeah, please stay tuned. So, very good start of a day, Indian Business Excellence Summit. So, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned for our next guest speaker. Uh, yeah, Praveen, just let Arvind ji in. Good morning, Arvind.
Good morning, Mr.
Morning.
Kare. How are
Yeah,
you?
I'm doing good. So, thank you very much, and great to see you. Okay. Uh, So let me give a quick round of introduction to Mr. Arvind Saraf. Mr. Arvind is talking about performance management for business excellence. Today, Arvind is a performance consultant, a former corporate leader with deep experience helping mid to large organizations and MNCs. And he really managed a large MNC to drive profitability growth over multiple years. So he is hands-on executive, execution-focused performance management enabler, and build sustainable performance culture. So thank you for joining the session today, and you can introduce some part if I have missed Arvindji.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul. I will upload my slide deck now.
Yeah, yeah.
Just want to confirm that. Can you see
Yeah.
this?
Yeah, we can see the slide deck. Yes.
Okay. So obviously, you know my name by now. I'm founder and CEO of a boutique consulting company, Strategy Consulting. And my company is focused upon performance management and strategy. If you wish to know more, connect me on the LinkedIn. Today's conversation is about performance management, but not in the traditional sense of appraisals or ratings. This is a business excellence conversation, and that includes how performance management, when designed as a system, converts strategy into business outcome. Most of us have survived performance management systems. Some of us have even designed them, and glad to say that we have lived to tell the story. And that's precisely why this topic matters. Performance management sits at the intersection of strategy, people, and execution. When it is designed well, result compound. And when it is poorly designed, even great strategy and capable people deliver average outcomes. So, why do good people in good companies still deliver average performance? The question comes repeatedly. The issue is rarely motivation or talent. It is the system people operate within that shapes performance. Most organizations don't have a performance problem. Most organizations already have capable people. What fails is how performance is defined, enabled, reviewed, and reinforced. The hidden cost of performance management. Poor performance management shows up slow growth, silent disengagement, and results that look good briefly but fail to sustain. So, for example, if results improve this year and collapse next year, we must ask whether we built performance or merely pushed outcomes. What is performance? So, performance is multidimensional, uh, really multidimensional. It includes outcomes, repeatability, resilience, and the ability to perform better tomorrow. If any one of this is zero, performance collapses. So performance is not a HR topic; it is CEO topic. One must understand that when performance management is treated as an HR responsibility, it becomes compliance driven. When owned by leadership, it becomes strategic execution system. So let's talk about why performance management. It is essentially to serve three goals. Performance management must deliver results, build capability, and sustain engagement. And these goals, as you can see, uh, need to be customized and synchronized. This is most important aspect. Deming reminds us, if we cannot describe what we are doing as a process, we do not truly understand it. This applies directly to performance management. So performance management is a business system that converts strategy into execution and people potential into results continuously and not annually. If PM cannot be described as a process, it becomes an event, and events do not build business excellence. So, what a system looks like. This slide shows performance management as a flowchart I crafted for a client. It emphasizes strategy, goals, feedback, capability building, and replacement. I wish to give a quote from James Clear, who wrote Atomic Habits. You do not rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your systems. And that signifies the importance of systems. Why traditional performance management is structurally broken? Important question. Traditional performance management was designed for predictability and control, not today's complex and interdependent work. Per my assessment, it has four fatal flaws. These flaws are structural design problems that undermine collaboration, trust, and capability. Does your performance management system look like this? So, traditional performance management is mostly performance appraisal, as you can see in the picture here. It measures people instead of fixing the system that shapes the performance. I have witnessed in some companies, employees are measured on some scale till 2 decimal points rating, like 4.83 rating, you can see here. So this measures people instead of fixing the system. That's what I wanted to emphasize. So fatal flaw number one is individual obsession. Traditional performance management focuses on individuals while ignoring cross-functional dependencies. So obviously no man or woman is an island. And performance is achieved not by an individual, but cross-functional dependencies and managers' capability. So this point is sometimes missed or many times missed. Fatal flaw number two, illusion of fairness. Traditional performance management emphasizes standardization. The standardization gives us comfort, not truth. Human judgment cannot be fully standardized. So obviously we are not machines. So fairness and standardization in ratings and the judgments of performance simply cannot be achieved. Fatal flaw number three, pay for performance myth. In complex work environment, incentives optimize behavior, not performance. And obviously, we are not Pavlov's dog. I don't want to get into story of Pavlov's experiment here, but it is many companies we see paper performance uh, is just used as only lever to manage performance, and it doesn't work all the time. Factor for number 4, internal competition. Relative ratings practiced by many companies create internal competition and quietly destroy collaboration, which is a hallmark of performance in every company. So, comparing people to one another erodes efforts to create collaborative culture. So, what should performance management really do? This is really a pivot from management to enablement. Performance management is about enabling performance. The purpose of performance management is to help people perform today and build capability for tomorrow. I provide a framework of 3 commitments, 2 steps, and 6 levers. The framework provides a structure without rigidity, a design logic, and not a template. Some of you might be wondering how this applies in your organization. We'll come back to that in Q&A. So I'll start with commitments. These commitments are leadership choices. So commitment number 1, trust people, trust process. Without trust, PM becomes defensive and compliance driven. If you don't trust your people, no system will save you. Commitment number 2, keep rewards in scope. Rewards should support performance, not hijack it. So many times we can see that rewards become the mainstay rather than performance. Commitment number 3 is be courageous. At first, leaders need to display courage to change the current process, and next, performance enablement requires leaders to let go of excessive controls. So these are the 3 important commitments when we start journey towards performance enablement. Now we'll go for 2 steps. So the first step is to activate all 3 goals, which I had mentioned earlier. The first is drive organizational performance. So that is the main goal. The second important goal in terms of capability development is develop people. And third goal is reward equitably. Results, capability, and engagement must be activated together. Most companies optimize one goal and compromise the other 2. And most of the time, it is focused on performance appraisal and rewards, really, associated rewards. Step 2 is customized to your business environment and SWOT. There is no best per PM system, only one suited to organization context. So how does it work in real life? So if you take a startup, there may be higher weightage on organizational performance and speed. If you take a fast growing firms, ideally there should be higher weightage on capability building. And if you take mature firms, we need to have stronger emphasis on equitable rewards. So performance management system need to be designed for each organization and should be best suited to the context. I will talk about 6 levers now. So, first lever is change your focus. Shift from judging past performance to building future capability. So, it requires a growth mindset. And the growth mindset is about attaching the sense of motivation to the efforts itself and enjoying learning and getting better at everything. It's about leveraging neuroplasticity of the brain. So instead of putting microscope on past performance, we should leverage it or use it to predict future performance and create a growth coaching. So the lever two is goals and alignment. And I think many times, many companies have goal setting, uh, optimize, uh, and let's say put into numbers in great details, but they miss alignment. And alignment really multiplies impact more than precise targets. So it's very important to have two shifts. The first shift is uh, focus should move on horizontal alignment to strategy and vertical alignment across functions and hierarchies. And shift two is goals are not static, goals are dynamic and in sync with changing environment, both external and internal, to make progress through the year. So I've seen companies doing annual goals, and this practice is obsolete. So I recommend quarterly goals at leadership level and monthly goals at operating levels. So it has to be as dynamic as that. And when the goals are aligned with business goals, broad business goals, and strategy, it brings a significant improvement. I will go to lever three, which is feedback and performance insight. So, two shifts again. Performance and career talks are frequent, lighter, and support an ongoing conversations. So, many a times I've seen that the feedback or career talks are reserved for annual performance appraisal. By that time, I think a lot of time is already lost. So, the second shift, as I have said, that feedback is redefined and immediate, and it can be from everyone really. I can give an example that if feedback is given immediately after an event or after a meeting, it has maximal impact. So typically, annual appraisals look backward, and excellence is built looking forward. So lever four is career development and planning. So careers don't grow by chance, they grow by clarity. Two shifts again. Employees take ownership of their career journey, enabled by clear performance expectations and insight into possible career path. And mechanisms are put in place to support mobility and velocity of talent. So I strongly recommend a career progression chart for key employees uh, with continual discussion and empowering them and inspiring them to take the best option for career path. Level 5 is coaching and mentoring. Managers usually manage the work, but coaches build capabilities. So the first shift needs to be managers are prepared and take on the role of coach when called for. And the second shift is peer-based model, including communities of interest provide mentoring and learning alternatives. And this is a very powerful shift. Uh, I have practiced in my own experience peer-based model where you allow a peer to tell the success story, invite others to their respective functions or regions, and demonstrate what they have done well. And this works phenomenal uh, in terms of it's kind of an indirect coaching. So once again, coaching is very important. It builds capabilities. And finally, reward six, most important lever, as everyone understands, rewards and recognitions. So I recommend the first shift, that is pay for capabilities and reward for contributions. So many a times we find that capabilities or rewards are mixed together, and uh, at times rewards are misinterpreted as capabilities, and you can see some promotions in the organization which do not change the job description. So that is kind of absurd. So it's very important to understand the capabilities or potential and contributions to properly configure rewards and recognitions. The second shift, reward portfolios create agile methods. So this I will explain a bit later in next slide. So financial rewards is only one part of reward, but there are many other ways. And, I will talk about it in next slide. Third shift is recognition is amplified and fueled by peers. So in at one of my clients' company, we always create a case after a project or task is completed and copy it to the team members and seek feedbacks as well as what went well and what could be better. And peers really recognize team members. And this creates a snowballing effect and it builds tremendous motivation. So just to summarize, pay builds compliance and recognition builds commitment, and both are important. So something more about pay for capabilities and reward for contributions. So capabilities are building skills and knowledge that are critical for today and tomorrow. And this is best done by performance potential analysis, and high potential employees who build the capabilities necessarily require to be acknowledged for pay increase. And routinely, market aligned adjustments are required for applied skills and knowledge to ensure that we are at par with the industry practice. Whereas contributions are immediate gains for the organization, but it should be clearly understood that what is a contribution, who has delivered it, and details of it. We need to diversify rewards and recognition portfolio, and the frequency, timeliness, and choice are very important. So frequent and timely rewards for contribution really impacts fuels engagement and performance. So instead of just pay increase, so in creating culture of recognition, instead of just pay increase, significant innovation is possible by creating tapestry of reward portfolios, such as equity offering or retention bonuses in some companies, experiences, and I will talk about it, recognitions of different types. So experiences give a great avenue for recognition. For example, asking an employee to participate in CEO's meetings, or asking an employee uh, to attend a company event which is not linked to his direct function but gives him an exposure, uh, or allowing an employee to attend a very premium training program. These are all possible experiences alternative, and there could be more. For example, in at one of the client, uh, a suggestion came to offer a to and fro ticket to a senior employee to meet his son who was residing in Delhi, for example. And he was overjoyed. So, this is something which is a very different kind of experience, which comes as a recognition. And as William James rightly said, the deepest principle of human nature is craving to be appreciated. So, we should use this extensively in performance management. So, performance enablement can create a spiraling effect, particularly when goals, coaching, feedback, support, recognition, and employee development are well synchronized. This is something which every organization should aim for. Now we'll come to business excellence. So how this drive business excellence? I mean, why we are talking about it in Business Excellence Summit? So according to me, market performance is a lag indicator. Performance management is a lead indicator. Performance management builds capability. Capability improves execution, and execution drives market performance. By market performance, I essentially mean revenue growth, profitability, customer satisfaction, and talent retention. I4CP, or Institute of Corporate Productivity Research, has revealed that organizational performance indicators and people practices have the greatest influence on market performance. Each of these fit within one of the five human capital domains: market, strategy, culture, leadership, and talent. So, the final takeaway: performance is systemic and not individual. Traditional performance management optimizes control, not excellence. Enablement beats evaluation, and business excellence requires courage, trust, and design. The question is not whether you need a performance management, the question is what kind. I will pause here. Happy to take any questions.
First of all, Arvind, it's fantastic way you have explained. Uh, uh, Instead of talking about frameworks, methodologies, and all, you explained the whole performance management in a very simple, straightforward, and like in a crisp way, which is applicable to any organization. So, thank you for that. I really enjoyed the session.
Thank you.
Okay. So here, I'm just, there is any question, please post, ladies and gentlemen, post the questions. Uh, 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 yeah, if you have any questions, we can flash them. Uh, so three commitments are great. The third commitment is very critical. So can you explain that the commitments part little once again, Arvindji? Mhm.
Yeah, sure. So uh, I talked about commitment number one, that is trust people and trust process.
Mhm.
Many a times, employees feel that any kind of evaluation, largely performance management in many companies, just performance appraisal, and it is gamed. I mean,
Mhm.
it is. They
That's
don't
true.
believe the process itself.
Mhm.
So it is very important to create a process which is well discussed, well communicated, and understood by people that it is in their interest. So that is, and you have to trust people when they give self
Hmm.
appraisals, for example, or when they give talk about their
Mhm.
own evaluation of their own performance. So this is commitment number one.
Yeah.
Commitment number two is keep rewards in scope. And what it means is that uh, many a times performance reviews or appraisals happen at the end of the year. And because of that, there is a lot of bias and scare, both, in terms of, if it is linked to my salary increase. And that creates um, fairly reserved conversation during the meeting. So my recommendation is always have at least two meetings of
Uh-huh.
performance review, ideally every 6 months. And the rewards, people have to understand that rewards need not be only pay increase.
Hmm.
It would be in terms of different forms of recognitions and experiences. And we should do it without waiting on a continuous basis. So that creates a confidence and creates an impact. And commitment number three, very important, is be
Very
courageous.
important.
So any past system to change, you require courage. And
Yeah.
even CEOs don't want to have any headache,
Yeah. Yeah.
So these performance management or appraisals are owned by HR. And I have already said that it is not a HR. PM is not HR topic. It is CEO topic.
CEO
So
topic.
so CEO needs to be courageous to make changes.
Mhm.
Uh, what I mentioned, for example.
Mhm. Mhm.
So uh, and a lot of time it comes to horizontal alignment, that it takes a lot of efforts to align all the goals with company performance. The most important step, as I said. So uh, courage is required from the top management. That's what I meant.
Fantastic. See, this is a trust people and trust process from the Indian context. Okay, so there is a huge gap. Okay, so if you want to really take India from the business sense to the next level or a global level, okay, so these three commitments are very critical. Other things, yes, it's a doable levers and all. It's very nice, okay, but these trusting people, trusting process, and also leadership courage. So this is something. How do you help, Arvind, for the organizations when somebody reach you? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think first of all, what we do, that I think not at a mega level, but create success,
Mhm.
using some of these steps, and need not be first crafting the system, but practicing it in a small way. So, as a consultant, when I come in, the first thing I do within 3 to 6 months, I create a success, using the same principles. I mean, for
Mhm.
example, I will surely start with two steps. That is alignments and goal setting, which I will help. I will push for quarterly goals, for example, and then associate some recognitions and rewards along with small achievements. These are very important. So that is take two steps. And in terms of enablement, I think uh, as you start focusing that when the monthly review takes place, change the focus. I mean, just say, okay, it has happened, but how we are going to learn from it for future or this month or next quarter.
Next quarter.
So that is changing the focus. Uh, there is also significant coaching because as a consultant, along with the CEO or the respective functional managers, we do take a lot of interest in uh, coaching, and it is not visible coaching, it is acting like their team members. So I sit into their meetings and may not speak much, but afterwards I may give feedback, or in some meetings I may speak to some extent. But essentially, this lever is also helpful that the person feels that I am on his side, his or her side, and I'm not somebody who is evaluating.
Mhm.
So this is something which, just to give few examples.
Excellent, excellent. So there is a question from Dhruv Raj. Uh, while team results are good metric for performance, but how do you identify push laggards? Okay. At the same time, how do you keep high performers motivated?
Okay, that's a great question. Uh, so I think first of all, identifying laggards is not so difficult. I mean, if you have clearly set goals, I'm talking at manager levels, clearly set goals, and if you do monthly reviews, and if you see the discussion the way it goes, it is not very difficult to identify laggard. And in terms of push, it is important that the push doesn't come from the boss alone. Like when we do a review, I recommend transparency. So where everyone is sitting and a manager gets up and talks about his last quarter performance versus goals, and everybody gets up and talk. So the person himself understands that he has not performed well. So that self realization is critical.
Mhm.
And obviously, in one on one review, a feedback is given direct. And I believe in radical candor. There's a book by Kim Scott, if anyone is interested. So it should not be with any sugarcoating. It should
Mhm.
be straight and forward, and it
Mhm.
should be immediate. It should not be reserved. So if the monthly review, one on one review takes place, it is very important to display radical candor. So this is one part of pushing laggard. In high performers, largely you give them stretch goals. That is what I found, ambitious goals. I mean, the formats I have designed for goal setting there is a scope to set stretch goals. So you start giving them stretch goal and assess them on that, and
Very interesting.
this creates and also help them to achieve that. So this creates tremendous impact. That's what I've seen.
Great. Radical candor and also the peer pressure, as you said, it's not
Yeah.
only from the boss, it's from the
Yes.
peers
Yeah.
by showcasing the performance of all others, the peers. I think that will be the much that will be a great motivation for every laggard,
Right.
and
And
it's very important.
I would also interject here and talk about feedbacks. Suppose somebody has done a great job, or he's won an order. So you have to tell him immediately that you have done a great
The
job.
great job.
Love it. Or somebody has screwed up. Then you have to say that, okay, listen, I mean, I was observing in the meeting and your behavior is not right. This is the way, this is not acceptable. So these also help to course correct and help employees to improve uh, their attitude to performance as well as performance.
So is this the way? So what is your advice for the especially the mid-size growing organizations? So there is a final takeaway for them. Okay, it's like a top three. It's very important that it's not only it's a big problem in India. Okay, so every organization in one way or other they have problems, especially the behavioral side and commitment side. Okay, so the top three key takeaways, Arvind, from your side.
I think I have talked about three goals. Uh, that is organization results, develop people, and reward and recognition. So these need to be designed to the need of the organization. So, for example, fast growing, then of course the capability, people capability or team capability
Capability
is
building,
very
yeah.
important. So you have to focus on people development, But also, I mean, the other two are not subordinate goals, but I think the weightages can be decided for three goals. And the three goals have to be crafted for each company. They will be different for each company. They cannot be copy and pasted. A lot of efforts have to be taken in this regard. And I can tell you from my experience that we have been able to create a good success, um, leveraging all the three goals at a time and not separating out.
Great.
Yeah.
And and I like the way you explained that the performance management is not some HR job; it's a CEO job.
Yes.
Okay, so that is it's not a compliance; it's a strategy. That's very well explained. Yeah. So good discussion on feedback. Catch the good and give feedback immediately from Prem Kumar. Yeah. So thank
Thank you.
you.
If anybody else have any other question, feel free to call me,
Yeah.
reach out to me,
That-
connect me on LinkedIn.
yeah.
I'll be happy to help.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, need help to support your organization, you can directly connect to Arvind Saraf in LinkedIn, or you can connect to us. So we will just make sure that your questions get answered, and also you can get connected on one-on-one to Arvind. Okay, so thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a wonderful session. I really enjoyed the session, Arvindji. So thank you very much, and stay tuned, all the participants. Please ask questions. I know it's a weekend, so please feel free. Even if the session is completed, you don't have to worry about it. Just post questions. Those questions can be answered offline, and we have time to do that until the end of the day and also the later also. So thank you very much for a wonderful lecture, Arvindji. Really, it's a really enjoyable, and it's very simple and also very encouraging. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you,
Thank you
Sheikh
very much.
Abdul.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we had a wonderful sessions today from Ravi Ramanathan and Arvind Saraf. I really enjoyed both of them, and it's a fantastic session to start the summit. So now we will be starting a new session with Mohan Kancharla. Uh, Welcome, Dr. Mohan.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning to you. Nice to see you again. So, we'll be talking about design thinking in ESG. Uh, so, Dr. Mohan Kancharla is a globally recognized management consultant and former TCS global leader with 30 plus years of experience, a DBA specializing in design thinking and ESG, author of multiple books, co-innovator of a patented strategy validation framework, and a top 100 global management consultant by recognized by CEO today. So welcome, Dr. Mohan. Uh, Welcome to the show. And if you would like to introduce about yourself or the topic, and please take it forward from here.
Right. Thank you, Abdul. Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure being here once again. So we do have a limited time, so we'll go straight to the presentation. It's in two parts. I will probably introduce design thinking in general and how it is applied in the industrial sector as a whole, looking at how it is applied in multiple verticals, and then we will then go on to how it can be applied specifically in the ESG space. Just a quick call it. Am I audible?
Yes.
And is my screen
Yeah,
visible,
we
please?
can see your screen and also you're audible very much.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Right? So, when you hear about design thinking, it has become popular in the last, I would say probably about 5 to 10 years or so in the Indian context, and globally in the last, probably about 20 odd years. But truly speaking, design thinking has been around since the 1950s. In the 1950s, design science as a discipline was spearheaded by Buckminster Fuller, a serial innovator from MIT. And then in the 60s, the American professions expanded upon that. And then it went on in the name of industrial design or product design. And then that's when product design started to take its first small steps. Right? However, the term design thinking was coined by Herbert Simon, a Nobel laureate and a social scientist. And then later, Don Norman in the 80s, he introduced the term of user centered design, what we call as UX, or in the design thinking parlance, it's called as human centered design itself. And then design thinking as a method of creative action and innovation was formally launched in the Stanford D School or the Stanford School of Design, which became more popular as the Stanford D School. This was founded by the SAP founders, Ralph Faust and others. And later, and the gentleman who really took it to the world into the business was David Kelly, who was the founder director of the Stanford D School. And later he started his company called IDEO, which actually brought design thinking into the business world as a whole. Right now, if one were to ask for a definition of design thinking, probably what comes to my mind is this definition from Tim Brown. He's a former CEO of IDEO, and he says design thinking is thinking as a designer would, kind of a thing. Now, what he implies here is that for most of us as marketers, as product owners, when we design a certain product, we create a product and or a service, and we take it to the market. We kind of push the product or the service onto the market. But if one were to take an analogy of an architect, for example, an architect doesn't come to us saying that, okay, here is a building and this is what you would need. You have a one ground of space, and I can build a two bedroom flat for you or a 2 bedroom house for you. What he actually comes to us is that he comes to us and hears us out in terms of what are our real needs. Now, I could then say that, look, I need some open space for my wife who does a gardening. My children have some pet cat and dog, so we need some space around the compound. I have elderly parents visiting us, so there should definitely be one bedroom on the ground floor and maybe something on the first floor, so on and so forth. So you actually spell out your requirements, and only then something is created. Now, this is a pull factor of a designer, and therefore it is an outside in thinking as opposed to an inside out push kind of a thing. So design thinking as a formal definition, in its simplest form, I would say, is thinking as a designer would. Right? Now, from then, the other explanation of that is that design thinking is best explained through this triangle also. It's an intersection of desirability, feasibility, and viability. Desirability is a user's unmet needs. Now, design thinking per se does not focus upon what is already served and to serve that in a better way, or a product that exists and to make it improvise upon it. but design thinking focuses more in terms of how do I take care of my users' unmet needs itself. Kind of thing. Once I know a certain way in which this has to be done, then I then explore technical solutions. Is this really feasible? Like, I may want to solve world peace or world hunger, but is it technically feasible? Now, even if we get a feasible technical solution, as businessmen and as industry leaders, we also want to make sure that it is viable from a business standpoint, kind of a thing. So, for the intersection of all of these three is where the innovation actually takes place, and that is where most of the human problems exist. And design thinking helps us to find these innovation solutions by work operating at the intersection of desirability, feasibility, and viability itself. The design thinking mindset, it's not about what can I do next kind of a thing. It's not about, okay, I've done this, so can I do something next, something better, and something different. It is the mindset for a design thinker is more in terms of, where do users need help the most kind of a thing. Now that's the mindset change that the design thinker would wear, for example. Okay. Now, in terms of the design thinking principles, now these are principles that are by no means exhaustive, but by and large, most design thinkers, in some shape or form, kind of dwell upon these five design thinking principles. One is the human centered design kind of a thing, keeping understanding whom we are designing for and looking at what is important for them. Embracing ambiguity and diversity. Complex problems are ambiguous, complex problems require diverse inputs, and for that, we need to be open towards radical collaboration. And we look at some of these principles as to how they got applied in different industries. Right? And whenever we collaborate and we create solutions, it's equally important that we co create impactful solutions. Collaboration is another key towards design thinking. And lastly, we looked at design thinking operates upon the agility and the continuous improvement. You implement a certain solution and you iteratively improvise upon it. Now, these are the five design thinking principles, or what I would also term as the what of design thinking. Now, correlating to the what of design thinking, there are a set of tools or techniques that are there. This is what I call as a design thinking practices. Now, you would find here about 10, 12 practices that are listed here. Once again, these are not an exhaustive list of practices, but these are simple tools. And some of them might be pre existing already. I mean, techniques like interviewing techniques or brainstorming have always been there. It is not that they are new or design thinking brought them into the fore, but the reason that they get listed here is because these are more tools and techniques that are much more suited to the design thinking process, and they are much more aligned to the design thinking principles that we spoke about. Empathy maps is all about understanding the users, what their thoughts, ideas, feelings are. User personas are creating, and there is a distinction that gets made between a stakeholder and a persona. Stakeholder is a certain role that we would take, and persona is the same role which could vary from different instances, for example. So at my workplace, I might be an advisor. At this point, I'm a speaker. When I take my lectures, I'm a teacher. At home, I'm a father or a husband, etc. So my persona might change. The individual or the stakeholder in me can still remain the same. How might we is a simple prefix to any problem statement. Just by using the word, how might we solve a city's parking problem? How might we solve a city's pollution problem, for example? Just by prefixing the problem will trigger a host of ideas for us. Storyboarding, as the name implies, it's drawing out a story spine or a story outline. Interviewing techniques, brainstormings are probably better understood already. Business model canvas is a one sheet. It's developed by Alex Osterwalder, and it's a one sheet representation of the of.
Mohan, can you just hide that panel, the studio restream F2? Yeah, can you just no, no,
Yes.
no, no. The next one. Okay, just share it and but hide that one.
I
I think you need to share again.
I'm not sure. So I'm back onto the main thing here.
Yeah, you need to share again. Yeah,
Oh, right.
you need to share again and then just hide that window so that the
Oh,
picture
this.
can be recorded very easily.
No, I take entire screen, and then when I click on share, this is what happens. Is it showing up now?
Uh, Nothing. Yeah, it's coming up. Yeah, you can just select. Yeah, do it as usual. But yeah, do it. Yeah, it's visible. Just that's one. Yes, fantastic.
We're good.
Yeah, good to go.
Right. Sorry about that. Right. So these are some of the design thinking practices, and journey maps is actually depicting the steps that are involved that one would go through. A good example is that in when we go to a bank and when if we were to withdraw cash, there is a sequence of steps that we would go through. It's about finding a form, finding a place to write, and filling up the form, getting a token, and getting our money, etc. Now, the reason you once you put spell out these steps in that whole journey of a simple cash withdrawal, and if there are problems, we would be able to quickly identify where are the bottlenecks, where are the problems, and therefore how can we solve them. I mean, many a time we have forms available, but there is no desk to write, and so there could be multiple reasons like that which will pop out. The practices around affinity diagrams, it's all about looking at a problem and finding a solution, and looking at alternative solutions and seeing that is it similar to the kind of solution that I looked at. If it is similar, I group those ideas together, and it's all about aggregation. Morphological analysis is the opposite of affinity. It's all about disaggregation. It is breaking a larger problem into a smaller problem, and then solving the smaller problems, and then some of the parts will become the whole. Right? Rasker's hexagon looks at a problem and says that by virtue of solving this problem, is there another problem that I could also potentially solve, kind of thing, or does it create more problems, or does it by default solve another problem, etc. It's all about all the variations that are possible. That's a slightly little bit more difficult and a more complex technique as opposed to the other techniques, but it does come in handy in the context of design thinking. Value proposition canvas is an extension, or it's from the same authors of business model canvas. That's the end goal in terms of have I really looked at the customer's problems and solved them as a final checkpoint? What were their pains to start with? And have I created some element of pain relievers, for example? Or what are the gains that they have? And how they created some element of gain creators for the gains that they've been looking for. So these are some of the design thinking principles and practices. We'll quickly look at how they got applied in a couple of industry verticals. So when you look at design thinking in banking, this is an exercise that we did for a Norway Scandinavian bank, and when the bank wanted to create a savings account for millennials. Right? Now, the conventional approach here would have been that you look at the savings account features and you scale the features in terms of the amount of withdrawal, in terms of the amount of minimum deposit, or the number of check leaves that could have been there, etc. Kind of a thing. But now, what the design thinking approach would advocate is that you apply the principle of human-centered design. One reaches out to the end customer. So we actually went and spoke to. We were not at the client side, not at the bank, but speaking to youngsters in colleges and malls and in sports arenas, etc., in movie theaters, and trying to understand what is it that is required and empathizing with their persona. Right? And what they were really looking for, I mean, this was the age when it was all banking was, internet banking itself was in its nascent stage, and they were actually looking for internet banking. They were not interested in a checkbook or a minimum deposit, etc. All they wanted to make sure is that they have access to their banking anytime, anywhere, kind of a thing. I mean, it's a pre-mobile banking. It's a simple, internet banking in those days, kind of a thing. So the point here is in terms of the service design thinking advocates that you need to connect with the end users and figure out what their unmet needs are, and not about reconfiguring or your product features itself. Okay, so and this is design thinking how it got applied in the insurance sector. It's all about premiums for the auto insurance. Now, if you look at the auto insurance, conventionally most of the premiums are based upon the price of the asset itself, kind of thing. Now, this was a time in a point of time when the company looked at openness to radical collaboration, and they were leveraging the cross-industry best practices. And this is a point of time when the telecom industry grew up and they started this pay-as-you-go model, kind of a thing. Now they said, okay, why can't I use that pay-as-you-go model into my own insurance for auto insurance and charge the premium based upon the usage as opposed to the asset cost? And the reasoning is that when does a claim happen? A claim doesn't happen in the garage. When it's on the road, there's a breakdown or a usage or God forbid, if there's an accident, etc. kind of thing. And then they started to analyze that which car is used most on the road. Kind of thing. Now, most of us, might be driving a compact car within the city for our daily office commute, and maybe we might be using the larger car or an SUV for a luxury car for our weekend travels with family, or if you go golfing, etc. Kind of thing, or a long drive, for example. So the whole premise is that the smaller car, though it is cheaper, is actually being used more on a weekly basis, and therefore the probability of that breaking down or probability of a claim on that is higher. So I'm going to charge my premium based upon the asset usage as opposed to the asset cost kind of a thing. Another example that we figured it out by applying the principle of openness to radical collaboration. This is an example of Procter and Gamble Oral B when they were launching the toothbrush for infants kind of a thing. About 5 years old, 10 years old, they were launching the toothbrush. And when it went to the R&D department, the initial conventional approach was more in terms of resizing the adult toothbrush in terms of making the stalk smaller, making the bristles softer and smaller, etc. kind of a thing. But then when you actually they found that not there were not many takers and not many parents are buying that, and they started to observe the end users and they started to adopt an outside in approach. What they discovered is that when the infants, because of their hand motor skills, are not fully developed, yeah, a regular stalk is normally thin and it was slipping away from their hands and therefore they were not able to use it. So what was really required is a thickness of the stalk or the stem as opposed to irrespective of the length of it or the length of the bristles. Kind of thing. So that's when Oral-B actually changed the infant toothbrushes to a thick, soft one, and then they were able to sell it more. Kind of thing. Now, one could discover this only because you started to observe your end users and figure out what is the real unmet need. A similar example was taken to the vegetable peelers especially for adults with arthritis, elderly people with arthritis, or senior citizens. Their palms become smoother, and the regular vegetable or fruit peelers are steel, and they normally tend to slip away. So Rubbermaid, took the same example and put that in a much more thicker rubber, and they were able to use it better. Right? This is about the value-added services for preferred customers in the preferred customers when they were looking at for their business class customers value-added services. So most of the time, what happens is that you tend to improvise upon your existing services itself. But what design thinking advocated is that you embrace ambiguity and diversity. You integrate your services with your adjacent industries. You looked at the journey maps, and they started to enhance the journey from the aircraft carrier to the place to their local ground transport and to their hotel accommodations, etc. kind of a thing. And this is what actually the Go IV Bizone make my trip people created. Okay. This is a classic example of design thinking in the life sciences and the healthcare. This is GE Healthcare engineer Doug Dietz when he was installing his first healthcare MRI machine in a pediatric hospital. He found that, to his dismay, he found there's a lot of anxiety on the parents and the child. And then he went back to Stanford D School and he learned this whole concept of design thinking. And he converted that whole experience into an adventure kind of thing. So if you're familiar with the process, rather than going into a machine and lying down still in a very claustrophobic environment with lots of sounds and sights, what we tried to create is made that whole experience with a lot of costumes, a lot of corridor painting, etc. And it could be like a jungle beat, etc. That everybody would get a lot of costumes, the parents, the child, and the technicians, etc. And finally, they say, okay, this is a point, where the pirates are coming. You need to hide. Here is a cave. Go and hide here and lay still until I tell you. And there's a lot of drum beat, etc. Which because of which the MRI machine sounds gets camouflaged, and then that's what the promise. So the whole process was completed smoothly. Kind of thing. And then Doug then goes on to write that the best feedback that he got is that apparently when the child comes out, she tells her father like, Daddy, can we come back tomorrow? I mean, that's music to any music as far as any customer feedback is concerned. So these are few quick instances of how design thinking got applied in the industry as a whole, and that is what we have seen so far, kind of a thing. I mean, these examples illustrated how products were initially based upon features, and then slowly design thinking brought in the people aspect and built in the element of a human-centered design. But the future of design thinking is not sufficient if you are stay along only with the product and the people. We need to bring in the element of planet also, and we now design thinking is now focusing on what is called as a humanity centered design. Okay. Now the same example of the infant toothbrush, as much as Procter and Gamble, they have conquered the basic the people centered design or the initial part. Now plastic is still not bio friendly kind of a thing. Now, if you want to extend that human-centered design element into a humanity-centered, maybe we should look at alternative materials like, let's say, a bamboo or more biodegradable, materials to use in the same small and thick toothbrush to take care of the planet. Okay. So with that, context, we now move on to the future of design thinking or design thinking in ESG. And as a precursor to that, let me share this, this D School framework. This is a design thinking framework, and it's come from the Stanford D School. And a lot of the other frameworks that came beyond it are by and large on a similar lines kind of a thing. It goes through the phases of empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test itself. We'll go through each of those phases with an illustration of an ESG goal. But quickly to wrap up this slide, what you see that it's not design thinking is not a linear or a sequential process. You find that there are feedback loops coming from any stage to every stage. Even at the test stage, if you think that there is a problem and if we haven't got the requirements correctly, we come back all the way to the empathize phase and go meet our users once again, redefine our requirements, ideate on more solutions, and redo our prototypes before we roll it out into the market itself, right? So that's the Stanford D School framework. There are several other frameworks also that have been in existence, kind of a thing. But more by and large, most of them derive from these 5 phases in a similar manner. So with that context, let's now move on to our main topic in terms of how design thinking can be applied in the environmental, social, and governance. Right? I mean, as you're all familiar, it's E is environmental, the carbon. It talks about the factors that are impact the environment, be it carbon emissions or waste management practices. The social factors are whatever is impacting our stakeholders from an employees, customers, and the supplier standpoint. Governance is all about factors impacting the management of this whole process, be it in terms of shareholder rights or anti-corruption measures, etc. Together, they create a framework for evaluating a company's sustainability and its ethical impact. Okay, so this is what the UN Sustainable Goals. There are about 17 goals that have been UN has defined together, which will become a blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet. Right? It is an urgent call for action by all countries, developed and developing, in a global partnership. So therefore, ESG becomes important, and design thinking can truly play a role in the ESG context. So now, if I were to take one of the ESG goals, just for the purpose of illustration, I'll take the ESG goal 9, and the goal reads as industry, innovation, and infrastructure. How do you build resilient infrastructure that promotes inclusive and sustainable industrialization and fosters innovation? So that's the goal that's defined by the goal number 9. And this is one of the 2 goals which has an impact on all the 3 factors, as in has an impact on environment, social, and governance. I mean, that's the reason that I've taken this goal. And under this goal, there are several targets. The target that we've chosen for our illustration is target 9.3. It's all about increasing the access of a line of credit for increase of access to financial service providers for affordable credit kind of a thing, and how they can get integrated into the value chain and the marketplace itself. And every target has a certain indicator. Under the target of 9.3, there are two indicators, and one indicator is 9.3.2, which talks about proportion of small scale industries with a loan or a line of credit. So quickly to think that we are looking at a goal which looks at building a resilient infrastructure, and the target that we are looking at is how do you look at the access to financial services and affordable credit to small and medium firms, for example, and what is the proportion of industries that have access to this particular thing. So with that, now if I then go into the first phase, so now within the empathies phase, so the empathies is in the Stanford D School's first phase that is there. And the empathize phase the principle, the most relevant principle to my problem statement, most relevant with respect to SDG 9, for illustration purposes, I would have picked up human-centered design. It's all about understanding the end users in the ecosystem and what is it that is important to them. And with that principle, the most related practice or a tool or a technique is the empathy maps, because my primary activity here at this point is to figure out how do I do a needs assessment kind of a thing, right? So that's why I've taken a principle of human-centered design. My practice is empathy maps, and I want to assess the needs of my sector in this particular thing. So, for example, if I'm imagining a trader in a tier 2 city and the challenges of his industry with respect to the available infrastructure. So, whom am I empathizing? So now in the right side, you will see an empathy map. It goes through a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 step process. It looks at what the users are saying, doing, thinking, and what are their pains and gains. I'm empathizing in the step 1. I'm empathizing with the MSME sectors. What do they do? They manufacture or they trade. What do they need to be doing? They need to enhance productivity. They need to looking at ways to scale kind of a thing. What do they hear from their customers? They say from the financial service providers with respect to line of credit is in terms of they invariably keep asking for a strong collateral for it. And net of this is that what are their pains kind of a thing? Their main pains is that they need a short-term credit, and that too at a short notice kind of a thing. Short-term loans at short notice kind of thing. So this is what an empathy map will help us to do it out kind of a thing. And what is required here is a human-centered design. And the best way to capture that elements is through a empathy map. From the empathize phase, if I now go into the next phase, which is a define phase, in the defined phase, I'm embracing, and the principle that I've chosen is embracing ambiguity and diversity. Because I know that there is ambiguity in this whole process. The stakeholder that I'm dealing with are MSMEs on one side and the financial service providers. Stakeholders are the larger set of the people that you're working with. But within that, the role that they would take is different personas kind of a thing. Now I need to understand what, as a small trader, what if I go to a nationalized bank? The financial service providers persona as a nationalized bank could mean different as opposed to a small private bank, as opposed to a cooperative bank, or maybe there could be a lot of individual traders itself kind of a thing. So what I'm trying to do in this define phase is that my same scenario of a small trader in a tier 2 city, I'm trying to baseline what are all the different financial service providers that are available, and what are their different personas, and what are their different characteristics. So therefore, if I want to define my requirement, I would know what exactly and what is my best source of information that is available. Once I define my problem statement, then I go to the ideate phase. In the ideate phase, it is all about, now here I go wide. I mean, design thinking is all about converging. So in the define, we converge from various financial service providers into what could be my best suited. Now I diverge once again by opening myself into radical collaboration, by ideating, by prefixing the term, how might we get a line of credit or short-term credit at short-term notice from a cooperative bank, for example. And I want to ideate upon various particular solutions or scenarios around that. And I want to prefix that, and I would want to be looking at what are all the different kind of interventions that I need to take care to provide to get this particular thing. So in the ideation process, I might want to go beyond private banking and say that, okay, can I look at microfinance, for example? Or how do I get collateral? Like, I mean, I'm not able to get collateral on my own, but what if I go to a trading community? Like, okay, there is an industry body in the bigger cities like a chamber of commerce, or in the smaller towns, or for the MSME sector, if there is a small trading communities that are available for a particular thing. Can the community as a whole provide a certain amount of collateral for them, or chambers of commerce or industry bodies kind of. So these are all the different ideation techniques that one goes through and tries to identify what are all the possible interventions that we need to look at. Once I do that, then I come to the prototype, and I now try to co-create innovative solutions. For that, I would want to evaluate the business model canvas. So this lays out, like I said, it looks at what are customer segments. I'm looking at SMEs and MSMEs. My relationships are with the bank's relationship managers. The value proposition that I'm looking for is a short-term credit at short-term notice. And My cost structure is typically cost plus production, and my revenue stream might be cost plus margin. My partnerships are with industry bodies, etc. So this lays out the entire scenario, and whatever ideation, whatever technique that I would got, now I would plot against this and figure it out. Have I looked at thing, and how do I evaluate those particular outcomes? Once I know the particular solution, in the last phase, I test it out and I look at the implementing and iteratively improvising upon it. Now, what happens in a business scenario is that conventionally, what happens is that the outcome is a question about you could do a cost benefit analysis and figure it out, have I got my returns as ROI have been great kind of a thing. But in social things like ESG or maybe a CSR kind of an activities, what is important is that you need to measure the intended outcome, and we also want to monitor the unintended outcome also, and that is something that is new to the design thinking itself kind of thing. Now, if I were to apply the value proposition canvas here, the customer's jobs are manufacturing and trading. The pains that we said is the line of credit is one of the pain points that he's got. The gain that he's looking for is the access to the trading communities, for example. And in our solution, we were able to do that by providing the short-term credit at short-term notice, maybe through a microfinancing, which is supported or collateral that has been provided by the trading community, for example. So that is how we were able to draw the attention and make sure that the line of credit has been available. Kind of thing. So, and I talked about the monitoring part of it. So so the measure is that have I been able to provide the line of credit? The answer is yes, and I probably have succeeded here. But like I said, what we also need to do is that we need to monitor the unintended outcomes. For example, is that are we making sure that the line of credit that has been given is being used only for the exact purpose that it was been doing, and there not any misuses in this particular instance. So that is what one example that they would want to look out, only for the internet, or is there some kind of a nexus that is being formed, to take care of these, the intended outcomes kind of thing. Probably in the real estate world, the pre-RERA era was an example of the intended outcome, and there was some unintended outcome, and it was because of which the government had to intervene and formulate certain rules kind of thing. So this is how we've seen phases so far, and I've in a very quick and short way I've been able to walk through in terms of how design thinking, in terms of an SDG goals, the Human Sustainable Development Goals, can be applied when you're planning to implement them to address these goals, whatever be the relevant goal. Design thinking can definitely play a role in how you go about planning that process. How do you go about defining solutions that are good from a features point of view that are human centered and are also a humanity centered and are good from a planet standpoint kind of thing. We have taken a goal which has an impact on E, S, and G, all the three together. And we've seen that by applying a certain principle and related practices, how we can apply design thinking in this particular thing. And likewise, I'm confident that the process can be replicated for any of the other design thinking goals also. Okay, so that's a quick wrap through in terms of how we can apply design thinking in the ESG context. Uh, I mean, I normally do this over a couple of hours or a 2-day workshop. This is almost design thinking in ESG on steroids, or a real time scenario that has been done fast kind of thing. But then hope it kind of at least created some sense of awareness in terms of yes, design thinking can be what design thinking is and how it can potentially be applied in the ESG context. That concludes my talk, and I'm happy to take any questions that you would have. Thank you.
So first of all, it's very, very interesting topic, Dr. Mohan. I think you took us through the whole process very nicely, and it's something. My question is, how does that mid-size organizations can jump into ESG journey from to the design thinking? Yes, very large organizations, they have team to do it properly, and they have knowledge to do it. So, what is your advice for mid-sized manufacturing organizations? Largely, they ignore. They are not. They know about it, but they did not jump into the ESG compliance and whatever we do.
Right.
What is your advice for them?
So typically what happens, and actually in all honesty, I think design thinking and the ESG can be applied much more in an MSME kind of a context,
Mm.
because large organizations have teams, they could work on it. There must be some CSR activity which is going on. There's some group level thing. But for MSMEs as a whole, even a simple thing. I mean, I'm based out of Chennai, and we have a if I take a city like Coimbatore, for example, there is a lot of industries, a lot of MSME sector that is happening there, kind of a thing. And they're not mandated as such by by adherence to all of these goals, but in their own little way, if they can take care of consciousness in terms of there are other goals which talks about health and safety, for example. Now, all of us, irrespective of the size of the organizations, we are already handling this in some shape and form. We are providing health, we are providing safety, we are conscious about our environment, etc. We are doing all of this on our own. Now, on top of it, if I'm able to use these principles and do that in a slightly better way, in a slightly different way, and by doing so, I improve myself, and not only that, I'm getting closer and more compliant to SDG goals. It also becomes a value proposition for the organization as a whole itself, kind of a thing. So to that extent, it can be applied. One of the other challenges that these companies face is that most of these MSMEs are either first generation or second generation manufacturing organizations. They are largely family enterprises, and one of the this is a real challenge that they're facing is that to pass on this industry or this company onto the next generation is a real challenge that they're having, in the sense that
Correct.
I mean the current generation is pretty much looking for the soft skills or the IT tech kind of a jobs, etc. In a safer environments, in a much more condition, as opposed to a manufacturing shop floor kind of a thing. So how do they look at it, kind of a thing? Or how do they create if the owners or the founders next of kin are not willing to take that forward, how can they educate the local community and get them to scale up and take it forward? So there, what happens is that if you are able to provide them the education, if you are able to provide them your whole shop floor people, the villages, the rural people, if you're able to create education, which by the way is also another SDG goal kind of a thing in terms of learning and development around that. If you do that, you will be adhering to that goal, and by virtue of that, you'll be creating a workforce, you'll be creating environment, and you'll be able to take forward your company also. Kind of thing. So there are a platitude of ways in which these can be interlinked and learned and captured. They are already, I would say, they are already doing it. This gives you an avenue to do that in a slightly better way, in a different way. And the bonus point is that you also, in the process, you also become compliant to an SDG goal, which you may not be mandated, but it's good to have it.
Yeah. I think ESG, we should not consider that as a separate initiative. It's a culture, basically. So if you comply with that, so going forward, it will benefit you. And also, as you are aware, one of the main motivation for ESG compliance is about the investors. Okay. So I think they will look in that dimension anyways. Okay. So yeah, especially the environmental and social part. Governance, maybe to some extent they will do it. It's a mandatory for them for business success. So environmental and social, if the organization is aligned, then it's a long-term sustainability.
And up to
It's a
that
sustainable.
example that you brought about the investors and the social element of it, and if you also look at the today's consumer base kind of a thing, we're all talking about conscious capitalism and conscious consumerism, and making sure that the factories, whether it's a leather shoe factory or a garment factory, they are also in line with the way they treat the workforce and so on. If they take care of those factors, that is where I would buy those products as opposed to something else. And even in Europe, H&M also had a major issue around this, and so they have to get back and revisit that.
Fantastic. Design thinking and ESG combination is much very critical and also very interesting. So, any literature on this you would like to advise for the audience to follow through, or is it anything?
I mean,
Dr. Mohan?
there are several references that are available, and when you look at design
I
thinking,
personally don't find one good benchmark reference kind of thing. Maybe you need to follow your book.
no, no, my book is kind of limited to the consulting world. Anybody who's in the advisory service, yes, they can definitely gain from it. But there is what I could do, Abdul, is that maybe as part of the presentation, I'll plug in a few references or books that are there, which I'm sure
Yep.
that can be shared with the
Yep.
participants.
Yep. That will be
But there are, I mean, like I said, the IDEO people. There are some good videos from David Kelly, Tom Kelly. IDEO books on change by design, etc. is good. Design thinking. There's a gentleman called Pawan Soni who has written a book on design thinking,
Mhm.
and that it has got a lot of examples from the Indian industry kind of a thing. So from the Arvind Eye Care Foundation and so many other places that is there. When we look at design thinking from a design thinking in the ESG context, Dan Brown, who is also one of the authors, designing for a better world is one of the recent books where he talks about humanity centered design. And even Kotler, when he talks about marketing, he extended that into marketing into H2H marketing, what he calls it as. And there he emphasizes that design thinking plays a key role in it, and the design thinking mindset that the graphic, again, it's not Kotler's version. It has been in pre-existence, but he leverages that graphic to emphasize the importance of design thinking and in the context of human to human marketing. Literature is limited, but design thinking, it's more of a, like I said, it's more of a mindset, and it can be applied in any industry kind of a thing. I'm currently working on how design thinking can be applied in the education sector, and there's tremendous potential.
Excellent. Excellent lecture. So, any top three key takeaways from you, Dr. Mohan, for the audience?
Right. So I would say that design thinking is fundamentally it's a human-centered design, and it can be applied in any particular field. It's all about putting I mean, we use the firm term, put yourself in the customer's shoes, very loosely, but focusing on empathize literally means that itself kind of a thing. And as you learn the design thinking process, and when I teach and when people apply that, two things stand out. One, you can apply it quickly in any particular context. So that in that sense, students are quite happy about the concept of design thinking, and they even extend that further, saying that you can quickly start to see apply that in your own personal life itself kind of a thing. And there are books on that, also designing your life is another book that comes to my mind, where you can apply design thinking principles in a personal way kind of a thing. So it's all about looking at the problem from a customer standpoint, understanding what they need, how we can create a solution. We want to make sure that we ideate and we collaborate with as many possible. We co-create solutions. We take our customers into confidence in terms when to hear our problem, but when it comes to solutioning, we assume that we do it, we know better and we do it. But what design thinking advocates is that involve your customers also in the problem solving process. And design thinking requires us to look at the not just our customers, but our customers, as in the end customers itself kind of a thing. So if I were to do design thinking for a bank, it's no longer good in terms of talking to the bank, but I should be able to reach out to the end customers to figure out what are their real needs kind of thing. So if
Great.
you look at these principles, I'm sure you'll be able to apply design thinking and get the true value out of it.
Yeah. So one question from Ajay Nair is, how are we in India placed in design thinking compared to the global standards at the moment?
Right. We probably, like I said, in the Indian context, it started to become popular more in the 5 to 10 odd years, I would say. We started, in my survey, I discovered this by accident about a decade ago, and since then I got quite fascinated, and that's how I said, rather than products and services, can I apply it in the consulting and advisory space? It was doable, and I created the hypothetical framework. I took it to the practitioners and thought for my doctoral thesis, and it was found to be valid. Design thinking started to become popular at the board level, in the education sector. The Indian government in the schools also, they are propagating design thinking even at a school level, 7th or 10 plus 2 levels also. Uh, all the engineering colleges and the B schools in the academic circles, they've taken it up in a large way. They are using, industry is currently using design thinking. Whenever you go for, let's say, when you do a strategy planning or a business plan for the next year, they are looking at design thinking. So it's not that you need to apply design thinking as a whole, go through the same sequence of 5 phases and do it. Just
Mhm.
take a principle. Okay, in the past, if I'm doing it, am I doing it only with one stakeholder? Am I inviting my customer into my strategy planning process? Even if you do that one step, that's good enough for me, kind of thing, right? So there are various stakeholders. Are we involving them? So it is gaining momentum. People are much more and more familiar with it, and they do want to take it forward.
Excellent. So thank you, Dr. Mohan, for a very insightful lecture. Due to time constraint, yeah. So we, ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Dr. Mohan for insightful lecture. If you have any questions to Dr. Mohan, please post it in YouTube or share it to our team, the organizing team. We will just make sure that you get connected and discuss with Dr. Mohan to answer your questions. And also, if you need any help in ESG or design thinking initiatives, please reach out to Dr. Mohan. Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mohan, for the session. Wonderful session. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for the session until 6 p.m. today, IST. Just one note is YouTube link. Please make sure that everybody have YouTube link in case if there is any disconnect in the LinkedIn. You can always use YouTube link as a backup. Okay. So, but maybe after 2 o'clock, you will have an issue with the LinkedIn live telecast. So, you just the most reliable is the YouTube link. Please do that. And if there is any questions, please make sure that you ask it, and we make sure that they get answered from the speakers. So thank you very much for staying, in the session. All participants, I would like to welcome Ajay Nair. Nice to see you, Ajay. Nice to see you. So thank you very much for joining the session today. Ajay Nair, he will give a lecture on India against bots. Okay, so he is like a financial transformation expert who helps rapidly growing businesses to regain control by strengthening cash management, compliance, liquidity, forex strategy, budgeting, reporting, and valuation to enable sustainable, well-governed growth. So, Ajay ji, just introduce yourself very quickly, and also maybe you can talk about the topic. It's very interesting, and then look forward. I personally waiting to see your presentation. Ajay ji, yeah.
Thank you, Abdulji. Thank you for having me. Namaskar to you. Namaskar to all the participants. Sometime back, Abdulji and his team got in touch with me and said that, why don't you do a session on financial management? And I said, okay, let's do a session on financial management, but from a slightly unconventional point of view. Why unconventional? Because I think this is a very, very important aspect of our financial ecosystem. And unfortunately, we do not focus enough. So therefore, I thought that this is perhaps a good platform to bring across something that we perhaps are ignoring it or choosing to ignore. So I'm going to spend the next half an hour or so talking about something that we have seen in our daily lives, but perhaps don't give so much importance to it. So my urge over the session, and I hope towards the end of the session that we will become a little more conscious of it and perhaps start acting. So Abdulji, thank you for the platform.
Forward, Ajay ji. Yeah, you can share the screen if you have
Sure.
presentation. Let me go offline. Yeah.
Is this clear, Abdulji?
Yep, it is visible. So you can, yes, perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. And we can hear you also.
So India needs bots. So first of all, what is bots? To understand what is bots, one needs to look at if you go to your bank account on the net banking platform, just before accessing your account, you will have a little window that says that are you a human being? If yes, type this little thing or identify this animal or identify the cycle, they'll give you an image which you need to apply for. So when you think back and you say, okay, why are you doing this? Basically, you're doing this to find for the system to find out that you are a human being. Now, is that all? Eh, On an operational basis, no, but on a practical basis, yes. Right? They are trying to identify that you are not a bot. Okay, so I'm going to be spending the next half an hour or so talking about bots, its implications to the economy, uh, how it can be controlled, and where India can play a big role. So that's essentially the four parts that we were going to be talking about. Uh, Abdulji has already mentioned that this is what I do. I'm a chartered accountant by profession, and I work on new age companies with capital efficiencies and digital, and particularly in the digital world. So let's go straight into the topic, right? So the next half an hour, we're going to look at India's digital landscape. We're going to look at the bot challenge, the economic impact, why our traditional controls will not work, right? What's the new approach? What's How can India position itself in the new approach, and how would you go about implementing it? Just to give you how big the implications of this, and that's one of the reasons why I believe the financial community needs to start looking at it, is India is the world's largest digital infrastructure system. I mean, we've got more internet users than many countries. We've got more mobile connections than many countries, right? And this scale is only growing. Now, every time you have a new system, you have people around it trying to beat the system. That's not new. That's been there ever since humankind came into being, and that is not going to change in the future as well. We have 504 million UPI users in India. Now that's the population of many countries, right? Of many countries put together. We are growing 46% year on year on digital payments. You may thank COVID for it, but nevertheless, we are growing at an astronomical rate as compared to the rest of it. Digital economy is growing about 2.5 times more faster than the overall economy, right? 8% of your retail market share is now under e-commerce, right? 14% of your I mean, and this will grow to 14% over the next 4 years, right? About 62 million odd jobs are being created by the digital economy. So this is not a small thing. This is a large aspect of our economy that's sitting out here, which is prone to exploitation. So automation typically is a need that we must go to make things faster, as Dr. Mohan also pointed out, right? But however, when we automate, we assume that everything is working right. We have a trust, right? Now, this trust is no longer implicit. It must be designed, right? So, bots to me is not a technology problem. It is a leadership and a system design problem. And I'll explain to you how. So, let's understand what does a bot do? A bot is like if I may put it in simple words, a bot is like a relative who comes home, right? Who overstays his welcome, eats all your snacks, and does not pay for it, right? So he consumes a lot of, he or she, it consumes a lot of your resources, but has nothing to do. Now that's a bot, right? So it clicks, it registers, it applies, it transacts, it consumes, and it shapes your future algorithms, right? So they're hackers, they're economic actors. That's exactly different from hacking, right? So much like I said, it pretends to be a human user. It does all those attributes like a human being does on a digital platform, on a digital landscape, right? But unlike human beings, where we can do one transaction at a time, bots can do thousands of them at the same time, right? So, like I said, bots follow a simple script, and that script it does better than many other things uh, in the world, right? Now, human users, we are restricted by attention. We can do one thing at a time. We like to take breaks. We like to sleep in the night and wake up in the day. Bots don't do anything. It can operate 24/7. It can operate the same script again and again, right? And it can do this infinitely. So unlike human beings, bots are something that are far more energetic than we are. Now you will say, okay, how different is this from the virus? A virus damages your system, right? A bot only exploits your system. So that's the difference. A virus is only there to damage your system. A bot is there to use your incentives, use your resources, use your bandwidth, use your server capability, and take and use it for purposes that it incurs. That's a little key difference between a virus and a bot. I mean, this is factual data here, right? 37% of all internet traffic is coming from bots. So if somebody tells you, or if you have a financial influencer, you have influencers telling you, I want 100 million subscribers, you can be rest assured a third of that is not human beings, right? $540 billion is the bot economy in India. I mean, we don't realize how big this is, this large thing which is yet hidden underneath the entire landscape. If a third of our internet traffic is bots, so you can imagine a third of your internet spend is also going towards bots, right? And 48% of bot traffic users use very advanced techniques. These are not techniques that are normally identified easily by your bank account capture, right? So these are not isolated incidents. This is a systematic, organized challenge to challenge your digital systems, right? If you just imagine, if you have a lot of money, you're bound to have thieves around your house. And that's exactly what's happening out here. Because India is a large digital infrastructure, you're bound to have people who are trying to exploit that infrastructure. Now, like I said, e-commerce is one of the largest bot hit ecosystems, right? Uh, E-commerce, as you know, in India offers a lot of discounts to start you to invite you to the website and offers you. So what consumes more less than half of your e-com discounts, right? Obviously, because it's not a human being, there is no conversion, right? So it is a lot of money that you actually pay to get what we call invalid traffic. 31% of your loan applications are actually bot driven. Uh, Dr. Mohan spoke about design thinking and why certain implications should come to everybody else. This is precisely the reason that's been exploited, right? 21% of your fraudulent transactions come through bots. So we don't realize that this is a fraud that's sitting within ourselves, and we are probably circumventing. Uh, in the gaming industry, one of the largest, and the entertainment industry, one of the largest growing industry in this ecosystem, 40% of your server capabilities are occupied by bots, right? And server cost is basically the largest cost in an ecosystem, in a digital ecosystem. So these impacts across the digital ecosystem. This does not individual companies. This also not impact individual companies, but this impacts the entire industry as a whole. Okay. So there are more digital transactions in India than the stars that you can see from the other side. That's the volume of the digital industry right now. So what do? They abuse your onboarding process because it's not a human being. You believe that as a human being is being onboarded. That's probably not true because most companies will realize that it's actually bots that are using your registration flows. They create false identities. They drain out your promotional budgets. So if you say come to my website and take a 50 rupee voucher, it's bots that are taking it. It's not a human being that's taking it. Okay, and they manipulate the reward systems. Okay, they create artificial engagement. Okay, and inflate, and so therefore any metrics that you're seeing, from Google AdWords or Google Analytics, you can be not sure that those are inflated, right? So this is not a distortion. Okay, this is a distortion. This is not just a fraud. Fraud is a small thing you can control it. This is a distortion across the industry, right? That's how serious it is. And I've got some factual data to show it to you, right? So let us see. Gaming industry is where 65% of your are inflated user metrics. E-com platforms, essentially close to half of your discounts are taken by bots. Right? And in financial services, almost a third of your applications are botful. Right? So you can imagine the amount of contamination a marketing manager or a CEO is looking at, where a third of it is not even a part of his business, but for which he's paying for it, right? So it's like what are those people who come to a supermarket? They come and try all the free samples and then don't buy a thing. So you can compare a bot to a guy who walks into the supermarket, samples of the free thing and doesn't buy a thing and goes away, right? So that's how you compare a bot to in the digital space. Okay. So let's look at performance marketing because that's where really the spends are happening, right? So when I say performance marketing, let's look at an example. And I don't mean to specifically talk about any company, but let's say Flipkart is paying a digital marketing or a performance marketing agency a crore to get, let's say, 10 lakh people, human beings into the site. So essentially what it's saying is you get me a human being, I will pay you 10 rupees, right? Now let's say 10 lakh people come in, but a third of them are bots. Now, what's happening? Flipkart has just paid 30 lakh rupees down the drain for which it's not going to get any conversion, right? And worse, you use that data for your future planning, right? So not only is it contaminating your current state of affairs, it's also affecting your algorithms to learn from, right? So it is not only contaminating at one level, it is contaminating as we go along. The more we continue, the more it contaminates, right? So resources get redirected. So what happens is you tend to plan your your digital campaign based on 5 or 6 platforms. Your budgets tend to get allocated to places where bots are also high because you believe that's where you're getting the highest amount of traffic, so to say, but not necessarily conversion, right? So capital follows distortion. And that is the irony, and that's where I believe that's where I believe the financial community needs to take step in because it's taking your capital tends to flow with the distortion, right? So that's a dangerous sign. Obviously, they are not human beings, so there's no way it's going to do any conversion for you, right? Uh, you'll have a falling return on investment. Just like I gave you an example, you're spending a crore, 30 of lakh rupees is spent on bonds. So your ROI is already lower by that extent. Right? And you've got a very poor conversion rate, obviously, because they're not customers at all. There's actually an electronic pulse that's coming to your website, and you believe that's traffic. It's not, right? So think of it like a leaking tap in your bathroom. Drop by drop, right? Uh, it's not going to empty you in one night, but your water bill will make sure that your bill in the water will make sure that's quite high, right? So obviously, IRR, right? As finance people, we tend to look at everything from a measurement from an IRR perspective. Your IRR is completely wrong, right? 28% of your IRR is contaminated due to almost 30% of your bots coming in, right? So a third of your spends will not give you an IRR. And this is not just hearsay, and I'll show you with factual data. Okay. So it sends you false positives. You look like your marketing manager is doing very well because he's getting the traffic into your website. But those are all false promises, right? Uh, Once it contaminates your algorithm in the future, right? Because you believe that this is the right channel and the right amount of system, the bots, the traffic coming into your, that planning is taken in the future, right? And obviously, your salespeople are chasing bad leads. Your service is based on fake demand. You are putting up people on fake demand, and also your methods for improving customer acquisition is also wrong because those methods and those expenditures are going towards something that is not even human being. Okay. Now, when I say clear trust, I've got some clear trust data. This is factual data that I'm putting out. Uh, there is a 28% reduction in IRR on an average, and in some cases up to 45%, which means for every 1 rupee you spend, 50 paise is going towards fraud, 50 paise is what's value, right? Now, why does it affect India so much? Because of our size, right? We decided to make digital infrastructure big and fast, right? Which is not to slow down the system, but we have to start behaving, understanding that where are we spending our money, right? So bots don't waste money; they corrupt your tomorrow's decision making, and that is to me is worse than what it is doing today. So where do the bots come from? So I am not too sure whether you are aware, but in places like Vietnam, China, Indonesia, you have something called click farms, where thousands of mobiles are connected. You must have seen this, Abdulji. Thousands of mobiles are connected to a single server, and
Yeah.
on a single click of a button, you will have hits on the various websites that you pay. So these are called click farms, right? Almost a third of our bots come from these click farms, right? I'm just naming a few countries. This could be there anywhere in the world, right? They can come from infected devices. So if I have a mobile phone that's infected with a bot, the signal my mobile phone goes to other websites will also be a bot only, right? Then there will be incentive exploiters. People will come to my website and take a 50 rupees voucher promotional offer. Those are being exploited by bots, right? Those are not human beings where money is going. At worst, market manipulation, right? Today we've got a lot of private equity investments. We've got a lot of investments going basis that this is the amount of traffic in my website. A third of it is false. So that's a market manipulation. So let me give you some data. Over the last 3 years, we have 130 million verified bots with their IP addresses. Can you imagine 130 million bot IP addresses which hit typically any marketing campaign, right? So we've got the data with us. 65% of this come from tier 2 and tier 3 cities, right? So how large is this economy? 540 billion rupees. That is how large this fraud ecosystem operates out of bots. Now, why can we apply like traditional control systems and catch it, right? Capture, as we started this presentation by saying capture excludes genuine users. Now, the way we the way we have designed India is that we do not want to create hurdles every time we have a person who's coming into the digital economy, right? So therefore, we want to create a hurdle-free method of to doing it. Now, high friction also creates intrusion, right? So digital initiatives prioritize accessibility over security because we want to, like somebody said earlier, that we want to reach out to people who are not banked. We want to reach out people in the rural areas. We want to reach out people in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. That's our objective. So it is against our principle to put a filter on capture to understand, to filter them. So that's one of the traditional systems that does not work in India. Because our objective is to reach out to our population far faster than others. Okay. Also, when you block too many things, I mean, you must have seen that if your website is asking you too many questions that you find irritating, you tend to go away, right? So over blocking also damages trust, right? So that is our ecosystem. So one of the reasons why we feel that India cannot do a copy paste of the Western countries, we have to have our own solution, right? 40% new users abandon sign-up due to capture. Because like I just told you, we don't like irritants in the way. Right? And that creates a huge amount of loss. Right? Almost 10 million of legitimate, normal human beings walk out because of these filtering systems. And these are the realities of today. Right? So the traditional method of blocking a bot is like you're trying to break a nut with a sledgehammer, not with a small hammer, with a sledgehammer, right? You may break the nut, but you will end up damaging the picture. So let me just give you, simple parallel examples that you and me can relate to. Okay. Uh, So identity and intent are two different things. Traditional systems are very focused on trying to identify who you are, whereas in the new ecosystem, you should be finding out what you intend to do, right? Static-based systems do not lacks the understanding of behavioral pattern. So because we don't know what they intend to do, we don't understand the behavioral pattern. Okay. And fiction diaries, like I said, people have too many things, asking too many questions, go to capture, write this so many times, type this again. We don't like it, we tend to move away because it reduces the user experience. Right? Uh, so India needs what's called a context-aware system, right? To understand behavioral pattern rather than relying on static ones, right? So So, like I said, from is it to how is it behaving is the shift in the leadership. It's the shift in the thinking. Is this allowed? So, from is this allowed to does this intent align with what we are thinking? So, like I said, from an identity-based verification, we need to get into a behavior-based assessment, right? So, just an Aadhaar is identity-based verification. Whereas what India needs is that Aadhaar a human being or is it a bot where by behavior we could find out whether that particular item is welcome or not welcome. And most importantly, it does something that's in the back of the mind or very much more important. It reduces your trust. And that is exactly what we need to move from reactive security to proactive trust building. It requires a new leadership thinking for the new age problem that we are talking about. So, look at it this way. It's like if you go to a nightclub in Hyderabad, Abdulji, you have a couple of bouncers standing outside, right?
Yep.
Now, if a bouncer is just looking at your ID, just looking at your face and letting you in, right? You may get a lot of people that's walking in the door, but the troublemakers will not be stopped.
Correct.
Right? So what you need is a system where the regulars are getting into the club and the troublemakers are stopped in the door. In a very simple example.
Yeah. So you mean to
Right?
say that these bots most likely stop the genuine
It does.
people.
It does. I mean, I'll just give you an example. If, for instance, the way to catch a bot today is to identify captcha is one such thing, right? If you notice, whenever you go to net banking, it asks you for a captcha before you actually get into your account, right? Now that is not a likable thing because that creates trust deficit. right? So what it does is it drives away. Now, this is in a bank account, we have no choice but to go in. But let's say if you are asked to put up a capture in Flipkart, would you go in or would you stay there, right? For instance, if you go to Flipkart or Amazon, and every time you go to a new page, it asks you for a capture. The chances are that you will go away from the site. So that's what I'm trying to say. Bots create an ecosystem where genuine users move away. So this new challenge requires a new leadership, right? A leadership that looks at problems affecting the performance rather than the performance itself. So if our leadership today is looking at performance, non-performance, but does not look at the reason why that's not happening. So it requires a continuous, conceptual, invisible to users and decisive action against abuse. Right? So it's a bit like that story, the example I gave you of a bouncer standing in front of a club. Right? It needs a system where regulars are let in and the nuisance makers are chased out from the door. Now that's the leadership approach that needs to take. Today's leadership approach is like, let's get more people in and hopefully they will convert. So that requires a complete shift in the way you understand things. So what should be done? I mean, so let's look at solutions here, right? First of all, India needs, I believe, and this is when I say India against bots. The topic was India against bots. Is that we have decided that this is an area that we will be fighting on head on. Obviously, we can't do this just by myself or a few other people. So what we are looking to do is we are looking to create 1,000 media quality auditors in India over the next 1 year. They will be trained on identifying bots. They will be trained how to stop bots, and they will be trained how to permanently eliminate the bots from their system. So we do this by a training program. We do this by a certification and by an institutional framework. Okay. And obviously, it requires CFO grade scrutiny of your digital spends. So when a CFO is looking at his digital spends, he needs to now start looking at it not just what is the conversion, but how much of traffic came in, how much of the traffic was fraudulent, where your digital spends are going in. Okay. This can be done with a couple of things. You can do so our media auditors will do a one-time media quality audit with your website, right? And once you have a one-time media audit, this gives you an actionable point as to where your problems lie. Now, your bots come from various different sources. Some sources may have less bots, some sources may have large bots. So you have to start the media audit, which our 1,000 media auditors will do, will start creating, identify signal distortion, a CFO readable baseline, and obviously actionable insights. Like I said, we have 130 million IP addresses which are confirmed bot. So what I would urge marketing people is to go, let's say they are doing a campaign. Now, there are two types of campaigns that we do. Companies like Amazon, Flipkart, Meesho, they do campaigns across the year. Now, there are many companies or many brands that do a campaign only for Diwali. They do a campaign only for Christmas. They do a campaign for Eid. They do a campaign for Independence Day. Now, what you could do is the alternatively is that take our entire bot database and put that in your campaign so that at least these 130 million bots will not come into your campaign. You may get new ones, but you will be rest assured that you won't get this 130 million. So you can do an immediate exclusion from your system. So obviously you stop obvious waste and it's quite quickly deployed. What that results in? It results in a lower customer acquisition cost, a higher ROI invariably, right? And a faster conversion. Today, with a bot selling, we are converting, let's say, 5%, which actually is about 8% or 9%. But we are converting at 5% because we got bot traffic will never buy the thing, right? And because of that, we take conversion mitigation steps and spend more money on, right? Which is obviously a whole lot of waste. So the new digital economy requires to identify what as a problem and start taking mitigating steps towards it. Clear Trust is not, this is not an advertisement for Clear Trust, but that can identify and stop a fortunate in India that Clear Trust is a completely 100% made in Bharat product. So Clear Trust, so Clear Trust is a trust layer that we want to put in as part of our fight against bots. C360 CFO Services is proud to be an India distributor and a governance partner with local expertise on this.
Hello. Ajay ji, Kevin, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So the voice is little break.
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay. Okay.
Sir, he left from the.
He will join, I think. He will
Yeah.
join. Just a minute. So let's wait for maybe there is a disconnect from Ajay ji. Wait for a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I think there is a disconnect from Ajay ji, so he will join back. So meanwhile, just an important note is, please keep your YouTube link accessible. In case you have disconnect from LinkedIn, please make sure that you have an YouTube link. That is one important notice. The second thing is, please post your questions to all the speakers, even if they have completed the sessions. So we make sure that those questions get answered. And if you would like to connect to them, just let us know. We'll do that. Okay. So just Praveen, just check with maybe you can give a call to
Yeah, yes, sir, I'm
uh,
good.
yeah, yeah. So stay tuned for a minute. So very interesting sessions from today morning. So we had Ravi Ramanathan talking about AI and analytics for business excellence, strategy management, and decision intelligence. And Arvind Saraf talking about performance management for business excellence. Mohan is talking about design thinking in ESG. So this is the fourth session for today. We talk about India against bots, very technology driven for financial transformation. Uh, Very insightful. Maybe it's a little more modern topic, late maybe technology topic, which I think many of us not aware of it. When if Ajay ji joins, well, we would like to conclude a topic. Yeah. So just we'll just ping Ajay ji in case if he can come back. Not sure. Yeah. We would like to just wait for a minute to hear from Ajay Nair. Send a message. So meanwhile, Praveen, just make sure that Rodolphe D'Souza is
Yes, sir.
there, is available. So maybe he has some technology, maybe connectivity issue or something. No problem. Yeah. So if Ajay joins, no, we can always take a conclusion from him. So instead of keeping audience waiting, so we can just continue. Sure. Problem. No problem. So let Rodolphe join us. The next speaker maybe has some issue. No problem. Good afternoon, Mr. Rodolphe. Nice to see you again. So thank you for joining the session today.
Yes.
Uh, yeah, we have 10 more minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so maybe you can use that for an introduction and
Yes. Do
the
you
things.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah,
I just want to check if I can share the screen.
yeah. So let me do introduction. Okay, then maybe you can talk about it. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Rodolphe D'Souza. Uh, Rodolphe D'Souza will talk about how to design strategy for unknowable. Rodolphe is an organizational transformation leader with 20 plus years of experience, a creator of whole organizational engagement, driving culture embedded ESG, sustainability, and engagement initiatives that harness collective intelligence to deliver self-sustaining and high-impact outcomes. So, welcome, Rudolf ji. You can talk more about yourself because you will get some few more minutes time. So, yeah,
No, what I'd
please.
like to tell Praveen is that Praveen, you share with the screen because somehow I'm not able to share the screen from here. I've sent the presentation to him.
Yeah, sure, sir. I will.
Yeah. So actually today I'm going to talk on a very important new concept, on strategy. And all strategies have actually been designed many decades back. They were designed in an age where actually change was expected, but change was supposed to be linear. It was supposed to be incremental. There were not so many factors, so the complexity was less. And so therefore today I'm going to take it's a bit of a serious topic. It's a bit of a bit of a heavy topic also. And normally it takes you 2 to 3 days of training plus another year or two of implementation before you can actually apply what I'm going to talk to you about. But I've got this 45 minutes in which I'm going to give you a glimpse of how to create strategy in a complex situation. Today we don't know the future, what is happening. So it is important for us. So the framework that I'm going to put for you, it is not a model, it is a framework. When we talk of models, models are basically used when it reflects the reality. But today I'm talking about a framework, okay, and I hope that the audience will gain from this.
Look forward.
Yeah. So Praveen, if you're able to share my screen, can I start, or do you want me to wait a bit?
Yeah,
Yeah.
wait 2 seconds, sir. I will share.
Yeah. I'm a strong believer in whole organization engagement, so I do believe that lot people have intelligence, and how can you harness that intelligence, the creativity of people, in order to also help you in your strategies, organization strategies, execution, getting better ideas. So this is one of the frameworks that actually helps you to do it. And I would like the audience, whatever challenges you're facing, if you can put it on the screen and we can have a discussion on that, in this thing, it would be really helpful.
Yeah. Are you sharing, Praveen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Praveen, is my screen now available to see?
Did you try to share it, sir?
Yes, yes, yes.
Just share the screen and select the whole screen.
Yes, I did. Can you see it now?
Yeah.
The
Not
presentation?
yet. Not yet. Maybe it comes
Mm, okay.
in a few seconds. Even share it with me in case if you have any difficulty.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, now some screen is coming up. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you can put it into a slide mode if you want.
Okay.
You can see the screen now.
Praveen, you're sharing it or I'm sharing it? Let me just try.
It is from my end. You can go.
You're
Uh,
from your end. Okay, okay, okay. So, friends, welcome all of you to this session. As I mentioned, I'm going to talk about how to design for an unknown future. Today, we are facing so much of volatility and so designing a strategy is quite a lot has with the guessing game. Secondly, when we design a strategy, we might find that few months down the line something has happened, and it may not work the way we expected it to work. So, how do you design something that is robust, okay, and that is able to actually help you execute your strategy better? So, please move to the next screen. So what's the significance of this date? Could anyone share this in the chat, or you want to unmute if you can and tell me what's the significance of this date? 20th January, exact months back. Something happened and the world has not been the same ever since. I won't wait for answers because I have got a short time. The 20th of January 25 is when Donald Trump was installed as the president of the US. And ever since then, the world is facing daily volatility. Every day, something new. He's the only person who's been in the news constantly every day since he took over. Open the newspaper, definitely you'll see Donald Trump. Even our popular prime minister is not so much in the news as Donald Trump is. And this is global. And for India, it has been a major shakeup. We never expected that there would be such a turmoil in our relationships. in the tariffs. There are some industries which are struggling. The rupee to dollar exchange rate has changed dramatically. So actually, we are in a VUCA and a bunny situation. You must have heard of the term VUCA. So it is a volatile, uncertain, ambiguous, and a complex situation that we are in. And Bunny talks about being brittle. You must have heard the terms. Today we have moved from VUCA to Bunny. Actually, both are same. It is brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible. Okay, so I'll explain these terms, but please understand the way I have put it forward is that I'm saying Bunny is something internal, VUCA is external. Okay, move to the next slide, please. So Bunny talks about being brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible. Okay, next slide, please. What I have taken a stance here is that I am taking that Bunny is all about internal factors. So while VUCA is about external factors. So when we talk of Bunny, the brittleness part of it, today organizations still have got rigid hierarchies. Management wants to control, whereas you've got youngsters who have come into the organization with expectations, with good qualifications. They want to be able to use their intelligence. That's why I talk a lot about whole organization intelligence. Okay, a lot of anxiety is being created. There's a whole employee burnout. You hear of employee suicides happening, which was not the case earlier. And there is a non-linear, there's so much of disconnect. Small efforts, small factors are leading to drastic changes. Take, for example, the changes in the PF rules. Take the changes so now people's basic have to be more than 50%. And this is affecting organization people, their entire EMIs, etc., have to change because their income tax has changed. So people are living in that thing. Small changes are actually creating non-linear sort of effects. And even in organizations, small changes the organization makes, saying that, okay, we are going to change this policy, and it has a lot of effect. Like an organization which I know, they just said that, okay, we will not be covering your parents free of cost for their insurance. We would like you to pay for it because things have become expensive, etc. And this caused so much of resentment in the organization. So that was something that the company had to then realize and had to withdraw that, because it was not of great cost to the company, but in terms of employee satisfaction, it created a hangama in the organization. Secondly, we are fed with information overload, and there's a lack of clear picture. There's no direction given. People don't know what is my role in the organization strategy. So there's a lot of fear. So this is Bunny. These are all internal organization factors. We'll move to VUCA. The next slide, please, which is about volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. Please move to the next one. We have never seen so much of volatility, the rate of change that is happening. Today, everyone is talking about three things that are changing. One is AI is coming in. Secondly, climate change. And third is the external factors in terms of tariffs, taxes, etc., and so on. Okay, you can move to the next slide. So the rate of change, we've never seen such fluctuations ever since 20th of January. Praveen, move to the next slide, please. And there's so much of social media constantly being bombarded. You open your feed in the morning and you're fed with a lot of information which you may have researched, but it keeps bombarding you. And these algorithms actually are a danger because they feed you only what you have looked at once or twice. You may want other views, but you are actually being fed. Today, and I also talk about a large bit of anxiety is coming because we are not looking at the newspapers, which is a printed media. We're looking only at the online media, not even television. Move to the next one, please. And there's so much of uncertainty, climate change, regulations, tariffs. So it has been such a decade of uncertainty. Ever since coronavirus, things have changed. People started working from home. We thought things would be better, etc. But again, that stress has come in now. And finally, things move to the next slide. It's about complexity. We are not sure what is affecting what. When we try to do something, there's so many different factors which are affecting the organization. and your decision making. So, and the last slide, please, on VUCA. This is about ambiguity. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. So, no, previous slide. So look at this dot. Is it inside the box or outside the box? Each one will have their own different view on this, whether the dot is inside. So there's so much of ambiguity, and everyone is taking such a rigid stance that my stance is right, and thing, etc. So there's so much of ambiguity, even across whether it is related to tariffs or whether it is related to anything else. For example, I there's a example that I recently came across, a German company. It has its manufacturing in Germany, China, India, and Mexico. And they closed down their manufacturing in Germany. It was too expensive. So they focused a lot on Mexico and said Mexico would supply to US. And what happened? 20th of Jan, Trump came in and said, no, Mexico cannot supply. So then India became the next preferred supplier. But now and anyway, China was out of favor, so there was tariffs on China. And so what has happened is that now there are tariffs on India. So this company is feeling that why did we close our German facility? So there is so much of ambiguity and that is going on. Next slide, please. So actually, if you see today, what is the modern situation in which we are in when we have to take strategy? There's many things are unsolvable. They're complex and they're often messy. There are a lot of threatening, okay, enigmatic, okay, and there are multiple choices that we need to make. And sometimes the choices we make in hindsight turn out to be wrong, like I explained about this company. Okay, move to the next slide. So I'm sure people will be thinking everything is VUCA, everything is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. So I want to ask the question, really, is everything a VUCA situation? Is it a bunny situation? Okay, next slide, please. Next one. Just pause. Okay. So because we are seeing so much of volatility around us, we believe that everything is volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous, and we are struggling in taking decisions. But look at what is on the screen right now. Some things are predictable. There is a normal customer complaint, or there is a software that you want to tweak, or you are recruiting at a lower level. Okay, so these, just press once, please, Praveen. Praveen, just press the one. Yeah. So these are business as usual scenarios. Okay, so a customer complaint, software tweak, etc. Sometimes when we have to expand our operations, we are going into a new geography. Praveen, just wait. I'll tell you when to shift. Now keep it like that. Sometimes we're expanding to a new geography. Okay, or we are onboarding a new customer, or we are recruiting at a senior level. What we need to do is that we need to actually bring in expertise. We need to have discussions, etc. The first one is like a checklist. We keep a checklist and people can go. So there are different parts of a business which are actually very stable. Very stable. They are acting very stably. So you need to understand that, okay, this aspect of my organization or this part of my strategy, what I have to look after, this is actually very stable part of it. Maybe it works. Sometimes I may need to use a little bit of expertise, but these are stable parts of my business. Praveen, press next one. But sometimes there can be chaos. Like the virus came in so suddenly. Started sometime in March, we became aware of coronavirus. 20th of, just hold it, Praveen. 20th of March, we were into a lockdown. Okay, and the whole world changed. Sometimes you can have floods or the AQI, like in Delhi and North India, what is happening right now. The AQI is crossing 500. It is not even showing on the readings. Or what happened at Indigo recently. There was a pilot shortage and the entire industry got disrupted. So these are situations where there are breakdowns, where there's chaos, where there's disorder. Okay, so some parts of a business are very stable and sometimes there is a breakdown and chaos. Okay. Next, Praveen, again. Yes. And there are situations where there are too many variables to know what is affecting what. Okay, like today it's the geopolitical and the volatile tariffs that an organization is facing. In certain industries like textiles, what has happened is that they've just sort of shut down. People have lost their jobs, etc., because the market has changed. They cannot now supply to their regular people, so they're trying different experiments, etc. But it has come as a break. Okay, then there are changing regulations. Okay, or sometimes there are shifting customer preferences. Like, for example, in Bangalore, because of the traffic situation, people started going less and less to restaurants or going to malls because of the traffic situation. Now the rents are very high. So suddenly you come into a situation where what do you do? Should you continue with the rent? Should you close down your restaurant? If you go take home, do I need such a big area? These are situations. So, Praveen, okay, so this part is VUCA. On the left-hand side, top corner is VUCA situations, okay, where there are too many variables to know what is affecting what. Okay, so this is a VUCA situation. So in your organizations, some parts are stable and some parts are volatile. Some parts are not near control, where it is chaos, breakdown, etc., not near control. Where it is a VUCA situation, I am going to talk to you a framework that you can use in order to create your strategies. Praveen, please press the button once more, once more, and once more. So what I have done is that I have framed this, put it into a frame, and I have drawn lines. Remember, I have not created horizontal and vertical line. So this is not a grid. This is not a 2 by 2 matrix. Okay, this is a volatile matrix. Okay, I've just drawn lines to differentiate it, and I have put definitions for it. Now, these are, I want you to note down, these are actual technical definitions. So it is a clear domain. So these we call them domains. Clear is when you can use a checklist, close your eyes and take a decision. Somebody comes into your room and says that this voucher has to be signed, travel voucher. There's nothing, no intelligence to be used, just sign the travel voucher. Okay. There's something that we are entering a new geography. We need a new person. Yes, that little expertise. Who do you hire, etc. Expertise is required. That's a complicated domain. Okay. Then you got the chaotic domain. Okay, where it's not in your control. It is suddenly there's a breakdown. It has happened. And the other complex domain, there are many variables, etc. I'll be teaching you a little bit on a framework how to use this. Okay, so this is the framework. Praveen, you can press the button thrice. Now you need to tailor your response according to the domain in which you are. Okay, there are three types of systems that we are talking of. Praveen, press the button once. So this is the ordered systems. There are three types of systems. Ordered systems, complicated and clear. Praveen. This is the chaotic domain. And finally, we have got the complex domain. Okay, just hold it here. I want you to understand that we are now talking of three different types of systems. Okay, so I want you all to pay attention as we go forward. This is a very important for you to understand in terms of the systems. Okay, that these are ordered, complex, and chaotic. Okay, so I hope that you got it. A system is a network that is governed by constraints that create coherence. So you need to work together. When I talk of constraints, these could be thumb rules, these could be rules, etc. I'll explain by proper example in a minute. Okay. And there are a lot of agents that work. Agents could be individuals, teams, or ideas that work in it. Okay. So can we move to the next slide, please? What I've actually shown you is a Conniving framework. Okay. The Conniving framework is designed by Cognitive Edge, headed by Dave. They have worked on this framework for more than 2 decades, and only now it is emerging. Especially after 20th of Jan, people have started realizing we need new frameworks to operate in a complex environment. So like I showed you on the right, you got complicated and you got clear. So in a complicated and clear, you can use your best practices or you can use good practices. Whereas on the left-hand side, when things are chaotic or when things are complex, when it is chaotic, you can do nothing about it. You only have to act. For example, when Indigo Airlines went into a tailspin recently, what did the government do? They realized the only way of bringing the situation back is we act, we defer the rules. Now, it may be fair, unfair, whatever, but they had to act in order to bring the chaos and stop the chaos. Okay, so they have acted and said, okay, we will defer the rules. It'll all be investigated later, but right now, in a chaotic situation, you have to act. When it is floods, when floods happen, what do? Do you wait for odd of discussions? You'll have a whole discussion and then you'll take an action. Okay, we need to move out of our home. No, you will immediately start acting. So in a chaotic situation, you need to act. Okay, and that time a lot of novel situations can come up. Okay, and in a complex situation, you've got to keep probing. Complex situations, you have to be very close in the system. You have to be very connected with the system. And organization is actually a complex system. But what has happened? Management is using the right hand side. They're just giving directives and wanting to use. They are not able to sense. So in a complex system, you have to actually probe, sense what is working, and then you have to respond accordingly. Okay. The word exaptive is there, so I'll explain exaptive in a little while. Okay. Move to the next slide, please. I've given the link for that. You can go to connivan.co, okay, and you can see this. There's a lot of reading material also. So I've taken to show you what's an ordered system, what is a chaotic system, and what is a complex system. I've taken the example of traffic. On the right-hand side, you can see an ordered system where there are rules, and people obey the rules, they follow the rules. Okay, so this is actually an ordered system. We call them constraints. Okay, so traffic rules, we call them constraints. So constraint is not something that is constraining you, but it is in a way it is constraining you, but people follow. All the agents, that is the individuals, teams, etc., work within those constraints, and therefore you have order. Okay, but when you don't have any order, then you have a chaotic situation. Now in Delhi, the traffic is actually complex, but what they did some time back, in order to remove the constraints that manage the traffic, they removed all the barriers, basically the toll barriers, and it resulted in a chaotic situation. So you need to have constraints in order to have an ordered system. What I'm talking about. You need to have constraints. You need to have guidances. You need to have rules. If there are no rules, there is a breakdown. Imagine an organization. It's a laissez-faire. This thing we all say, oh, we need to all work together as one big family. It does not work in practice. In an organization, you need rules. You need regulations, but you also need a lot of empathy and you need to be working closely with people. And that's how a complex system works. In most Indian cities, look at the traffic. So while there are roads, we have rules, but this is what actually happens. People don't follow exactly in terms of lanes. You can see out there, you can see auto rickshaws, you can see two-wheelers, you can see tempos, you can see buses, you can see luxury cars, but the system is working. There are sort of thumb rules that work. When a foreigner comes to India and they are in this sort of traffic, they say, I don't know how you manage. But intuitively, people are talking, people are chatting, etc., and all that. But the system is working. In a complex system, there are certain principles or there are thumb rules. Heuristics is what we call it at work. Okay, and you keep nudging the system. Okay, you cannot have complete order in a complex system. But you need to bring in order if you want to make it into an ordered system. Okay, but you need to be very close in the system to influence the behavior. Okay, and the whole is not sum of the parts. For example, if you take a car and you decommission it, make it into all the individual components, an expert can come and put it back together. Okay, so that is an ordered system. In a complex system, it is something like your tomato ketchup. Okay, you take a spoon of tomato ketchup or a bottle of tomato ketchup. Unlike a car, you cannot make it into its individual components and then put it back. You know what goes into it, but then it is, so that's complex systems. Okay, just a little bit of difference between the two. Or a clock is actually a complicated system or an ordered system, but mayonnaise is a complex system. Okay, we'll move to the next slide, please. So this is really the conniving framework that I have revealed to you and shown you that how you can construct it. I did not show you the screen and say that, okay, now we will look at what is ordered, what is chaotic, what is the complex. I took actual situations and I built it up. Okay, so now let's see how we can use this framework in order to build our strategy in a complex situation when you don't know what is going to happen in future. Let's focus a little bit on this screen. Okay, in terms of complex situations where you say that you probe, sense, and then you respond. Okay, and there's something called exaptive. So earlier you see good and you see best. These are good practices or these are best practices that you used in ordered system. In a complex system, you see what you can borrow from elsewhere. Okay, so is there something that I can use? For example, you have got this lovely, in India we have this entire platform for your UPI platform. Now WhatsApp, Google Pay, etc. WhatsApp also, now you can use it for paying your bills because they have exacted the UPI payment and their WhatsApp platform in order for you to enable payments to be made very easily. Okay, so these are examples of exaptive where you can use something else, borrow from something else, and use it in your system. I'm sorry, a lot of English is going into this, but let me try and put it into a system. I've given the links below, the conniving .co that you can go to for the framework, and there are a lot of examples out there. Can we move to the next slide, please? So we'll talk about complex system, the nature of complexity. For example, when you on National Geographic, you see this a lot. This is called murmurations. Okay, so you'll see birds which are flying very close. A whole swarm of birds will be flying. They'll move in all different directions, yet the birds don't clash. They don't fall down to the ground, etc. In the ocean, you'll see shoals of fish that are moving. They don't clash into each other. But what happens is that there are certain governing constraints. Slight movement can cause massive this thing. Slight changes can cause massive movement in the system. This is what complex systems does, and this is an example of that. Take the case of Delhi. Today, Delhi is facing a crisis because of the air pollution. So they are trying now. When you are trying to figure, we'll keep that example in front of us when you're looking at the Delhi air quality. So it is, you need to look at the situation. You can't sit from Mumbai and keep dictating what needs to be done. You need to know what is the situation on the ground. You need to have multiple safe to fail experiments going on and avoid premature convergence. Let me explain. In Delhi, some time back, they did cloud seeding. I'm just saying, supposing they had done cloud seeding and it worked on that particular day. That is premature convergence. Will it work throughout the winter? That we need to see. Secondly, every year, Diwali time, they say they ban firecrackers. But firecrackers are not really, only on those days it peaks. But firecrackers is not the root cause. Complex system. You know, you have still experiments that are going on, and this is what people are not understanding. They are having GRAP 3, GRAP 4, GRAP 5. Nothing is working. Why? Because these are all in isolation. In a complex system, you have to have multiple experiments going on. They could be contradictory in nature. Okay. And you need to avoid confusing correlation with causation. Okay. They say, oh, because the buildings have gone up, therefore construction has gone up, therefore our it has become foggy. But what happens in summer when it is not foggy? Why is it that construction is still going on, and yet you don't have that fog that you have during the winter months? You know, so these are what happens in a complex system. Okay, you need to navigate a whole landscape of possibilities. Okay, so it's very difficult. Now, in an organization, when you are trying to create your strategy, now it could be an organization, if you're an HR, you're trying to create the culture of the organization. You need to have multiple things going on. You cannot just dictate and say that, okay, these days are going to be marked as employee celebrations days. So we're going to have a get together. So you have to have, overnight, you go out for employee bonding. Employee bonding does not happen like that. By your behaviors, you need to understand that by behaviors, automatically trust is built up, employee bonding takes place. All too often we forget it. And we just give one experiment we do and we say, oh, it has succeeded. Okay. This is the problem in organizations today. And that is why you're having bunny situations in organizations. We are not trying to see. In a complex situation, you cannot tell people what behaviors they have to do. You have to actually improve the interactions, and you have to say, okay, things like this we should have. How do we improve these interactions? Okay, somebody has done a very good job. Don't say this is the behavior we want. How can you improve the interactions so that the same behaviors are repeated over time? So this is really what complexity talks about. A lot of English on the screen, but how to relate into reality. Next slide, please, Praveen. So actually, you're modulating, you're not controlling. Okay, so let me explain the difference between modulation and controlling. Controlling is when you give a whip, and modulating is when you nudge the system. Okay, you nudge, nudge, and take it forward. Have you played bagatelle? I don't know. I have played bagatelle. So you put the marble, and there are some pins. The marble hits the pin and moves either to the left or to the right, and you get more points or less points. But what the pin actually does, it modulates the speed so that the marble does not rush straight down, and get trapped in one of the balls, or it gets you a zero. Okay, so that is the what you call a modulating system. So in organizations, you need to actually modulate the system. In society, there are modulators. Example, the press or the civil society. Okay, so it helps the government in order to gauge and see that, okay, are my actions good or my actions are not good. The moment you remove the modulators, it becomes dictatorial. So you need to see in an organization, how can we have, there are a lot of critics in organization. What do you do with critics? With critics, you need to give them something to work on. Say, I know that you're unhappy with this. Can you come out with an experiment and I will give you funding or I will give you time, etc. An experiment. Now, if that critic does not take it up, you know that that guy is actually in intention is not good. But if it's wanting the organization to succeed, give him something to work on and say that we will help you. Okay, and we will nudge, and that's how we go forward. Criticism is good because it acts as a modulator. So that is something that we need to look at. So in a system, and you need to constantly have safe to fail experiments that keep going on. Okay. And I told you it's about interaction between things, not exactly the things. For example, if you send people outside the organization on an overnight and say that, okay, employee bonding, that won't happen. Can you improve the interaction between them? Final last two slides, please. Next slide. So this is an example that I'm taking. People who are not from India may not understand much about cricket, but this was a great moment. Now, cricket is actually a complex game. So no matter what, the outcome is always in doubt. And if you see what the team do, the Indian women's team, they did intervention basically to the goal that, okay, we want to win this, and then it'll actually help us towards the trophy. They didn't say, okay, we need to, sort of experiment. Safe to fail. They brought in people, took etc. And it's finely grained. It is very close to what is happening. So they are able to quickly change, etc. So overall, whenever you're designing a portfolio of strategies, see that some things are oblique in nature. When I was working with an organization recently, one of the things that we did is that they were wondering whether they wanted to capture market share. But we said, why don't you do white labeling? So they actually manufactured a batch for another organization, and they experiment in an area where it would not become well known or too well known. So some things which are oblique in nature include some naive approaches. Okay, so for example, one coffee chain recently were having a problem because people are sitting for hours but not ordering too much of things. So they started giving them incentives that saying that, okay, every 45 minutes we will give you a voucher for 10% off, and so these are naive, okay, and you take a few high risk, high return options that you do. So in your portfolio, check that, okay, if I give, for example, facing a major issue of customer satisfaction, they said, okay, can we give 300 rupees voucher to every customer complaint to be resolved? Now the management felt this is a high risk because then the agents, whoever the customer service agents, would give 300 rupees off to every incident. But it did not happen. In the end, it was a high risk, but a high return because they were able to satisfy customers because now they had a freedom in which really either give a discount or in a mobile space where 300 rupees means a full month's RPU, what they call, revenue per unit, monthly revenue per unit. So this is really what you do. What changes are possible and what can we monitor for impact? And if successful, can we amplify? If it fails, can we recover from that? Okay, so this is something like what the women's cricket team did. They tried to see how can we minimize our failures and can we amplify something that is working. Okay. Next slide. So I have taken you through the conniving framework. It's an excellent framework to work in complex situations. The Dave Snowden, if he sees this presentation, will kill me because I've simplified it. It is not that simple as I've tried to make it out to be, but I wanted to attract you to go and look at it because this is going to help you. Okay, next slide. Ultimately, it's a paradox that as leaders you can't predict, but you have to make sense to thrive. So with that, I'll next slide, please. My details are here. If you would like to with me, LinkedIn file is also by the organizers. I'm very happy to have had this occasion of interacting with all of you. Thank you very much. I hope I've been able to add value in such a short
Yeah.
time.
Yeah. So great lecture, Rodolphe sir. I think the Sinophen framework. Okay, can you just talk about that? So is that
Hmm.
how popular is it, and how can we deploy everywhere? Mhm.
Yeah. So the conniving framework, okay, it's a word called conniving, and it was worked out over 2 decades. There are multiple frameworks, but I on the framework, what he does that he looks at you create domains in the sense that you look at all the decisions you have to make and see, do I have all the information I require? If that is the case, just go ahead with best practice. Do I need some more expertise, etc.? That is a complicated domain. Okay, so then in that case, then use some best practices, getting people, getting experts, etc., and move. If you're in a chaotic situation, you have to act in order to stop the chaos. Okay, so that you need to remember. We normally never plan for random events. We can't plan, but just keep in mind that when you're in a chaotic situation, just act. Okay, don't wait for anything because it can go out of hand and it can bring down the organization itself. Okay, so you need to act.
So that is more
Focus a lot on
important.
the complex. Yes, yes, yes. Don't think, act. Okay, bring control. That's all. Then you can look at it and how you want to manage it and so on. And finally, so many of our decisions are in the complex domain. How do you take the organization? You want to bring in a new culture. Okay, what is
Mhm.
it that I need to be doing? Oh, somebody has announced that, okay, we'll give 5,000. Maybe it doesn't work in my context. Don't borrow ideas. Try multiple probes. If you're looking at organization culture, if you look at market, it's very difficult today. For example, car manufacturers, 7 years it takes to create the chassis and then to announce it. But what did Tata do recently when they relaunched one of their old models? They gave the customers, said you do customization. 1.5 lakh customers, 70,000 booked on the first day, 1.5 lakh said, I want this customization. The chassis is the same, but they allow them to change the colors, add a LCD, this, that. So these are so many things that you can do in a complex domain where you involve your customers, but you need to be very close to it and see what works. And then cauliflower. A cauliflower has a certain design, but it continues in a big cauliflower. You break a cauliflower into a small thing. So look for something that works when it is small. Start to scale up, scale up, scale up, and then see that it doesn't reach a breaking point. Maybe it's something that you move your organization. Really, the connivance that you need to look at, and it is not a 2 by 2 matrix. You can't draw it and say, I'll develop it here as you go forward. And there's multiple things I thought in this 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's excellent. That's very insightful. Very insightful.
Hmm.
I think that is applicable for everywhere, especially
Yes,
with
yes,
this
yes.
volatile environment.
Correct.
Okay, so organization should not wait. And
Yes.
in summary, what I understand is you try to do experiments in a smaller way and
Yes.
try to see what works and what does not work, and you don't
Correct.
stop it. And one or two
That,
options, find more
that's right.
options. That's fantastic.
Yeah. And other thing is that when I talk about whole engagement, look at the micro narrative. Normally, when we do organization strategy, we put a question and ask everyone to answer.
Mhm.
Give me an incident, and now you rate it and tell us that, okay, is it something that was in line with our values? Maybe our values could have been improved better. Maybe this is something that the customer is asking for. Micro narratives that are coming out, and you have softwares to help you on that. So Conniving Framework has a software called SenseMaker. You put everything onto the SenseMaker where there are pockets on which you can work on. You know what are isolated incidents and what. So you get early warning signals, what they call. You can do it for business. You can do it for employees.
Radolfji, we have few more minutes in case if you would like to elaborate any other topic of things. So, uh, if you have we have few more minutes, brother.
Yeah, sure. Well, I wanted to give you an example of our Indian weddings. They're actually so whenever we of use of this frame related to something like now suddenly you've got multiple variables. You got your two, you have to consider them. You know, their caste. Okay. Maybe it is an inter-religious or an inter-caste marriage. Consider. Okay. People are coming from different geographies. So complex domain. Then you do some to fail experiments. Okay. So I do not know. We always take something and put it directly into our business. My thing is that look at your normal situations and then say, oh, in planning, I would say fail experiment. Whereas organizations, we don't do that. We forget. We let it behind when we enter. I think it's important then that we leave our humanity behind. Secondly, to nudge us if we do well. Collecting stories, ask employees. Can you give me an example? Not where you think will not. Give me an example. Customer has
Praveen, what happened? Sorry. Yeah.
So that was what I was thinking about. Did loss?
No, it got disconnected. Maybe myself, my internet or something.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, so we have 5 more minutes, sir. You would like to give a key?
Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I'm just I'm just trying to figure out the questions. So I don't find questions, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's very dynamic topic. You raised it very interesting actually. I keep thinking about it. Okay, the matrix what you've shown, that is very valid. Okay,
Yeah.
it does not. It is something new also. Maybe it's not in a normal business school
No, it is
concept.
not. Yes,
It
that's
is
right.
not really a business school concept. And as you rightly said, we are witnessing the volatility now. We have this year,
Correct.
2025, as you rightly said. So right from the beginning of the year, from US elections to Indigo. So I think we have so many examples now that traditional strategy planning and strategy management will have challenge. Okay,
Yes.
so
Yes.
now for a mid-size organizations, okay, not very large organizations, or mid-size organizations who are into manufacturing, logistics, or any other service businesses. So what they should do now, in a nutshell. So in going forward for
So
2026. So what is your advice? Mhm.
mid-sized organizations, please start looking at your kit and see what is something that is already working well and you don't too many issues that are happening. Okay, so that you start trying to see what I can scale up. Whatever you see now, very often we may not foresee what is happening. In any case, what you should do is that start experiments, and say that, okay, can we look at this? Can we look at, so I have already got so much of knowledge. Can I create my own consultancy, sell from my company and offer it to my competitor? Why? Because you never know with manufacturing tomorrow, it can shut down. With pivot very add an
Correct.
overlay to your and offer a service is one of the experiments that you can do. So in this coming year, you can look at multiple
Mhm.
experiments. Even in manufacturing, I have got this manufacturing line. Can I open it to something else that can be manufactured for somebody? Okay. So I may have slack time. Okay. So
Mhm.
can I use it for somebody else? Look at adjacencies. So what we call naive elements, so can I use it in a so these are some things that advise a mid-sized organization because they are at a very shaky position. You never know when they can fall off the ledge, okay, or they can,
Mhm.
and I am a strong believer that finance should not be your only resource that you should have a fallback of. Intelligence,
Mhm.
knowledge is the other fallback, so that is my submission. Artificial intelligence is coming in and people are looking upon it as, but I believe that it is like when computers first started, no applications. So they started experimenting. Small organizations
Mhm.
need to experiment a lot with artificial intelligence and say that, okay, where can I apply it? Can it improve my efficiencies, etc., and so on. So they
And
need to use it intelligently.
yeah, and the
Climate
knowledge
change is
management.
another area.
Yeah, knowledge
Yeah,
management, of course.
yeah,
Yeah, as you are right. Mhm.
yeah. Climate change is another area. If you're
Mhm.
going to a different market, what are the regulations that are planning to be covered? You know, am I ready for it? See, today there is a problem in the country, pharmaceutical sector. They had created something called the good manufacturing practices, and they had declared the guidelines after COVID. It is coming into effect on 31st of December. This is another indigo situation that is happening. And out of the 35,000 1,000 pharmaceutical manufacturers, the top 10 or 15% exporting to the US, they are ready with the GMP practices. And the others are, there's going to be a disruption in terms of small drugs, etc. And this is another, you need to be on top of the game. That, okay, regulations are changing. What do I need to be doing? Should I be in the market, be out of the market? If I'm in the market, then I need to take this as an opportunity that I can start sporting also, rather than depending on government for my knowledge. So these are many of the issues and what is happening, and then multiple experiments as you go forward.
Excellent. So fantastic. I think it was a wonderful lecture. I really enjoyed, Rodolphe ji. So thank you very much for session.
Yes.
It's been very nice seeing you again. So thank you very much, and give a big round of applause to Mr. Rodolphe D'Souza for wonderful lecture. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, I'm sure you will have questions because of the topic. If you have any questions or any scenario you would like to seek advice or help from Mr. Rodolphe, please feel free. So you can reach directly to Rodolphe, or you can ask us. We can just connect and make sure that you share your experiences and problems, and then get the solution. So we'll be very happy to do that. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Have a great time. Have a great time.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, just an important note is, in case if you are watching live in LinkedIn, please stay tuned to YouTube Live. You will have a difficulty in live telecast in LinkedIn because of the time limitations for restream. It's only 4 hours there. Okay, so it might get disconnected, or I'm not sure. So YouTube channel is live until 6 p.m. So stay tuned to this. So until we get a next speaker, Praveen, if Raj is joining, okay. Okay, so
Yeah, sorry, he's in
he's
studio.
joining. Okay. So I will just summarize what happened today. Today is we have done around 5 sessions today. Very interesting. One of the other. We talk about AI and analytics by Ravi Ramanathan, performance management by Arvind Saraf, and design thinking for ESG by Dr. Mohan Kanchal. Ajay and I talk about very interesting topic, India against bots. Unfortunately, we could not conclude for last 5 minutes. And Rodolphe really shared his insightful presentation on so designing the strategy for unknowable. So thank you very much, all the speakers and participants so far. So I would like to welcome our next guest speaker, Mallapraj Garu. So welcome, Raj Garu. So thank you for joining the session once again.
Thank you. Very happy to be here.
Nice to see you. Okay. So let me do a quick round of introduction. Mallapraju is talking about which strategy framework works best for Indian organizations. I think that is very, very insightful topic. Okay, so let us hear that. The consultant's view. Mallapraj is founder of growth and a growth strategist with 25 plus years of experience, creator of business breakthrough system, helping IT and service-based founders scale 2x to 10x by simplifying strategy, installing scalable systems, and shifting from operational chaos to CEO level control. So welcome, Mallapraj Garu. Thank you very much for joining, and then over to you. Yeah.
Sure, thanks. I will share my presentation. So is it screen share or is it application share?
Yeah, you have screen share. Okay, so click on it, and then you can select the entire screen.
Right, right. Yes.
The
Okay,
entire
I got it.
screen. Then just click on that screen, and then the share will be enabled.
Yeah.
Just share it here.
Do let me know if you're able to see my
Yeah, I
screen
can see the screen
presentation in
now.
particular.
Yeah, I can see very well, and I can hear you also. Yeah.
Okay, great. So yeah, Mr. Rudolph made a very interesting observation. Uh, if I paraphrase it, he said people are confused between causation and correlation, and I think that's a great segue for what I'm going to talk about. Though I'm not going to directly refer to it, but it sets a good context, and you probably will you know uh, appreciate as we go along as to why that's a very big challenge. So before I really start, my this journey of trying to find the right strategy framework for Indian companies, or even in fact the exercise of simplifying strategy, actually started with a conversation about 6 or 7 years ago. Uh, I was meeting a CEO of a company. It's about 150 to it was 150 to 180 crore company operating out of Madhya Pradesh, and the CEO was a second generation leader in their company, and had come roughly with about 10 years of experience. Back to run the family business, and he did his management from I forget the name of the university, but from a Hawaiian university, right? Based university based in Hawaii. So we got talking about business, and one of the questions I asked him is, "What is your strategy?" You know, because for two reasons. One, he has been running his enterprise, and at the same time, he carries a lot of experience of working in the US, and of course, the education. So I was a little curious as to how was he kind of, what strategy his business was using. And the problem that we were, or the goal that we were looking to work on, was to actually 5x his business. He wanted to be like 1,000 crore company by the end of uh, in 3 years, 3 or 4 years. That was his thing, and that kind of got us to discussing the strategy of his business. That's where I think he kind of flinched a little bit. He said, "I don't think I can really put a finger on what strategy I'm using, because you know they tried a lot of things." He also brought in balanced scorecard. He said, "Everything we trained our people, they follow, they get, they kind of are working towards it. But then some key elements really strike me, because for any decisions, everything comes back to him, right? And he's the only person ultimately kind of struggling with the volatility in the market. Like Mr. D'Souza said, the frequent regulatory changes, those kind of things really hit him, right? And that is the reason why he said, I basically junked what framework we were trying to implement from what all he learned and he executed in his work life in US. And he said, I kind of moved into a hybrid model. And right now I'm kind of, I'm kind of I have my own blended model, a hybrid model, as he called it. And that thing stayed with me, because that's how I started having conversations with a lot of Indian companies, particularly around the medium, and the smaller enterprises. So one of the constant refrain is that they're either responding, in a sense, reacting to the market, or the competition. There's no framework, and it's not that they don't know if there is a framework or they want a strategy as to how to address their context, but things got a little complex when they started thinking in terms of frameworks. So if they talk about, let's say, something like OKRs, there are factors that actually don't help them move forward, putting OKR into practice, or for that matter, a 7S or flywheel that Amazon uses. There are thousands of popular frameworks, but then India is a unique case. The other side of the problem is that many of the smaller and medium enterprises, they get into the trap of what do you call reacting, if not responding, or sometimes definitely responding to the competition and to the changes in the market. But then they do not have a formalized strategy. Uh, don't get me wrong; they're very good at how they run their business, but there's no formal strategy that they can actually say that this is how it works. And why is that important? That's important because uh, they need to kind of be flexible and address the changes, be knowledgeable and have their team knowledgeable as well about for example, how to respond to the regulations, uh, be able to kind of innovate for the future or build for the future. So the bottom line that I want to say is they do not dislike strategies, but they struggle with some practical problems that actually prevent them from adopting a strategy. So do they function without strategy, or do they actually do not like to put a framework in practice? That again, not true, because every entrepreneur actually wants a direction for growth. They want better control, their own, they value their own freedom, of time and money, and they want teams to be aligned. I mean, they want their teams to take ownership and then be able. And most important is basically they want predictable outcomes, and they know that they will need to work with something that will actually get them these outcomes. But then, they struggle popular but proven frameworks. The reason, of course, is in how they are structured. So most of the enterprises are for most of businesses. Therefore, decisions tend to be centralized, or sometimes in a situation they tend to overlap, right? I'm not referring to those companies that are professionally managed. And this is the overwhelming problem of Indian market, as we all know, is price sensitive. And another big bottleneck, the level of understanding of a business varies. Most of the individuals are special, and or how the market is. Indians are very good at jugaad. by the cultures, the regions, etc. That kind of fragment segments a market in a really complex way. Thinking of or deploying a strategy framework as is actually something that doesn't work in the Indian context. Now this is true of across the world, right? But the point is, most of the contexts in the Western world, particularly, or unlike India, is we assume that the in the Western or the most of the other countries, all these factors are basically homogeneous in the sense that the market is more or less homogeneous. The language, the culture, for example, right, is kind of more or less or more homogeneous than we would like it to be in India. So the moot question is, what kind of framework really fits the Indian context? So I'll kind of get into a little bit of more insights, right? Basically trying to understand how Indian businesses kind of view the strategy frameworks or even strategy as such. So typical, the refrain is that strategy means growth targets. First, we will grow by 10% and probably, more on that way. And then by 3 years, 5 years, we will be there. Or these are like expansion plans. I'm having this market, now I'll move on to the next market. I will add these many products. I will grow by probably creating different layers of my offerings and stuff like that, right? It could be geographical, it could be product, etc. But generally, it's thought more in terms of what we will do rather than really responding, to the entire ecosystem. Strategy largely, people believe that it's something that a leadership holds in their mind, and it is they who will kind of dictate, what really people will do, or the teams or the employees in an organization will follow. But again, nothing can be more unproductive. Then a corollary to the founders, everything being in the founder's head, is the cultural thing where they say that, okay, all these instructions or even the articulation of strategy or the decisions will flow from top to down. My manager or my leader will actually keep on telling me what to do next and what to work on. This is a cultural thing, but then that is unfortunately how strategy ends up being viewed or at least expressed in a day-to-day business. But the reality is, yes, it lives in the founder's head. That's a big challenge. And the founders, the entrepreneurs, the owners, they expect the teams to actually work with ownership. So while they do a fantastic job of it, but there is something that is not coupled. The translation really breaks down, and this is what was one of the big problems that that came as a recurring theme. So even though somebody says I tried to explain, but then the way is not is not how I expected the team to perform. So it's good, right? The the alignment actually is skewed, and therefore the results, the execution, etc., are inconsistent. So why do they struggle? I'm kind of probably repeating, but this is more about why they don't string. why don't they stick in our kind of context? First, if you compare US and India, there is a high level of process maturity in US. So you will see that in their traffic, in their, most of the conductive and otherwise. They kind of follow a process. Whereas, our jugaad kind of a thing are, we are a little less, or we are probably getting there, getting to adopt and work with processes a little more maturely. It's still kind of localized to certain industry segments, but not not widely prevalent across sizes and also across businesses. Then there's also an assumption that there is, again, it's a cultural thing. There's a strong middle management. When they say strong middle management, the assumption is also that they will, the management is run professionally. So this is not something you will find as a problem in professionally run managements, but businesses. But in most of the MSMEs, this is the middle management, the alignment and the understanding and the cultural aspects is a big challenge. Data discipline, we are still far away from, from recognizing that data is a new capital, particularly in the AI, driven or technology driven world. And how does this show up? Because we think measuring, or keeping records and all is like a big overhead. Again, it's a jugaad that kind of interferes in this thinking. As a result, we are very poor at, data collection and then analysis. We also assume most of the frameworks, now this is not people or businesses, but this is about our assumption while implementing a framework that the environments are stable, which is not true. And that this actually is kind of true for the any business across the world. And more globalized we are, more disruptive our our challenges or environments become. And markets, of course, we discussed. So delving deeper into Indian reality, the market reality is basically we have a founder or a family-driven leadership. That's cultural, most of the MSMEs. There is high volatility in the market. There is issue of talent depth. And then, most of the decisions are intuitive. It's partly guesswork, partly, like I said, they're not data driven, and then they are not insightful responses. Not in all cases. Okay. And of course, India is a price sensitive market. So the bottom line is the frameworks are not wrong. They are not, they're solid, they're proven, but there is a need for them to be adapted in our context. And that is what I wanted to bring out. There are universal aspects of a strategy framework, right? Something that's a must, regardless of whether you have a formalized strategy or you have a what do you call kind of a hybrid or a new strategy. One is every founder, every business owner, entrepreneur needs to set a very clear direction, non-negotiable. And typically, people are excited about, oh, I found a way out, right? And that could be a very big misleading, I'm not finding the right word, but it could be very misleading because strategy is generally about making a choice among alternatives. So, whenever you're formulating strategies, you need to figure out the alternatives. And create focused priorities, have measurable outcomes, and then the execution discipline. These are a must regardless of whether you are a small enterprise or you are a large company. There are these are like the basic tenets of viable, workable uh, strategy. Whereas the execution could be very, very context specific, and this is true of a business in any country, right? Except the changes really are in the number of variables. But what could really differ are the leadership styles, the culture, the talent maturity, and market volatility, and the communication norms. Why do I mention communication norms? Because strategy works, again, it's like we said, it's something like in the founder's head, but it only works well if the team understands it. So, bottom line again, what does it mean? The principles are universal, but the execution is highly context specific. So, I wanted to bring up some, quick case studies so that we are able to appreciate how it evolves in India. So I took three quick examples. The first one, of course, is Asian Paints. I don't know how many of you know that Asian Paints has been in business since 1942, I think, even before India got its independence. So, this is one company that has kind of been very successful. In fact, it is so successful that in its entire history, it has consistently grown above 20%. I mean, its compounded annual growth rate is around 22, 21%, right? It's been consistent. It beats, in terms of this performance, it's probably one of the shining examples of a business in India. And what's very, very interesting about them is at the time of independence, right? There was no technology or whatever. They still drove certain things. They measured whatever they did. But even before that, they responded to the market by building a network, which was probably very few companies did that even in 50s or early 60s, or even early 70s for that matter. Unilever did that, but companies like Vimco and Asian Paints really started very early. But then the challenges that they faced were that the market was fragmented, and this has been true for Asian Paints in the paint industry as such. 60, 70 years when they began to even today, right? And then Indian market is, of course, a price sensitive market, and they were also dealing with thousands of dealers spread across the country. So they were a distribution driven business, but the challenge was at a localized level with dealers who could not give up much credit in the market, and that rotation was becoming a challenge for the company. And so was entry with the different competitions. So we had at different points in time. Now they have companies like Nerolac and those kind of companies which are stiff competition. But even in the earlier times, every area had its own alternatives to paints, the way they would paint the house and everything, right? And of course, I'm not including the industrial painting, which are like bulk orders captured by the major players. This is about what they call as a decorative market. So that is where they identified their growth. And the strategy that they adopted was that they corrected, or they continually optimized their supply chain. reaching out to every nook and corner of India. I mean, that network that they established, the demand forecasting, like I said, they were measuring everything. They had a sense of what kind of demand was coming from different areas. You'll be very surprised to know at one point in time, they actually promoted, in South India, they actually paint the doors, door frames, main door frames for the auspiciousness. You may have seen the yellow paint and then with the green and red orange kind of decorative designs over that. So they actually captured that market at that point in time. So they were very, very good at creating the forecast and then responding to it through a very efficient supply chain. And then, the consequential thing is that they were distribution first company. I can go on as to they actually removed several friction points along this chain. For example, that they've solved very proactively problems that their dealers faced, including their finance, their own, their local problems at times, right? So they kind of modified their strategy from time to time to a point when digital came into the prominence. They actually toyed with the idea of creating kiosks at various points where users could go and select their own combination of colors and also come out with make their own color. They are such a very, very progressive company, right? So the strategy has never been, they've never followed a particular framework. They adapted technology. So the entire story is about adapting to what was happening in the market as well as in technology and in the in how the industry itself evolved across the globe. So no wonder they actually have a profit and a revenue in both terms. Probably more than at least 70 to 80% of the rest of the people put together. So the key learning is in India, execution excellence, can be a great differentiator for a company to excel. And therefore, while they were not rigid about the strategy framework they would use. They actually have been very, very flexible and then focused on actually delivering the value by solving those, I mentioned those frictions at various points. The second good example is DMart. They kind of started way back in 2002, and it took them about 8 years actually to establish their first 10 stores. And after that, they were able to kind of multiply. And they are in another, highly competitive, cutthroat business. They're the Kirana stores. There are the small, supermarkets. They were kind of budding at every nook and corner. So the margins along the products that they sold in the retail sector were thinning, and it was a challenge. Obviously, the competition kind of moved not just to offline but also to online with coming of Amazon, and then Walmart later, and others like Reliance, name them. So also others like offline competition like Vishal Mega Mart and those kind of things. So these are the challenges they were up against, and all more competition, more pressures on optimizing the cost of running that business. So what they did differently was they were very relentless about cost leadership. Okay, so they had something that's called so instead of really spreading across cities and other places, they had something which is called cluster development. That was their strategy, which means they knew one area, they established, and then they started spreading from that one core outlet to other outlets around, a distance of about 15 kilometers, and then created that grid where they were able to optimize their supply chain. They were able to kind of also identify what kind of products sold most, and how they were able to kind of optimize on what they call optimize on how what products they actually sold. So unlike others, they created their own blue ocean by going after and stocking the non-fancy items, but non-fancy, but required very much for the households, right? And once COVID struck, they actually also went into providing, the online service, uh, and then like Amazon or the others, which actually tells you again is a big lesson both in the execution and also how they controlled or optimized their supply chain and their delivery chain. So simplicity, is what simplicity and discipline uh, are the hallmarks of the strategy that they had adopted. The third, so this is a startup. It is one of the unicorns in India, Zerodha. I think it's a combination of two words. Rodha, I think, is obstruction, and zero. So zero obstructions is what this means, and they are into the share trading business. Again, face the challenges of distrust in financial services, given that every broker, every broking company was uh, you know uh, kind of mushroomed around the stock markets, right? Therefore, stiff competition, uh, and then there was the regulatory, the SEBI regulatory things became stricter and stricter. So Zerodha saw an opportunity, and then they kind of came out with a low cost model. So what did they do? They had basically the first mover advantage. Now it sounds very cliched if I say that they actually removed the middlemen and therefore passed on the benefits of the middlemen back to the people buying shares. And they were a technology first company. Of course, now online trading of things is a very very thing, but they kind of made it easy such that they actually beat others who were prime movers at that time, like HDFC, ICICI. Right now they are said, but they're because the 90 market is actually an option side of the. So there's a company called GROWW, which has a 90% share in terms of equity shares trading, and that's the only reason why they are like this
వాళ్ళదే సార్ మందైతే ఉంది సార్.
Hello. Kevin, can you check the connectivity?
Yes, sir. I'm checking with Malak. He will reach and in 2 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for the session to continue from Mallaprajal. Thank you. So let me check from my side. Is Kevin?
Yes, sir. He's joining.
Is joining. Just make sure
Yeah, yes, sir.
to bring to
He
the
lost
stage.
internet connection and now he's.
Okay. Just Rajgaru is joining back. For just wait for a couple of minutes more.
Hi, am I audible?
Yeah, Rajgaru.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. Suddenly, I was speaking to myself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Mhm.
Yes. So there's a issue with the I don't know the presentation. So I don't know what was the last that.
No, it's only 3-4 minutes.
Oh, okay.
We were talking about Zerodha.
Okay.
Zerodha's used to
Right.
Yeah.
So did I complete about Zerodha or?
I think you were talking about until grow. So you were saying grow is
Right.
90%.
Okay. Yeah. So Grow actually, and what I was saying is Grow actually recently, surpassed Zerodha, but that's only because Zerodha focused 90% of his business comes from the futures and options business, right? Whereas the volumes are in the equity business. And that's only 10% for Zerodha, but it's doing still so well because of its technology first, and its efforts to remove the frictions. For example, educating the customers on how to trade profitably, how to trade, how to leverage the entire system, right? And making it very, very easy for them to kind of work through this whole thing. So the bottom line in every success story is this: that there are simplicity and the execution discipline are two hallmarks for any framework to actually succeed. And so it's not about not having the the it's not about the framework itself, but it is about the the adapting of the framework together. So I don't know if you can bring the presentation up.
Do you have slides, Praveen, with you?
Yes, sir. I will share it.
Yeah.
Share it. Meanwhile, just it's wonderful insights.
Yeah.
I really liked the initial part of your presentation, where why the frameworks does not really adaptable in India for whatever reasons.
Yeah.
And you explained some reasons. And one I liked one liner where the lack of middle management expertise, the data discipline, okay, and then intuition-based decision making.
Yes.
I think it's very, very quite accurate from my experience as well.
Yes.
Okay, what I did some research for last 10 years in India. Okay, that's something very insightful.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So this entire thing came across after almost about, say, a few hundreds of conversations with different companies.
Yeah.
Trying to
So
work. So
okay.
maybe I,
So which slide? Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
You
So
can minimize the screen.
yeah. So I don't know if I'm not able to clearly see on my mobile the
No problem.
slide you are on. But what I will do is probably you may want to go to the one-page strategy framework that works in India.
Yeah. So, Praveen, are you able to hear us?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So in my experience, combining both the principles as well as the context, right? I created this one-page strategy framework. Now it is one page, by the way, it is not one step. So that, right? So the point is, the first step is actually to make sure that there is a very clear direction. You can call it the vision, mission kind of a thing, but it has got to be crystal clear, communicable.
Which slide number? Do you remember slide number?
Yeah, sure. I think it is slide number 11.
Okay. Success story, strategy that worked.
Yeah. No, the one before that.
Okay. Can you go back one slide? Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you put it in a slideshow? Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. So in my work with now, over at least 200-300 of clients, where of course I also help them work on their goal setting and other stuff. But when it comes to strategy, this comes as not just being simple and focused, but also comes really handy. And I'll explain why. So one is basically, working through the principles of making sure there's clarity and direction for where and what the business wants to do. Not that they don't know, but it's got to be communicable and really understandable by all the stakeholders, right? The critical element that we made sure I make sure that every business has is choices, which means never be satisfied with just one strategy. Have 2-3 strategies, so that you do not have to be reactive or even rigid. I've found one great strategy, and I'm going to be working with that or hammering that strategy into whether it fits or not. That will not work, right? And then understanding the strategic pillars. Now this is a wide subject, but what I mean by strategic pillars are, you can actually rephrase this as your levers, right? In any context, the lever could be your technology, lever could be your optimization in your distribution chain, in the cases we saw just some time ago. Or it could be something else. It could be something like an innovation, right? Or identifying a newer customer segment. Any of these can be your levers. Then identifying focuses, right? Focus points on an annual basis. In fact, this is very helpful because we can actually determine objectives for every quarter and run your business like a 90-day sprint from strength to strength. Okay. And never forget to measure what matters. And, the 90-day sprint that I was talking about was actually creating a rhythm of how you will, overcome barriers or even strengthen your areas of, leverage. And then finally, of course, setting in a culture. And these are things which actually happen over a period of at least 1 or 2 years. And like I said about, I mean, what I meant was about leadership behaviors, and I'm talking about leadership behaviors at, at different levels across the organization or the business. But why do I call it one page? Simple, because ultimately, in every case, in every case, the strategy worked well only if the company understood it. And I meant the employees, the different departments, etc., etc. If they do not understand, then there is a huge gap, and the whole thing kind of gets skewed. Okay, skewed. And the problem is that there is a tendency of at least culturally that there's a dependency on somebody telling us what to do, because that's actually a barrier, cultural barrier to actually taking ownership of what you're doing. So the idea of one page is to make sure everything fits into one page, and you have it put across all your desks or even at common places, so that everybody understands and everybody is able to internalize the entire thing, right? So that's why the one page. So we could probably move on to, I wanted to present a success story as well, but for now, in terms of time, I'll skip. So just in summary, for Indians, the strategy must fit the context. Let's move to the last slide. I think slide number 13.
Praveen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Slide 13. Yeah, okay. So the lessons from successful Indian implementations. In fact, I wanted to present one of my client stories, but that I'll reserve it some other opportunity. But
we can cover, just give a glimpse of it here.
Yeah. If you want, we can go there. But the simple thing is that strategy, whichever framework, you have to work to making it adaptable to your context, to your business context, right? And simplicity does not mean easy, right? But simplicity scales better than sophistication. So avoid the jargon and everything, right? And execution discipline is non-negotiable. And definitely one of the things that really helps unmistakably in every situation, every business, is reviewing it, having that review mechanism of understanding what you will review at a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, and a quarterly basis, and even annual basis. All these things culturally are taken as overheads, but believe me, they are not overheads. They are a part of the rhythm. And once you go through 1-2 cycles, right, it'll kind of make your business move so smoothly, like a really well-oiled machine. So that's my key message. So Indians don't hate formal frameworks. It is just that our contexts are different, and the extra work that we need to put is in actually making it adaptable to our context.
Wonderful. Fantastic.
Right. Sure. Thank you so much. But I'm open to any questions you have.
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic session. You really touch the key points in a most simpler manner. Okay, that's very important. Instead of making it very complicated discussion, make it to the point. So that is really very insightful, Raj Garu. Yeah. So, if you would like to conclude with any key takeaways, okay, let us do that because of the time constraint.
Sure. Yeah.
Yes, so you can give the key takeaways
Yeah.
so that.
So my key takeaways will be, adopt the principles, okay, and adapt the frameworks. Okay, there is a lot of work, but once done, any business, particularly business owners, will realize that there is what do you call, there are huge advantages, but on a personal level, huge advantages in terms of their own time freedom and financial independence, but also from a larger ecosystem perspective, or even from a, let's say, the competition perspective, right? Huge advantages because it gives you the flexibility, it gives you a ownership and a pride of how you're running your own business.
Fantastic. Fantastic. So, excellence insights, Rajgaru. So, ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Rajgaru.
Sure.
And if you would like, I'm sure you must be having a lot of questions. Please feel free to write the questions. We make sure that Rajgaru answers all those questions, and we can connect if you need any one-to-one discussion with Raj. Okay, so thank you very much.
Sure, and just a parting note. So most of the things that I talked and this thing, I have actually related them as my experience in my write-ups on LinkedIn. So anybody who wants to probe these further, I
read it.
Yeah.
I read all your posts.
Sure, yeah.
Very insightful.
Sure.
Please subscribe to Raj so that you can watch. And I think you post on almost every day.
Almost every day, yes.
Almost every day. It's very insightful.
Sure.
Okay, that should be a good daily rhythm for everybody. Thank you very much.
Sure,
Raj.
thank you very much for the opportunity to. Great.
Thank you and have a good time. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, so we have a few minutes lag in the session today because of technical difficulties. And I would like to introduce our next guest speaker, Mr. Sundar Raj. Sundar Raj, thank you, sir, for waiting for a few minutes.
No, doesn't matter.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So, very interesting session so far. Just to give you, we had a fantastic sessions in the morning, from the morning today.
Yeah.
Very insightful. And rightly, it's amazing to moderate. I'm very happy to do that. It's from different perspectives, different point of views.
Yes.
Compiling them together is something which is a very, very
really great task we have put. I enjoyed.
So,
closely watching this right from the morning itself. I know.
Excellent. So let me introduce Sundar Raj. He is talking on HR strategy framework for India 2030. Sundar Raj is HR and management consultant with international training and extensive industry experience, delivering innovative HR programs, audits, compliance, risk management, and leadership development to support organizations' strategic business goals. And he's a continuous, he's very active on LinkedIn and he keeps posting very insightful content. And also I think he's releasing his book recently. Okay, maybe you can give more details, Sundar.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon to everybody. Is my audible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible. Very much.
I think in LinkedIn, I have got nearly 10,000 followers, and I usually put on the articles in LinkedIn, and more than 400 one-page articles I write on in 2 to 3 years and so on. And all about the management, HR, and leadership and everything. Fortunately, I got more than 33 years experience in in facility management and industrials, and also got trained by the MNC Training Academy, Control Risk Group London. I'm a distinguished member in NIPM and MSP, IAS, dedicated to transforming the management practice for India's future. HR India 2030.
Yeah, are you sharing the screen or something?
Yes, kindly share the screen, please.
Yeah. You can select the presentation now. Your screen is visible, but you can select the presentation.
Okay. By 2030,
no, presentation is still not visible. So your screen is full screen is visible. Okay.
Okay.
So is your presentation open?
Not, sir. Not open. No slides. I couldn't.
No, is it presentation? You already opened it?
Yeah.
In your computer?
Yes, I got.
Okay,
I had it. No problem. I had it presentation in my computer. I can read it.
Yeah. Okay. So share it again. Maybe you can reshare it.
So
go to stop sharing and reshare it.
Oh.
Then okay, try once again, no problem. Take your time. Yeah, now screen is visible. Just open PPT now.
Okay, okay.
When you share it, then the last there is a all screen. Okay. When you just click on the share button, you see three windows, the entire screen. You can just select the entire screen and click on that screen and share it. Then you can open whatever you see in the screen, it will be visible to the audience. Praveen, do you have a presentation with you?
Yes, sir, I have.
Yeah, now it is visible. The presentation is visible. You can put it into a slideshow mode if you want. You can see the presentation now.
I see in my computer.
Yeah, open it. Now we can see your emails. So whatever you open it in your screen, it will be visible.
Okay.
Yeah, now we can see it. Okay.
Can I say forward to you? No.
No, sir. I will present you.
Oh.
I think Praveen will share it. Okay, then you can talk about it. Let Praveen share so that you can.
Just a minute, sir.
Yeah. So go to next. Yeah. So India is poised to become the 5 trillion economy with the government projection to targeting it to 27-28. The IMF forecast this milestone of 2029. These ambitious goals hinges the sustained growth through transformative initiatives like Make in India and Digital India programs. However, the challenges including the global economic volatility, infrastructure constraint, and meaningful job creations must be strategically addressed to realize this vision. The strategic imperatives The creating the future-ready workforce that drives the innovations, productivity, and inclusive growth across the sector. Next. So our vision is India as the global talent hub. So workforce transformation, digital AI and enablement, inclusive growth, and sustainable HR. Workforce transformation, we have the agile, multi-generation teams with the seamless talent, mobility, and gig integrations, digital and AI enablement, analytics-driven HR system with intelligent automation and predictive capabilities, inclusive growth, gender, regional, and disability parities, creating the opportunities for all Indians. Sustainable HR, the ESG compliance, green policies, and ethical practice embedded in the talent settings. Expected outcomes, what need? Enhance your productivity, reduce attrition, the robust compliance, and comprehensive future skill readiness across the workforce. Next. So this vision makes us to that mega trends shaping the 2030. That's AI-driven talent acquisition. It fosters the hiring cycles, predictive and analytics, transforming the recruitment. The 45% of the firms are now using the AI for candidate screening. And gig and remote work revolution, flexible talent pools, redefining employment, contract, and workforce research. And we will get nearly 23 million gig workers projected by 2027. Green jobs and ESG mandate. Sustainability driving the talent, brand strength, and regulatory compliance. 12% of new hires on renewable energy sector. We are going to have renewable energy sector for 12% in the then skill-centric economy. A continuous reskilling became the non-negotiable for career progression. The reskilling or upskilling, it is becoming the non-negotiable for career progress, career development. 70% of jobs requiring digital competence now. The next slide, please. The next. On the basis of the vision and the trends, I put the 4 pillar frameworks. First, from the sustainable HR. Sustainable HR means ESG compliance, green policies, and ethical source. Second is inclusive growth, gender, regional, disability parity initiative. Third one is digital and AI enabled, HRIs, analytics, manpower analytics, human and intelligent automation. Fourth is workforce transformation, age diversity, gig integration, talent mobility. This integrated framework creates a robust foundation for India's human capital strategy, ensuring the organization can attract, develop, and retain world-class talent while driving the sustainable business outcomes. The next slide, please. Next one, maybe. I'm going to go by one pillar. Right now, I'm taking to the 4th pillar, the workforce transformation. workforce transformation, demographic advantage. Now we got 600 million under 25 ages. By 2030, 300 million over 45 years. There are the diverse age and generations, millennial, boomer, and Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z, the last one. By 2030, we are going to have more than 65 years old. That is the boomers. Boomers will retire. So the next generation, general millennial and general X, will take part. So another one is the general Z, Gen Z. Nearly 337 million people are here by 2030. We're expecting. So about 40% of Gen S will, nearly 36 to 40% by 2030. The talent liquidity, internal JIC platforms, cross-functional squads, enabling the dynamic resource allocation. So it will enhance the experience. Shifting from hire to retire, or going to the past talent journey with AI-driven career nudges. This transformation requires reimagining the traditional HR structure to embrace fluidity, agility, and continuous learning as core organized capabilities. The next pillar is digital and AI enablement. Such a new HR core. So, HR analytics, intelligent automation, employee self-service. So HR analytics, it helps to predictive churn modeling, strategic capacity planning, and measurable ROI on learning and development investment. L&D. Intelligent automation, the end-to-end onboarding workflows, seamless payroll processing, and automated compliance reporting, reducing manual script. That is paperless compliance. Employee self-service. Mobile-first platforms with voice enable the HR assistant, providing the instant access to the policies, benefits, and support to the employees. These digital capabilities transform the HR from an administrative function to partner, delivering the real-time insight and personalized employee experience at scale. Next slide. Next one, I think please. So the
Next slide.
I digitalize it in the next one. It's inclusive growth, turning diversity into performance. As we go by target, 40% of the women leadership by 2030. So now we have the 17%. Enhancing the percentage of the women participation and leadership will closing the gender gap. And the next 60%, what is 2-tier and 3-tier hirings, regional balance through remote hubs and distributed teams. Now this is not only the metro city. You see that in the regional hubs, not only in Chennai. Now we are having the IT parks and industry manufacturing everywhere in Madurai, Chennai, Coimbatore. In such a way, the distributed teams are located, and regional balances are everywhere. The developments are everywhere. For example, recently in Perambalur, Ariyalur, and Karur, Tiruchi in South District, none other shoes are coming. So it provides more employment in workforce, to women workforce, and it is fortunately now Zoha have established IT parks in Tenkasi. In the government opened an IT park in Tanjavur. So that now they are distributed. There are so many regional hubs of talent, regional IT sector, and manufacturing are coming over. So we need to. There is no 2-tier, 3-tier also. So we need to regional balance here now. So in order to that, next one is 100% digital accessibility. Includes the job design for persons with disability. Everyone should access the digital in a job, so that government policy and organization changes over, everything should come to the employees and first hand. So some initiative we can give gender parity initiative, mentorship programs for women leaders, and flexible work arrangements, equal pay audits and transparency, and local language support. So the growth should not be in one particular part. That should be inclusive all. Inclusive all means demographically and geographically, and gender-wise, and disabled person also, and that should be inclusive growth in employment and workforce, talent acquisition, everything we need. Next slide. Sustainable HR. The ESG as a talent, green policies, carbon neutral offices, sustainable travel reimbursements, and eco-friendly workplace practices, ethical supply chain, HR-led vendor audits, ensuring the labor standards, fair wages, working conditions, and skill-based volunteering program used for creating a social impact. These 3 areas will help to build the sustainable HR. 2030, sustainability will not be the differentiator. It will be the fundamental of expectation from both employees and customers. Organizations that embed ESG principles into their HR strategy will win the war for talent. The future belongs to the organization that views sustainability not as a compliance, but as a strategic imperative that drives innovation, engagement, and long-term business success. The next slide. Fortunately, and of late, our union government has implemented the new labor code, and has implemented by 21st November 2025. It's the biggest labor reforms since independence. India's transformative labor codes are reshaping the 2030 workflows landscape by formalizing the gig economy contractors, extending the social security benefits, including PF and ESI, to platform and unorganized workers, and dramatically simplifying the compliances through technology integration. These reforms champion the maximum governance and minimum government. fostering the formal job creation through fixed term contracts, to immense network participation, and establishing unified minimum wages. The vision, the competitive and inclusive business environment by 2030. There are two main things in the new labor code. One is a simplified compliance, another digital focus. Simplified compliance means one registration, one license, and one annual return replaces 28 separate laws, 29 separate laws. Another one is digital focus. It's a web-based algorithm-driven inspection, reducing inspector routes with the electronic things. So this new labor code help the organization for developing further to achieve the target by 2030 in a grand way, grand scale. Next slide. On the basis of the new labor codes, every organization must reframe their HR policies, and that must be aligned with the new labor codes. There are key changes that's reshaping the HR policy in 2026 now. The first one is the unified wage definition. Single standardized definition of wages fundamentally changes how PF contributions and gratuity are calculated across all sectors. Second, expanded social security. The gratuity and comprehensive social security benefits now extend to fixed term employees, that is a contract employees, gig workers, creating more inclusive workforce. Third, flexible working hours. Legal provisions now permit 4-day work week. It's 48 hours. You can make it in 12 hours for 4 days. However, that should be 48 hours. With the extended daily shift, offering unprecedented flexibility for the employers and employees. The fourth one is digital compliance. So mandatory digital documentation and e-compliance system. With algorithm-based inspection, streamlines the regulatory adherence. So on the basis of three key changes, HR policy should be reframed by every organization by 2026. So now, by 21st November, government implemented. It will take for nearly 6 months by Union Secretary. By April, they will get rules and regulation, the states rules and regulation, and approved by legislature. Okay. The next slide, please. On the basis of HR frameworks and policies, government unified labor codes, and also that we know now we can come to some roadmap for 2030. The next slide, please. Hello. Next slide, please.
Next slide, Praveen.
Yeah. So roadmap. Previous slide. roadmap to 2030. This is the previous slide. Yeah. Thanks. So roadmap for 2030. There are strategic milestones for HR transformation. By 2025, now we've got a foundation. Implement AI-powered training systems and launch internal JIT platforms for flexible workforce management. By 2026, the next year, diversity and ESG. Achieve 30% of women in middle management position, at least. Since we have only 17% in the 16 to 17% only women leadership. Now we must provide extent at least 30% of the women in middle management. So automatically it will be escalated to 40% by 2030 in senior leadership and other. And roll out the comprehensive ESG reporting frameworks. 2027. This is HR analytics and remote. Deploy full analytics-driven workforce planning. Workforce planning strategy, data-driven, analytics-driven. Why? Where they are coming, how many people are there, what are the categories are there, their parameters, their strength, and this will help us to deploy the correct, right work plan in the right place. So this is very good, helpful for workforce planning. With 50% of roles enabled for remote work capabilities. This is one more suggestion. And by 2028, compliance and leadership. Launch zero lag compliance dashboard. Zero lag, that means so there is no deviation that should be complied. That should adhere to all the statutory compliance, regulatory rating, and reach 40% leadership diversity across all levels. I have initially told by 2026, 30% women. By 2028, we have to reach 40% of leadership diversity across all levels, so that we can reach the excellence by 2030. By 2029 and 2030, we can reach the excellence that will help scale the sustainable HR practices and establish position as a top 10 global employer brand. This is our roadmap. On the basis of roadmap, if organization follow and plan it and make the HR people, HR teams, rather than the administration function, they should be as a strategic partner in the organization. They should sit in the strategic meeting. So I think Dave Ulrich already every time is told that HR is not only for HR. He should take the accountability for stakeholders and sit in the board. Take seat in the board. As CHRO as C-suite leaders should take seat in the board in such a way that we can, HR people, our HR professional will evolve as a team members in board to escalate as a partner, strategic partner of the company, organization for the development. Next step. So some successful metrics for board tracking it. There is a KPIs through 2030. So it's a 30% talent velocity. So time to full reduction year on year. velocity, that is how to the time to fill them. Filling, this should not take too much time, or many organizations take sometimes takes a long time, and it will with the help of the existing, they are struggling to scale up. So we should focus on some metrics, talent velocity. I push 30% at least. Next, retention was 15%. 90-day turnover decrease in 2020. The turnover of the, not a monthly, that should be the 90 days, the 3 months once, a quarterly once we should review, track where they are, and then only we can put it in 15% as a retention and 40% human leader size. So this is all one KPI. Leadership diversity target by 2030. And ESG score plus 2 points annually. External rating improvement of 2 points annually through sustainable practices and transparent reporting. HR ROI. HR costs as percentage of revenue, that should be decreased by 5% by 2030 through efficiency gains. So these KPIs will help us to achieve the target of 2030. Next. Let us call for action. Our immediate steps for our leadership, HR leadership, and business leadership. First, approve the transformation budget, sanction the comprehensive 3-year HR transformation budget to enable the strategic initiative. Another one is to form steering committees, appoint the cross-functional steering committee comprising the executives, HR, and finance leaders. Next, reviews. We have to commit the reviews. Establish a quarterly HR board review sessions to track the progress and ensure accountability. Let us ready to shape the India's HR future together. Let us build a workplace ecosystem that empowers every employee, drives sustainable growth, and positions India as a global leader in human capital excellence by 2030. I would like to add one more quote from Dave Eldridge. He is a modern father of the HR. He is a father of modern HR. The ultimate value of HR is what it delivers for others. That's one thing. Thank you.
So thank you, Sundar. I think you touched some key points, very, very critical points for. I like the Vision 2030 slide. So you talk about target of each year. That is very, very interesting. I think so in this volatile world, the enabling people to deliver the value is something which is very critical. Okay, you very nicely covered all the topics, and it's, I think people also, the companies now started realizing that the value of human capital is something which they must try to maximize the value. Okay, so that's what I see. Okay, so that's a great insights. Would you like to summarize in 3 key takeaways for the team, Sundar?
I like to very summarize in a simple way. So 2030 is my this is the target. Why? Because the government also is a 5 trillion economy. That is the mission building this. This mission behind this 2030 program, I think. Easy. Because by the 5 trillion economy, the government projected by 2028, but the IMF also projected it further delay by 2029 or also. However, but by 2030, we have to, our workforce should be ready to meet all the business criteria. That is the main thing. There are more. There is a gap between the generation and skills and capability. So we got there are so many mismatches. We got to bridge the gap in all this system. So we have to focus on reskilling and upskilling now. That's very important. First 2 years, we have to focus mainly on reskilling, upskilling. That is the main thing. Then, and along the way, we have to do more important to the women workforce, women leadership also. So that give the diversity in Tamil. Fortunately, in Tamil Nadu, I think we have about 40% of our women workforce in manufacturing and technology. It is more than national standards. Not only in Tamil Nadu, in southern states, all they are all.
Tamil Nadu is leading. Tamil Nadu is definitely leading. Maybe Jayalalitha, the credit goes to Jayalalitha at that point of time.
As for past 5 years also,
it's continuous.
Already we have give a relaxation and we have put an education. We have that is only we have given more importance to the education for a female girl education. And not only in the schools, now from colleges and also. That's flexibility will improve their skills. The participation also there is rises.
Excellent. Great insights. Thank you, Sundar. Thank you very much. I really liked that India is going to be 5 trillion economy very soon, and workforce need to be ready. I think that's very interesting takeaway. And reskilling and upskilling, two important key things. The third thing, as you said, women empowerment. To get the diversified leadership, especially middle management. I really liked what you said.
You.
And thank you for sharing the experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Sundar Raj. And if you have any questions, please post it. We'll make sure that your questions get answered. If you have any question related to HR, he's expert. Maybe he's really into a HR business for quite some time. He knows the legalities and also the women empowerment part. He knows the topic very well, and he's expert in that. So please reach out to Sundar for any questions related to HR, and we are happy to facilitate that. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much for giving a wonderful lecture.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Yeah. So ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to next topic by Dr. Vijay Chand. I hope Dr. Vijay is available on the screen. Hi, Dr. Vijay Garu. Hi, how are you doing?
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. I'm fine. Fantastic. How about you?
Yeah, all good. A little cold, and maybe because of my travel, I'm just feeling a little sore throat. Otherwise, I'm good. Thank you very much. So, Dr. Krishna Vijay Chand, welcome to Indian Business Excellence Summit. The topic Dr. Vijay is talking is successful marketing strategies for Indian companies. Okay, Dr. Vijay is a global strategy and marketing leader with 18 plus years of experience driving change and exceptional brand and business growth across technology startups, mid-sized firms, and IT organizations. So before you start, Dr. Vijay, I would like to say to the audience that we covered today. So we had one fantastic lecture from Ajay Nair about the Indian boards, about finance part. And we had a fantastic session from Rodolphe, where he's talking about knowledge management and also the strategy for unknowables. And one lecture from Mallaparaj, especially for Indian strategies. And in the morning, we had Ramanathan, Ravi Ramanathan talking about AI part. Okay, and then one great lecture from Arvind. He is more into practical way of transforming organizations through performance management. I think we had a very nice mix of topics, a nice mix of experts talking. And we are going, we continue with Dr. Vijay, followed by Srinivasan, and then maybe I'll give a lecture at the end. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. Please make sure that if you miss anybody, just ask them to join. And I would like to hand over stage to Dr. Vijay. Dr. Vijay, over to you. And it's my favorite topic, marketing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. It's my pleasure to be on this forum and the platform. Thank you for giving. So while you said, most of the well-known, speakers covered many topics, but marketing definitely happens to be the essence or the, thing in any organization, which many, entities do miss or maybe, forget the essence of help them evolve and then generate new business. So what entire presentation, you'll just see it now. Just let me know if the presentation is visible.
Yeah, did you share it already?
Yeah, I've shared it and I have.
Now it is visible. It's perfect.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you all.
We can hear you and yeah, please.
Yeah. So the successful marketing strategies, I've tried to cover a few case studies which most of us do know, in case studies from my previous experience. I'm also writing a book for Thames University, where I'm the academic advisor. So I picked up few inputs from there as well, and then we'll see how this can be really productive by the end of the session. So yeah, this is the first slide. More often what I keep telling organizations with all the organizations I worked before, not to ignore India. The reason why is because India today is not just a fast growing, it is one of the most strategically demanded and it's in the world. What makes India more fascinating is the extreme scale and the diversity which coexist. And on one side, we have brands like Jio, Amul, Zomato, that have redefined how Indian consumer buying pattern would be. And on the other side, we have thousands of SMEs, startups, and even large enterprises which struggle even today. Basic questions like what they also try to question themselves on what languages do we should we use and how do we differentiate. If you see, last year there are close to about 11,000 plus startups which got closed. Probably the central question which they should have asked them, same thing on channels, languages, how do we have to differentiate, what's segmenting, targeting in the positioning strategy. So you get my entire journey which I had evolved, be it forms, be it supply chain and sustainability, be it cloud and analytics. I have my own educational institution or a college. So if you see here, my experience which I'm going to talk today is going to cover sectors, that is from boardroom to classroom, and a boardroom in the sense where marketing is expected to drive revenue and credibility. Absolutely, that's the reason why marketing has to be a function in every organization. If you don't have a marketing team as such, probably this is a time to build one, because marketing is not just social media or a lead generation, something beyond that. And from classroom where trust, long-term transformation, so on and so forth. So I would emphasize again that today's session is not just going to be a market, is also about what generally works, completely based on my experience, the executions what I've done, few of my mistakes have done in the past and have rectified them, learnings and results. So that is what what I'm going to cover, and Indian geography. So as I said, yeah, India is definitely a potential market. So if you see here, why is India different? I also may emphasized on and difficult, a data-driven view. So if you today see at the entire parameter out here, to understand the Indian market, we must start with data, because intuition alone fails, and that is by default known to everybody who might be listening to this entire session. So today India has over 751 internet users. If you look at the 2024 data, penetration is only 52.4%. I've also given the data from which I have picked up this info. We have 62 social media users, but platform behavior is completely fragmented. Someone in a metro may use LinkedIn, and and someone who's not in a metro might be using long form content, while some in a tier 3 cities maybe WhatsApp, or videos. So if you look at this, the mobile data in India, is cost about 17 rupees per GB, one of the cheapest globally. This single factor has completely changed the consumption patterns. Video is now default, not premium. Earlier it used to be. India's mobile advertisement market, if you ideally look at advertising market itself, is $7.6 billion in 2024, and probably a couple of billions more in 2025, and definitely is expected to become $18 billion in 2023. 10.2% of CAGR. This I've picked it. So if you see this, if you actually see this, the growth is not linear. It is chaotic, right? And everybody would accept this. This is why I often say that India is not, it is a combination of many markets, which is focusing on the consumer buying pattern, and sometimes difficult, sometimes easy, sometimes very, non-existent position for startups, so on and so forth. So a consumer in Hyderabad behaves very differently from the one in Karimnagar. WhatsApp may outperform emails in a city like Nagpur. If you see, their short videos outperform long content, by 10x in tier 2 cities. This is all data is is pulled out from all the relevant reports. So any marketing strategy that does not respect this complexity is destined to fail. And most of the reason, that is the reason why maybe many organizations don't rely on marketing. Probably probably the fear or the intuition towards failing, but they definitely, I would insist on having a marketing team, because the solution also comes in from them. Okay, so what actually works in India? 5 winning patterns. This is what I had used, and I have used the same in my book, which is in terms of the framework which I've used in my book is vision, execution, legacy, and these 5 patterns which I'm actually showcasing here. Indian consumers, Indian consumers reward brands, then that point. If you look at Jio, I'm just giving you an example, didn't optimize telecom, completely reset the expectations. But if you see that the first one, which is disruptive value, plus access, it has completely reset the expectations of the consumers. If you look at the second point, which is India responds to languages, it responds to festivals. Of course, we are also humorous, and the timing is also important. That is the reason in a strategy known as segmentation, targeting, and positioning, time is played a very important role in the sense that it does not work the same way in Tamil Nadu, or a pan-India messaging, is often different completely. If for different cities, different ICPs, ideal customer profiles, most of you might have executed this. The email or the strategy which you're using for a CIO or a CTO will completely be different from the strategy what your organization uses for a CFO. Will be different from the strategy what the organization is using for a CEO. In a similar way, it's hyper localization, which I'm going to cover while we go forward. Certain important strategies known as account-based marketing, deal-based pursuits, so on and so forth, specifically for the Indian geography. The third purpose, brands like Amul, brands like Tanishq, Zerodha are trusted because they're ethical, human-oriented, human-centric, and consistent. In India, trust compounds faster than performance claims. That is something which everybody has to think about when we concentrate on a geography like India. The fourth is digital first storytelling. That is very important. Most of the time, I've gone through one of the sessions, and they talk about a magic formula, and the magic formula itself starts with something like storytelling. They talk about how is it that we'll have to make a story relevant to the geography, relevant to the nativity, relevant to the the people whom we are actually going to target. It's not only just look at this digital for storytelling, it is also applicable all the geographies. And the fifth important thing is ecosystem thinking. If you look at Jio, Tata Neo, Swiggy, they are selling the way of life, and they've redefined. That's a redefinition is what I actually call it as. So I describe all this, as a journey from vision to execution to legacy in my book, which is not yet out. Probably it should be out in a couple of days. So I've come to I wanted to show this Reliance, how it has disrupted. It's not that most of us don't know, all of us know it is, but still I wanted to reiterate. Jio had disrupted a saturated market. India itself is a saturated market, but when Jio could do it, definitely many other organizations, if they properly plan it, strategize it, everybody would be in a position to do it. So when Jio launched telecom, the market was saturated, pricing was high, adoption was internet usage was cautious. What did Jio do? It initially made data free. This created massive habit, which means to say they're getting the people or the consumers habituated to having a free data. People didn't just try internet, they lived on it. And that's what we literally do even today. Even I use Jio, I literally live on it. Powerful promise. Digital life for every Indian, not a telecom pitch, but a lifestyle vision. Then, which they've attached to this particular, digital life, which is Jio TV, Jio Cinema, Jio Savan, payments. Switching away became emotionally and practically possible, if you actually look at it that way. Now, finally, the storytelling is short, emotional, which will give us that digital to have, have an ad also shown here, but for some reason, my system started acting up, so I've deleted it. So that's the reason I'm not going to display any ad here on they've done it. But if you look at it in India, the fastest way to grow is to change the market behavior. It is not just a behavioral change, but also getting the consumers addicted towards lifestyle changes. So there's one more case study, which is from Amul, which I've just shown here. Amul represents the opposite end side of the spectrum, right? It's a masterclass in consistency is what we have to say, yet equally powerful. For over 50 years, Amul has used the same character, same humor, same visual layout in a world which was obsessed with reinvention. So Amul chose something known as discipline, strict discipline. Its tropical ads respond instantly to politics, cricket, sometimes Bollywood, and also social movements. That is the storytelling, right? If you also look at it, what's so remarkable is that even Amul moved to digital and social media platform. It did not change its personality, or it has changed the medium. This compounding brand memory, while others chase novelty, Amul compounds recall. That is the reason why I've mentioned it there, saying that consistency beats creative reinvention, especially in India. See the Amul girl, topical billboards, real-time marketing, digital compounding brand memory. It's all put together. What I said, something known as the magic part. This is a case study which I thought I'll just cover from Amul also. One was it from the telecom sector. The second is purely from the FMCG sector, so that we will get to understand on organizations which have become. Amul was a startup earlier. It could actually disrupt the market, which was really stagnant, and then go ahead and position themselves in such a way that today we think about, like the way if we talk about a photostat, we say it's Xerox. Today, when we think about the mindset, they've changed in a way that we automatically think about Amul. That's the way they have actually created the market standard for themselves. So the next thing is, most of you might have to sit back once and then think about your organization's marketing strategy. Or maybe few organizations or other people who are actually attending the call, or maybe where you actually work, you have to think back, sit back, and probably discuss with your leadership. Do we have a team? If so, what is it that they're doing? Or do we don't have a marketing team as such? Why don't we have a marketing team? Because it is the marketing team help not only in terms of data, use the data, but also use in enterprise deals. I'll tell you how. In Indian B2B, marketing falls when it behaves like B2C. I'm actually talking about I'm actually talking about a scenario which is a B2B. Then we'll talk about B2C. Then we'll talk about a scenario for B2B, something like a D2C as well. Enterprise buyers do not respond to volume. They respond to credibility. That is what we'll have to actually think about. In our organizations, at least in the organizations which I have been working, I've worked with in the past, and I'm currently working, including the college which I own, we strategically use segmenting, targeting, positioning with a combination of 4 C's. And this execution has driven us, not only towards having appropriate thought leadership articles, but at the same time create so many enormous quality leads, which has actually helped or boosted the sales team to go ahead and then win large enterprise deals. So we run C-level roundtables, deep webinars, curated discussions where marketing creates trust for sales even enters. So this that we call it, right? Marketing is nothing but changing the mindset of the geography, changing the mindset of the person whom you're going to talk to. And sale is nothing but creating a sale value, a value to that particular mindset, which is nothing but closing a deal. We also use concepts like account-based marketing. We also use concepts like, multi-touch engagement, which is LinkedIn. We also, and also most importantly, the relevance. When a CXO sees your brand associated with partners like AWS, Microsoft, Snowflake, I just named a few, or a respected industry body, definitely half of the resistance disappears. So marketing is not the way about how it leads. It is about lowering the cost of trust. That is the reason Indian respond when you connect tech to revenue, risk, and reputation. You have to show to them when you are entering a market like India. Many of them have resistance to see whether you to operate India as a geography or as a targeted geography. But the answer is because the purchasing parity here is completely different, more when compared to the other geographies wherever I operate in currently. And at the same time, definitely the decision makers do respond, at least with the multi-value deals what I close day in and day out, when you connect tech vis-a-vis with the revenue, the risk, and the reputation what they would ideally get. It's simple but telling them that we are going to help you win. And how is it that we are going to do that? By a proper solution or a product or or a service what you're actually going to offer. And of course, definitely the credibility combination of positioning your organization, as a thought leader in the industry. And that particular positioning can only be done by marketing, with the help of the marketing team, because they are the guy, that is the team which drives credibility and trust. So the other important thing which I really wanted to cover here is, most of us, right, we make hundreds of, and today we are talking about AI evolution. Tomorrow it can be neural networks, or the day after it can be a combination of AI with neural networks. Now, when we make so many decisions, every day, it is we make these decisions consciously. Sometimes it's also unconsciously, and marketing is no different. Definitely marketing also makes decisions, and especially in geographies like India, consciously and unconsciously. But all changes, what marketing makes, does not need to be focused to get you the result in just a couple of weeks. But definitely marketing in a geography would, or the strategies which we have to implement, or I had implemented in the past, have reduced my complete sales cycle. So now when I talk about AI evolution out here, because there are so many sessions which you might have covered, be AI also definitely being a part of it. Many people think that AI changes, replaces humans. No, that's a false statement, right? AI will definitely complement our efforts, but at the same time, AI will definitely help marketing also, to be positioned in geographies like India, to have an appropriate decision making cycle. That is, the decision management system would evolve marketing, and that would actually lead the organization into winning more deals and then positioning themselves as thought leaders in the industry. So good strategy becomes exponentially powerful, but bad strategy often fails faster, right? So that is the reason AI is to test assumptions rapidly, refine personas, and personalize at scale. Something impossible manually in India's market, which is really complex. Definitely a combination of AI with the strategies of marketing will help us test the assumptions, at the same time refine personas, I'm repeating it again, and personalize at scale. That is the reason, when we make everyday decisions, every day we should also make a decision to, if you're not focusing on India, you have to focus on India, and at the same time you don't have a marketing team, you'll have to probably start a marketing team immediately. Okay, now this is what I'm actually planning to focus on. That is AI plus India, the perfect marriage. How AI changes marketing for Indian companies, which means to say India is uniquely positioned for AI-driven marketing. We have the world's largest multilingual, population, which all of us do accept it. Massive behavioral data, mobile-first adoption, and if you actually see, we are the biggest, digital payments platform when compared to all the geographies across. And at the same time, if we enable AI, if we adopt AI, hundreds of content variants, in multiple languages can be created in split of seconds. Faster lead scoring and funnel optimization, deeper ABM personalization. I'm not sure if you guys, most of you might be asking me any questions towards the end of the thing, but if you question yourself, did we really have account based marketing? Did now AI plus ABM, did my organization start it? Because that is faster results. And believe me, I'm the best example out here to actually tell you that the sales cycle gradually, practically reduced from 6 months to 2 months to 3 months in most of the, in the organizations which I'm working now, and at the same time by using AI. Now as as if you actually see this, it is an amplifying good strategy. Of course, when we are implementing, we are telling the organization or the strategy that will be punishing the bad. So as a prompt engineer and also a black belt, I have really and literally even today have used, and I'm using AI to accelerate my ABM content generation. We also initially use AI to to initiate our campaigns, and then we test the success rate of these particular campaigns in a span of days or weeks, which was earlier running into months, wasting efforts and time. So this is a 7-step playbook, which I actually wanted to portray here for most of the Indian companies. If you actually see here, this is a playbook I've used. This presentation is upon my experience, upon the the CXX, the CMOs whom I had worked with, and developed this 7-step playbook for most of the Indian companies. No foremost thing is what we have to see out here is know your geographies. That is, tier 2, tier 3, rural. What kind of products am I actually going to take in there? What is my pricing? What languages have I hung in? So on and so forth. And specifically in a geography like this, and also most of the geographies which we actually operate in, we have to solve a real problem. Then over deliver. We have to commit less but deliver more. That is what I follow. We generally commit less and then deliver more, rather than committing more and deliver less. Pick a clear brand voice. Brand voice, we call it as brand positioning, brand recall, brand voice, so that we stay consistent in the market, which is something like a Namul or Zomato. Design for mobile as well as vernacular first, short videos, long language, local languages, WhatsApp, flows, so on and so forth. Build an ecosystem of partners, as well as alliances and industry bodies. This is very much important for most of the organizations. We don't need to go to analysts like Gartner's, or Novaricus on this or the Celents of the world, but definitely we should have an analyst organization or an industry body associated with us. We should have the best of the best partnerships, with alliances which are well known in the market, and this should also have a feature which would a turnaround or a threshold which would help us build up with many of these industry bodies. Use data, it's track funnels, at the same time experiment quickly. Today most of you guys, everybody would be knowing it, right? Even we will be getting so many emails, emails in our inbox. Probably an attractive subject line, would help us open that particular email. And once we look at the content will have to be, will have what my interest would be, or else probably I would lose interest in the first 5 seconds. Then definitely there should be a call to action on that particular link. It should lead to my landing page, and that particular landing page should also have the information, use cases which are relevant to me. So what I mean to say is, today we don't have the leverage like the way we used to have it 10 years back. 4 months or 6 months of 6 months of time to close a deal. No, today there are hundreds of companies which are very effective and efficient marketing strategies which operate using AI models, which would help them automate their entire workflows, and they will go ahead and close the deals very fast. So that is the reason we'll have to, at the same time, we don't have the leverage of experimenting with ease or leisure. We have to experiment these things fast, and at the same time, that is what will help us grow the funnel, because all of us, not everybody, who's here, everybody whom we interact every day, we want business, right? Whether we are operating in other geographies or whether we want to focus on the geography like India, ultimately, end of the day, what do we want? We want a sale, we want business. And how is it that we can do that? Only with the help of effective marketing strategies, tracking funnels, experimenting quickly, and then giving a boost, or a feed into the sales guys, saying that yes, now you can go ahead and then close it. Think legacy, not just campaigns, compounding trust over 5 to 10 years. So this is the blueprint I've used, as I said, in many organizations, and my book also, portrays this. That is how Indian marketers are moving through, in real world. Now, this is an important slide, which I wanted to have. ABM, account-based marketing. Most of you might have heard about this term, but still we rely on traditional lead generation funnel. Traditional lead generation funnel, or some people, we call it inside sales, we call it inside sales team. Some of them call it lead generation team. Some of them call it demand generation team. Some of them call it demand-based team. Some of them call it representatives. Whatever is the whatever is the designation, ultimate, from the traditional method of lead generation towards the modern method of account based marketing. I don't know, I forgot to write here. Even the recent article from Gartner actually says that 217% quicker results will be achieved only if you use account based marketing. And believe me, ABM is a wonderful strategy to be used in a job. So what I've done here is, if you look at the traditional inside sales, volume driven, low percent, works for an SMB, not enterprise India. I'll spend this is a very important topic, which I really, had fallen in love in the past, and I execute also. What is traditional lead generation? We have 6 lead generation team. We give them an entire data set of numbers, and their job is to dial 80 numbers. So 6 into 8 is 480 calls, and I'm 100% sure that 95 to 98% land in their voicemails, and 1 or 2 probably might respond back. And in the 2 who say I'm going to attend a meeting with you, yes, I've liked your services, 1 might not attend, 2 might not. Most of the times they don't turn up on the call, or they do traditional lead generation. Whereas on the flip side of it, if you see account based marketing, which is a very important principle, if none of you have started it, you might have to start it now. Personalized for key accounts. Account based marketing talk is 1:1, which means to say, if I'm targeting one individual, a CIO or a CFO or a CMO or a or a cloud architect or a data guy, I have to on his own self. That is, the effort which goes into running campaigns for all other accounts should be the similar strategy, even while I'm actually executing it for this particular person. So one, that is, we only execute account based marketing for 10 accounts. We execute account based marketing for 100 accounts. Probably when we are executing, when we have to invite people for a webinar, when we have to invite people for a fireside chat, or a panel discussion, or get them to, or even branding for that matter. So account based marketing is 1:1, 1:10, 1:100, and 1:1000, which even we don't recommend, and it's not viable. Now what happens? Because the accounts are less, that is either 10 or 100, we develop an account pursuit plan. What does the account pursuit plan say? Account pursuit plan tells me, of course, there are many tools which actually help us to use account based marketing. And account pursuit plans is nothing but the team, that is the marketing team, with the help of a market intelligence or a market research associates out there. They go ahead and then they try to understand who is the prospect, who are these 10 prospects whom actually going to target, who are the ICPs, the ideal customer profiles. And in every organization we talk about 4 ideal customer profiles. Most of you might agree with me. One is an influencer, the second is a user buyer, the third is a technical buyer, the fourth is an economic decision maker, none other than the CFO or the CIO or the CTO, who's actually going to sponsor this particular solution or a service of ours because he's got a pain point, right? And apart from that, we also try to do persona profiling. What is this? Who are these 4 people? What are they actually doing? What does the LinkedIn profile say? What are they thought leaders in the industry? What blogs are they actually writing? Talk. What is the topic of his interest? We do this complete ideal customer or the persona profiling. And once this ideal customer persona profiling is done, then we go ahead and try to understand who are my competitors who are actually serving that particular organization, and are they facing any pain points. Many of you might be having a question now: is this really possible? It is definitely possible, because there are many tools which are available in the market. Some are less expensive, some are a bit expensive. It depends upon the budget or the marketing budget what we hold. And once I understand what particular, who are my competitors who are actually serving that particular organization, I would also go and then try to do an IT budgeting. How much IT budget does particular person have? How many tools does he have? So what I'm trying to do is, I'm actually doing a dossier, my market intelligence dossier, and keeping this entire thing ready for my account-based strategists or account-based specialists, marketing specialists, who will go ahead and then use multi-channel. Like LinkedIn, they will decide, do I have to reach him out on LinkedIn? Should I have to send him an email? Should I have to send him a WhatsApp? Do I have to invite him for for a leadership session like this? So on and so forth. Everything gets gets aligned. Now, what account-based marketing will be successful only if sales entity, the leadership organization, as well as the marketing entity, all the three of them work together. This is the inner circle. The outer circle is nothing but the solutions team, the products team, the services team. Everybody will have to be working hand in hand, and the only team which drives this is nothing but the marketing team. So here, higher SQL pipeline, which will lead to healthier pipeline, which will lead to a positive deal rate. What I'm trying to tell you is, in traditional inside sales method, what we have executed there earlier, out of 480 calls, probably there are chances that 2, 3, 4 might answer, which means to say the hit ratio is less than 1%. Whereas in account based marketing, take my words for granted, the hit ratio itself will be more than 28%, because we will track opens, we'll track clicks, we'll track the journey, the entire journey through which that particular person is coming onto the website. We will track entry keywords, we'll track exit keywords, so on and so forth. Most of you might be executing ABM, so you'll agree with you. People who are not actually doing, specifically when you want to target or enter geographies like India, or you're planning to enter, or you've already entered, if you haven't used ABM, then ABM is the best strategy. So ABM is not marketing. Again, I'm insisting on that point. ABM is relationship orchestra. First, start off with developing a relationship rather than going ahead and sending them an email or getting the inside sales team to call them. That's the reason I spent some bit of amount of time on ABM versus traditional inside sales marketing. Now, the other thing which complements my account-based marketing strategy is nothing but my digital marketing effectiveness. If you look at the digital marketing effectiveness, different purposes, different platforms serve different ICPs, right? All of us agree to that. So LinkedIn, if you look at it, LinkedIn builds credibility, Instagram builds aspiration, YouTube for tier 1 and tier 2 cities, it is nothing but driving scale. WhatsApp delivers the highest conversation. So what I'm actually trying to do here, digital works when we are targeting based on the personal or the persona based assistance. That is the success formula, what I've actually written there. It is nothing but retargeting, vernacular content, short form of videos, AI content scaling. So digital works when it feels personal, not promotional. And today, a combination, that is my first pillar, which is nothing but account based marketing. The second pillar, which is my digital marketing effectiveness. And the third one is branding, which most of us forget or we tend to ignore. See, what do we do is, people consider branding, to be, we think that, okay, I brand and that is done. No, branding itself is considered as a revenue engine these days. And of course, while branding becomes my third pillar, it becomes my center pillar. The other two pillars which are holding the entire strategy is, the left side of it is the account based marketing, the right side of it is nothing but my digital marketing. So what does branding do? Branding shortens sales cycle, branding reduces pricing resistance, branding increases trust. That's the reason I've given a few examples. Most of you know it. Infosys, it's predictable excellence. TCS, global delivery capability. Zoho, that's the way we brand them, right? Zoho, Indian quality plus global mindset. So marketing is not just a lipstick. It is a force multiplier of revenue. That is, we call it as the revenue engine. Now, when we do all these things, probably some of you might be having a doubt on the other side of the table, saying that, okay, if I implement account-based marketing, if I go ahead and then implement branding and make branding as one of my strategy, definitely yes, I can go ahead and tell my marketing team. And at the same time, we have digital marketing. Now, what is the strategy? Is this enough for me to win large deals? No. That is the place where we have to bring another concept known as deal-based pursuits, or I call it as deal-based marketing. Deal-based marketing increases win probability by 30 to 40%, 30 to 50%. Okay, what I'm trying to do here is, large deals are not won by generic pitches. Most of you who are in this, who are in this discussion today, definitely will agree to my point that generic pitches will not go in for large. Just personalization. Be it microsites, be it CIO based pitches, be it proof of documents, leadership videos, war room collaboration, whatever it is. I'll tell you one concept, one point what deal based marketing tells. Deal based marketing, which is executed by the marketing team, influences the influencers and the decision makers who are sitting on the other side of the table evaluating your RFPs, it influences them and then gets them to a conclusion saying that yes, this is an organization which whose RFP who I have to start evaluating first. How do we do that? That's a complete science on its own, which I've implemented. What do we do? I go ahead. Generally the marketing team does not go ahead and then start discussions with with these deals. It is only the pre-sales team which does it, as well as the sales team. But deal-based pursuits is led by the marketing team, which sits outside the boundary of the prospect organization, but influences the decision makers out there using social media, using all the channels, digital marketing, social media, as a strategy on its own self, even before he understands or tries to evaluate other RFPs. We are getting his mindset to be aligned to what my organization has submitted in the RFP. It's a complete different science. We'll talk about it sometime later. It's a strategy on its own. But deal-based marketing as a principle, as a concept itself, will not only reduce your sales cycle, which will increase your win probability by 50%. Believe me, even when I've worked in one or two startups like IT Technologies or Innovap2, we had competed with the biggest names like Wipro. We had competed with biggest names like Infosys, and we have literally beaten them up, or we won in those RFPs and we got the projects. The only concept, because while my understanding layer, that is the horizontal layer, stands on top as it is, something known as deal-based marketing, we have influenced them to a level that they couldn't say no, and then we were given the better chance, or the win probability more when compared to the biggest names. So this is what I call it as defining success. It's a combination. Whatever I spoke now, it is a combination of knowledge to see early success, knowledge with expertise, with experience, and need, which obviously the marketing team generates there, and the goals would help you succeed in any geography, even if it is India. That is the reason why I say India is the lab, but the world is the market. If a strategy works in India across languages, price points, bandwidth constraints, and attention overload, it will anywhere. That's what we say, right? If you can drive a four-wheeler in Mumbai, you can drive it anywhere across the world. In a similar way, if we can make India as a lab, and if we can experiment it, if we can succeed in geography like India, we can definitely succeed anywhere. So my invitation to everyone here is, it's not just about copying global playbooks blindly. We use India as this, use India as your testing ground, use it as your innovation lab, position your brand story here. You never know, there could be another Amul, Jio, or Zomato in the same room here, in the audience out there, and probably we'll be talking about you in the next coming sessions.
Wow.
With this, I bring my to the end.
So great,
you so
great, very nice, Dr. Vijay. It's very insightful, really, especially when you talk about, few very important topics you raise about, especially the account-based marketing and then the deal-based marketing. Fantastic topics. I think it's very, very important, and many organizations don't spend enough time and efforts to understand marketing very well. I think I realized a little later, but that is true. You covered the topics very nicely. Okay, and I think one question is from Ajay is, could you ask Dr. Chand about dangers of bots within our digital marketing plans? So Dr. Ajay Nair talk about the bots.
Okay.
Okay.
So thank you so much, sir. And question, dangers of bots within our digital marketing plans today. Probably Ajay, have experimented this. Most of the day today in this bot-based world or AI-based world, this is definitely a threat. The reason why I'm saying that this is a threat is because I'll give you an example. when we execute an email, and we use a tool, it can be any email tool, it can be Mautic, it can be, MailChimp, it can be any other tool, MailChimp, Mautic, Mautic, so on and so forth. The result when we assess those particular tools, the open rates and the click rates would be exorbitant. Generally, most of the time, what happens is we take Pareto's principle, in the sense that if we are sending 100 emails, 20 is the actual result, even what the industry talks about. 23.58 should be our click rate, upon the emails which are sent. But most of the time, what happens out here is most of these organizations have deployed bots. It is not that it's from their security purpose, because they don't want spammed emails. They don't want unsolicited emails to come and land in their inboxes, which might actually play around with their data, and data theft also generally happens. They check the genuinity of this particular email, and the bot. That is the reason why, in an organization, most of the time what happens is these open rates and click rates, rather than being 20 to 25%, it goes to 80-85%. So we land in an assumption saying that, wow, my email campaign is performing. That's the first mistake. My email campaign has performed really well, and what do we do? Generally we do a follow-up. A second follow-up happens. Second follow-up also shows the same thing. So that the opens and clicks should go to my account-based marketing specialist, or my team, or the sales team, who will have to start calling and start introducing. Now, most of the time, what happens is when they call, this is an example, this is a problem which I had faced, and I'll tell you what we have done in the past. What happens out there is, the sales guy calls this prospect out there. It can be a CIO or a CTO, and when he answers, when the sales guy says, okay, thanks for opening our email, and then on our website, which is being tracked by CRM. It can be HubSpot or a Marketo or a Salesforce or whatever it is. And then, a form is automatically filled. Now, what happens out here is the immediate thing, CI say, I never heard about your organization. Who are you? What do you guys do? And in that 1 minute, we generally get 1 minute of time. In that 1 minute of time, we don't. If he says, I don't know who you are, he'll never answer my call again. My sales guy's call again. So we tend to go into wrong impression because of these bots, which is a threat. So what did we do? First and the foremost thing is we've changed the tool. We moved on to platforms like ZoomInfo. We moved on to solicited platforms where there is a restriction on bot activity, which means to say, if there is a bot activity, a bot will understand a platform. Foremost thing what we did was we've taken the platform with bot elimination, which means to say, even if my email goes there, if it's a bot which is clicking it, my tool will not capture it, because my tool understands that it's a bot which has clicked it, not a human interaction. Because there is certain set criteria on these tools saying that if it's a human, the minimum time which he has to spend on my email, which he reads it, is 13 seconds. Anything which is below 13 seconds, this is a set criteria, because a bot will not read the email. A bot will simply click it, which means to say the is open is 2 seconds. Now here, if it is more than 13 seconds, the platform understands that it's a human, not a bot. So that is captured. The second thing is, I have used my bot, on my particular website, there is a bot which is actually sitting, we call it Jessica, which sits there. And if it's a bot which is entering my website, Jessica understands with other set of criteria, or APIs which we have on the bot, which understand that the bot is landing on my website, and that information is not pushed onto HubSpot. So only human interactions are actually performed. So the answer to Mr. Ajay, to eliminate the threat of bots is to have bots. A bot is an answer to a bot. So we'll have to start deploying bots which are more, LLM and NLP driven based, which will understand through various, workflows on whether it is a bot activity there or a human activity that actually, helps me and my sales team focus on right, intended audience, and not the wrong ones which the bots have clicked. This is one of the examples, and there are many which keep coming in.
Yeah, so for the conclusion is, would you prefer to use bots, or we have to use bots carefully as a conclusion, because there is some voice disturbance. I don't know from my side or from your side. Vijay?
It's from my side. I'll just, bots will have to be used very constructive, because we cannot, because until and unless the bot is developed by my own product team, I cannot go ahead and then deploy it as it is, because that comes with its own set of rules and regulations. And we'll have to also understand with constructive algorithms, and at the same time the bot has to listen to what my end goal is, and we'll have to customize. Even if we are purchasing it from somebody outside, we'll have to customize it to aware that the other threats from other bots, which are actually deployed, because my ultimate thing is to ensure that my bot does what I am intending to do.
Mhm. Yeah, I hope that answered your question, Ajay. I have two questions. So one question is, based on your experience, Dr. Vijay, now we have so many events going on everywhere. If you see it, okay, so it's flooded. So online, of course, online events are limited now. After post-COVID, so you have physical events, so many conferences, summits, okay, exhibitions, the people go and present it. What is the best way to do that? Like it's not cheaper, it's an investment, time and efforts and the cost and all. At the same time, you have to present, okay, in the exhibitions. So what is the best way from the marketing point of view, okay, uh, to manage this confusion and also the productivity? So what I understand is, based on our some exhibitions where we posted, the end client who is visiting, that is not the real case there. So end clients are not visiting many, okay. The partners, the consultants, the competitors, they're there, okay. But real client, if he visits to the stall and all, that makes real impact, okay. So what is it from you must be experienced in that, and you know what it is, how it works. Like for example, there are so many programs from CII and other institutions, okay. So when we go there, it's more about a networking event rather than a knowledge sharing events kind of thing. So what is that for a product or service based companies? So what is your insight, Vijay? I have one more question. I will ask it later.
So I even and you've positioned the right point, sir, because most of the events which happen today, it's not the end customer who actually comes in there. See, what I have done in the past failed many times. We did fail many times. So what we have done in the past was the first principle. We will have to let the prospect. Most of these prospects, that is the C category, or we call it as CD. What we call it as the CXX, who are none of the CTOs, CFOs and all. D stands for directors, and we'll have to make it very sure that again it is all the magic formula, content driven. We'll have to ensure them that these events are not only for these are not awareness events. These events are for us to solve their problem. So in the past, when we did an event on our own, we failed. We did not get the turnaround. So what did I do? I went forward and then I told my my leadership, saying that let us not have these have events all alone. All alone events will not work. As I said, events we'll have to partner with the names which are very much relevant in the industry. So the next event, what I did 3 countries when I was with Tatas, associated with the Tatas. The first event when we did it on our own, we literally failed because, as you said, there was nobody turned out to that event, and there was no business requirement. The second time when we did was we've completely strategized 3 to 4 months before. We've approached Gartner, we've approached IMA, we have approached NASSCOM, we have approached CII, trying to understand who will actually partner us. And then what did we do? My subject matter experts, along with their subject matter experts, along with the market intelligence team, we did a thorough planning on which are those companies which have a real industry problem in the industry. It could be somebody trying to implement an AI strategy, somebody trying to implement a cloud strategy, somebody trying to move away from cloud because of whatever regulations they have, somebody trying to have sustainability as their strategy, like the way we have Telstra's sustainability strategy for 2030 is completely evolved. So these kind of information comes with a lot of research and comes with a lot of reports which also might have already written, and they also tell us, when we partner them, these are the industry bodies or the organizations which tell us yes, companies 20 to 30 have this requirement, and then the concept starts. It's not like A to Z, it is from Z to A. The concept of the event itself we've formulated after knowing what the pain point in the industry was. So that couldn't have been possible if I, from an organization of Tata representing them, would have done this. It is only because partnering with a Gartner, partnering with an industry, all of us sitting together, they keep bringing inputs, they keep giving us more pain points which are happening in the industry, and basis that is what we developed an agenda, we've developed a structure, we developed a theme, and then we've approached these particular organizations saying that this is the theme of the event and this is what we are trying to do. And we also made it very clear that there was a questionnaire which was also sent to the organizations which wanted to exhibit. Not that people just give money for their exhibit to have their stalls and then they come in there. We had given them the questionnaire. The questionnaire was filled up not only by the people who wanted to exhibit, but also the panel members and the speakers who are actually coming there to talk. Plus, we got this pain point. The questionnaire ideally happened. The main marketing, I said magic formula, the content strategy. After once we got all the questionnaires together, we've evaluated it. Of course, we've again done it with the help of an AI tool itself. We've evaluated it. Then we understood that okay, out of 100 applications which we got to exhibit, we only picked up 30-40 which are relevant to the industry. Now, what will happen when even if the prospect, and we also told them keep these are the pain points, these are the questions which were already sent to everybody, and these were the answers which you have responded, which had interested the prospect who's got a pain point also, that is the CIO and the CTO at that instance. Okay, somebody is going to talk about my pain point. This is not a generic industry event, this is a focused industry event. And we've of course we've got, while the seats were 150, we got 345 registrations, and the conference room was overbooked, with 220 coming and attending there, and everybody went back with their own set of 10 to 15 qualified leads. So that's what we have to do. It starts with research and it ends with research. Hello. Hello, am I audible? Hello. Hello.
Yeah, please. Abdul sir will join, sir. He's disconnected.
Okay. I thought it's a problem from my end.
No, it is a connectivity issue.
Sure.
Sorry, something is wrong with my Dr. Vijay. Something is wrong with my laptop. It's taking time. Okay, it thrown me away. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, you're audible, sir.
Okay. I just joined in my mobile just to complete that questions. So very interesting, Dr. Vijay. One more question is, I think I understand it's not just participating or it's not conducting uh, the event. So there is a lot of homework need to be done. Okay,
Yes.
so that can add value. So I totally agree with that. So that's fantastic advice. The another advice is for the online. So during the COVID, everybody did very nicely the online events. Okay, but later after COVID, now online events are not very beneficial. Even though it saves time, it gives them an opportunity to listen to the experts without moving around. Okay, but still, people don't spend time on it. What do you think about it? Yeah.
So, so if you actually see it that way, sir, even even we keep conducting online events because that's the easiest, and the safest way to bring in audience. But for online, digital marketing plays a very effective and an efficient role. And when I talk about digital marketing, digital marketing is again divided into two parts, right? It's divided into one is paid campaigns and organic campaigns. So paid, most of us, what we do is we don't utilize the paid campaign or paid strategy effectively.
Okay.
If you look at LinkedIn, if it with LinkedIn, we have features like smart links. We also have features where LinkedIn can actually cluster this, cluster the intended audience, and all this happens only if at all if you are actually going under the paid model. Yeah. See, what I'm actually trying to say out here is, if it is an online event, if it is an offline event, definitely there are constraints. There are constraints which actually may not allow people to travel to that particular location, because it is location based. It involves cost, it involves the time, everything. Whereas on the flip side of it, online should be more successful. But if you look at it, physical events will be more successful than online events, because people try to lose interest. So first strategy which we've started using was definitely paid campaigns, not only using paid editorials or advertisements on LinkedIn, but also we've started using paid meta ads, paid Google ads. The reason for doing this, because for online, the entire world is the scope, until and unless there is a timing restriction. If at all, if I'm executing an offline event in India, probably people from Hyderabad might come and join, because they just need to, it's not travel cost. Whereas online, India can be my scope, not only India, even the geographies which align, to some extent 2.5 hours apart from us. This side we can cover Singapore, Malaysia. This side we can cover, cover till, probably EMEA, Saudi Arabia, so on and so forth. But the reach for organic campaigns will not be so much. Organic campaign is only for people who are actually following my particular page, and if at all, if they click and if they reshare, if they act on it, then it goes into their network, it gets amplified there. Whereas if it is an online paid channel, I can include all my intended ICPs. I can include all my all the geographies, and then execute the paid campaign. That's one thing. And during these paid channels, which will really help us, which did help me a lot, and definitely I'm sure that it will help everyone out. Executive briefing is very important when we are running these paid campaigns, because people should know which are the companies which are coming in, participating, and who are the people. It's unlike for the offline thing, where we do a research and then tell that this is what we are talking. For online drives, with the people who are actually going to come in there, and most of them will be involved and will be interested only if they see a CIO coming and talking, a CTO coming and talking, a CTO coming and talking, so on and so forth. And then comes the second part of it, which is nothing but what is it that they're actually talking on. So the first is my paid campaigns across all channels. The second is the people who are actually going to be involved. Like, for example, I captured few names. Mr. Ravi Ramanathan, who spoke in the morning, and just one session before me, the other person spoke. So these are the prominent names in the industry who would actually, who will drive traffic. So what I'm trying to say is, first is paid campaigns, second is people who are talking, The third is entire problem. How is it that we are framing that particular problem vis-a-vis that problem equals to the solution? How is it that you are framing the solution? Clear next steps, and the post-event, post-webinar or post-event campaign. That even we'll have to go ahead and then send some kind of notes or links or YouTube channel, so on and so forth, for people who not only joined but also the people who registered but did not join. So
Yes.
they will definitely have time. I was listening to Ravi Ramanathan's presentation in the morning, and after that there was somebody else I was listening to, the industry personnel from who was talking on HR just one session before me. So when they have a free time, they'll definitely listen to it. Definitely listen to it. And when they listen to it, they'll have that idea, okay, last time I missed it, next time I'll talk. So we are doing a retargeting on people who did not attend, so that they will attend next time.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Vijay. We ran out of time actually. I think because our next speaker will be waiting, we ran out of time by 15 minutes. I would like to ask many questions. Since it is so important, maybe we can have a one-to-one session.
Yes, sir, sure, definitely. Yeah.
Okay, and maybe I'm even thinking, since maybe if it is possible, maybe we can have a 2-hour marketing session. Maybe we can have a 2-hour marketing session, Dr. Vijay, once. Maybe
Sure,
when we feel comfortable, where we talk exclusively about marketing strategies.
Yes.
And maybe sometimes we'll do that,
Sure,
because it's so important, and also everybody can join and discuss. Okay,
absolutely.
Let us do that.
Yeah, sure.
So,
thank you so much.
So thank you, Dr. Vijay Chen,
My pleasure.
for a wonderful lecture on marketing. I really enjoyed. So thank you all on behalf of participants and organizers. I would like to thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Dr. Vijay. And I'm sure that is so important topic for every organization. Sorry, my throat is little squeaky, and I'm unable to talk properly. I would like to invite our next guest speaker, Dr. Srinivasan. And if you have any question to Dr. Vijay, please post it. We will make sure that they get answered. So welcome, Srinivasan sir. Thank you very much for, I think we delayed by 15 minutes. Apologies for that. Because, we had some technical difficulties.
Interesting session. We could recollect a lot of marketing frameworks in this speech.
So welcome, Srinivasan. Today, Mr. Srinivasan is talking about integrating ESG goals into corporate strategy. Okay, just to give a quick round of introduction, Srinivasan is a strategy management professional with 30 plus years of global experience in organization development, corporate governance, HR strategy, business turnaround, and legal advisory. Serving as a chairman of IMC India, mentor, visiting faculty, and certified mediator to drive sustainable growth and operational excellence. And I think you are joining from Chennai. So welcome, Srinivasan. Please feel free. You cover up the time, whatever.
Presentation, I will I'll do it from here.
You can share, yeah. Just in the third button. Okay, so you have a share screen.
Okay.
Are you able to do it? You need help?
Is it visible?
Yeah, it's coming up. Yeah, I can see the screen. Maybe you can select your presentation. Maybe, did you open the presentation?
Yeah, I opened the presentation.
No, I think you need to reshare it again. Go to the last window.
Okay. Okay, I'm using
When you click the screen share, there will be the last window, entire screen.
Okay. That.
Go to the entire screen and then click on the window.
Is it visible?
It is visible now. You can put in the slideshow. Yeah, we can see it. Yeah, maybe you don't see your video, okay, but we can see your video and also audio. The presentation is visible.
Good. Yeah. So, good evening, everyone, and my session is on integrating ESG goals into corporate strategy. Let me try and see how I can justify my 40 minutes time and give you a practical way of implementing ESG goals. Disclaimer, and I've divided into 5 sessions. The corporate strategy, the foundation, the whole foundation of corporate strategy is to solve the purpose and to address the cause. That could be the vision statement of any founder or a chairman. And he takes up the mission like what method and mode he wants to address those missions or the mission statements. And in the process of achieving the goals, they have a strategic objective, business objective, operational objective, and the second main scope will be like on achieving the long-term and short-term goals. This is the foundation of any corporate strategy formula. It may be sitting at a corporate office or even an organization in a not a semi-corporate and wants to move to a corporate portfolio. This is how their backdrop will work. Coming to the subject of ESG, environment, social, and governance. I'm trying to make a simpler as that so that it can be easy for understanding. So here on environment, what are we trying to talk about environment is not to harm the mother nature and living beings in the nature and not to harm the humans. So these are the core one. All the other activities, or maybe talking about water, talking about air, will be the byproduct of this common example. And the second, social, though there can be many examples can be given on ESG, but here on social, we want to give it on culture and equality. Respect the culture for every individual or the community or the group. And the equality we're talking about male, female, transgender, and including the people with the best of the ability and disability also. Coming back on governance, how the governance framework safeguard the environment and social causes. And in case if doesn't go in the required line, how do we enforce? So first is about giving the guidelines and the peripheral area where they can operate. But in case if something doesn't go well, we should enforce. So the whole objective of ESG is this top 3, and there can be many other way of explaining this, but I prefer easy and quite convenient way of explaining to Indian corporates. Here, as of 2024, we have about 16.9 lakhs corporates designated, active. So in which business services 27, manufacturing 20, trading 13, social 12, transport, finance, real estate 28. Here the business services will be majorly categorizing about the consulting companies and the project management companies like that. About social, we'll talk about NGOs, trusts, and societies. So as of 2024, we have about 16.9 lakh active corporates in our country. Let's talk about the present ESG landscape. Government is pushing the top 1,000 corporates to integrate ESG and BRSR reporting. And in 2024, around 1,170 entities have filed BRSR reports, business responsibility and sustainable reporting. According to a survey, 75% of companies have completed the sustaining goals defined and very much inducted into the organization. Around 50% have embedded ESG into their business strategy. So at times, it is not exactly into the business strategy. They have included into the organizational goals, but not exactly into the business strategy. So there is a good scope for ESG consultants and business consultants to engage with the corporates and help them to achieve the ESG goals. About 84% have voluntarily disclosed their ESG targets. Here, that means 84% have voluntarily disclosed. Rest of the 12%, 16% not disclosed doesn't mean that they don't want to do it. They have ambiguity in terms of preparing a report or disclosing formats. What are the challenges or roadblocks we have with respect to this? Awareness, ambiguity, and acceptance. Awareness is about what type of awareness program from the point of ESG can help in employee understanding. Here, not only employee as well as internal employee, external employee, we also can consider about the channel partners, the manufacturer, the vendors. And slowly, how do we engage with vendors and get the commitment is one another area which we need to work on, awareness domain. Ambiguity, which data is right, what sources, and which authenticity comes from what type of authenticity, what approval the data comes in. Is it the right data, wrong data, or is the data is mixed? Those are all the ambiguity around the data sources. And at times the measuring methods, some industry get complicated with the measuring methods. And in terms of acceptance, which is good, BRSR report or GRI or ISSB, various types of reporting format available, and which report format is accepted for what. Sometimes when a venture capital is coming in, his requirement is different from the SEBI requirement. So here people also worried about duplication of data or reports, replication or repetition. These are all the roadblocks in the current industry or a corporate to include ESG. They have doubts or clarification needs to be given clear. Business responsibility and sustainable reporting, the India standardized ESG disclosure framework mandated by Ministry of Corporate Affairs and SEBI. And this is they have pushed the top 1,000 companies to mandatorily comply to this, and the others can join in case if they are interested as a voluntary. But top 1,000, they don't have any choice. It's mandated for them. And some of the compliances like ESG performance and NGRBC, like National Guidelines on Responsible Business Conduct. Conduct is a guideline prepared by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, which gives a detailed and elaborative framework, like what are the checklists, what are the components and attributes to be included into the report they have given it. And this is primarily for India and Indian companies. We're talking about 9 attributes: greenhouse gas, water footprint, energy footprint, waste management or circularity in terms of handling waste, employee well-being, gender diversity, inclusive development, fairness in engaging with customers and suppliers, and finally, openness in business. These are the 9 attributes comes under BRSR. Let's go into one by one. Greenhouse gas footprint. Here, how the green gas emission is measured in accordance with the greenhouse gas protocol, and the standards like corporate accounting and reporting standards, in which the greenhouse gas footprint is calculated, measured, mandated, or even recorded. Water footprint. Here, when you consume the water, here we're talking about the water once you consume. If the water is no longer available in the ecosystems for use, then we are talking about water footprint, how you live in the community. And such as water withdrawn, and sometimes when the water is withdrawn and it's been incorporated into the product, or rather the water is evaporated in the process, like is polluted to the point of being unusable by other user, and is therefore not released back to the surface groundwater, seawater, or third party water. This is primarily talks about how an industry consumes. Example, a cool drink manufacturer, a Coca-Cola manufacturer, or maybe any juice manufacturer, depending on a particular well, and he starts promoting his product, or he manufactures the juice component. To what extent the well is capable of giving water again and again? In case if the well is not able to give it back, and that means it's like no longer available. So here that becomes the well become dry, and it is not productive and it's not helpful. So to that extent, this particular component, water footprint, needs to work with the numbers and with the data. Energy footprint, it talks about total energy consumption. How much is fuel, how much is through electricity, how much through the other system, and how much is through alternative energy. When you start calculating all those type into granules, then this particular attributes about energy footprint. Circularity. Circularity, like how a plastic, e-waste, bio-waste, construction, hazardous waste is being used in the circular in case. Sometimes you would have seen many of the construction waste to a tune of 5% of the construction waste being again recycled into the process of making paver blocks, and sometimes can be used as a cement, blocks can be used inside the in the road divider, like that. So it is used, or in case if it is not used. So when you start going through the data, this circularity concept will come in. And please imagine, these are all not stopping only at the headline. It needs a lot of data, documentation, and entry of data, working on formulas is very, very important. And the fifth point talks about enhance employee well-being and safety. The recent labor law also talks about, elaborately talks about this. So here talks about well-being, how many hours the employee is working, is an employee working in a hazardous working environment, how it can manage, or how the well-being can be managed. Assume somebody is working in a steel manufacturing industry, and they get exposed to heat. If somebody working in cement industry, it's prone for cancer when you inhale more of the asbestos dust. So it also talks about those data, and those attributes will fall under this point number 5. Enable gender diversity in business. Enable the gender diversity. We are not only talking about male, female, even at times including involving or your transgenders. The recent studies by the big companies, like particularly on the big consulting companies, they have given explanation like transgenders give good input. Their thoughts are really proactive, and their thoughts are very helpful in managing the retail, not real estate, retail industry. So that design, their thoughts are very, very important. So they include more transgenders into the practices. And point number 7, enabling inclusive development. We're talking about even our GEM, government e-marketplace, that also favors the MSME. So here we are also talking about when you do a procurement of a product or a source of vendor, try and see how best you also can include MSME into your vendor management system. Point number 8, fairness in engaging with customers and suppliers. I imagine, or maybe remember or recollect about 20 years back, when you engage with a dealer or retailer, you will not give that such of respect. And the last 10 years, I could see a paradigm shift. We call a vendor or a retailer as a business partners. That's a shift have taken place. So here, fairness in engaging with customers and suppliers related to that. Even it is we recognize them as a business partner. Still, there are a lot of scope for giving the due credit to them. And point number 9, openness is business. This talks about transparency. This talks about trust. This talks about integrity and how committed towards the community. This all these 9 points talks about the BRSR and their attributes. What are the softwares available which can be used? Because the reporting mechanism, noting down and recording and submitting dashboard, it's not easy. It's really highly critical. So there are about 10-20 applications or the SaaS model softwares available. But in my engagement with a few of the ESG practitioners and who are preparing the dashboards and reports, they have given about 5 critical softwares they recommend. One is on Workavia, second is on IBM Envisy, and third is on Persona Fini, and fourth on CSR Hub, and fifth on Reinfinity. So these are the top softwares or applications they have recommended. Here, the investor community mainly look on the ESG funding. So their way of looking at an organization is different. Their way of valuation of organization is different. Rather than organization, good organization, a corporate running organization working on towards preparing the reports and submitting to SEBI, it's different. So different software, different tools available. Depend on the organizational requirement. I would urge you to choose any one of the best one. And I've seen some of the organizations still run with Excel sheets, and they use a customized application to plot and do the calculations. And now let's get into how do we integrate ESG into an organization corporate strategy. So for an easy and quick way to understand, I have categorized into 3. Step 1, step 2, step 3. Step 1 is about the readiness. How ready we are, how prepared we are. Do we need those type of questions? When you start asking, you will have a solutions and you will have a responses. Those can be into step 1. And step 2 is about implementation. Where you want to need, what are the current challenges, how you want to implement. If you start discussing, it will be step 2. And step 3 is align your goals and sustain and develop. Step 1. Step 1 is about appoint a ESG certified manager, and there are free programs or free courses available in a lot of skill development sites. I'm sure if you start searching, you will get it. I remember from under NSDC and Reliance also there is one. So try and see those free certificate programs available in the common domain, and start start pushing your employees who were designated as the ESG department executives to undergo that. And second is about draft a ESG policy and SOP in line with government rules and regulations, which is about BRSR reporting, and try and get the checklist. Maybe after the session is over, I can share those checklist and reporting format also with Mr. Abdullah, and present it to the board or to the management, get it approval, and communicate to all stakeholders. These are all the components of readiness. Deploying monitoring tools and softwares. Presently, if you don't have a software, maybe if your organization doesn't, because at times the software seems to be costly. Some of the software charges 80,000 rupees per month. So depend on the organization, you also rethink whether you need it now or you may need it later. And conduct more awareness program and brainstorming sessions to all the department and collect the data. That could be a way of first readiness. Second is on implementation. assess the present and identify the areas of improvement. Use quality tools like PDCA cycle, value stream mapping, etc. And there are many more than that. So use those tools and see how you are performing and where are you currently. Even to start with, using a 5S is also enough. And bifurcate as internal, external type of requirement and area of improvement. Then do a brainstorm with the managers, shop floor people, and clarify the need for ESG and the importance, which is very, very critical. And third, agree on the checklist and categorize them as important, urgent, and emergency. Based on this three category, you can have your preferential activity, how to accelerate or how to give time for them to adhere or give time to for them to implement. Step 3, align and sustain. So here, once you start publishing reports, you circulate the with the clear accountability and responsibility. Naturally, you will identify which department, which function, which process needs to be intervened, and review on action points and milestones periodically, once in a week by the department and once in a month by the maybe the head of the function. And continuous improvement and sustainability is the opportunity to implement the ESG. What are the quality tools available? There are much more, as I said, and different ESG practitioners' approach is different. Whatever I'm talking is my way of approach. So use of GoGemba, PDCA, Pokayok, and Kanban are the best, I can say, tools to start helping or implementing ESG practices into your organization. GoGemba, the benefits like visit the place where the work is done. It's like you have to visit your place. It's like a site walk program where a CEO, along with the department head and the manager or the production manager, can do a site walk. During the course of site walk, they will identify certain areas of importance, certain area for improvement, certain area where they have to really work on. So it's like during the course, they will have a checklist, they will have a sheet, they will stand in a particular way and look at the way the product is being manufactured in the factory. So this is one good program where a management can practice. PDCA cycle is like plan, do, check, act. It's a continuous improvement cycle where we can implement into any of the quality circles program into your production sites. Pokayok, error proofing. It's like a by way of design, you are stopping the error. It's one good scope. If somebody starts putting their thoughts into his Pokayok, you can yield a very good benefits in ASU. Kanban, it's like a visual display. It's like when things are out of sight, it's out of mind. Same way, if you don't do display, if you don't do publish a report, if you don't give the visibility of the program happening in your production site or in your corporate, it is actually lost in the mind. So start publishing more reports and visual display into your wherever the people used to join together, maybe in the notice board or sometimes in the canteen, sometimes in the production workshop also. It depends. Implementing these type of quality tools, it's all depend on the person where you work for ESG implementation. They can use different, but whatever I'm talking, these are all my practices. And awareness program and promotion. Here we are talking about the type of awareness program. It's like capability building exercise for employees and vendor. GoGemba walk at vendor unit. This GoGemba walk can be your supply chain manager can do a walk, a GoGemba at vendor unit. So by this, your a senior person can give an input to them. Your quality person can do a Google walk at the vendors unit like that. Speak to them, give the awareness. And communication channel like email, etc., have a purpose of statement. Like when you send any email, you can have in the bottom of the email, you can have a statement of purpose like about the ESG purposes, ESG necessity, or maybe your letterhead can have the, or maybe even whatever the documents you share, there can be a promotional material like stating, talking about ESG practices in your organization by way of creating awareness. And site walk by directors. Here, this is about the Google walk. And what are the promotions which will benefit? Here, promotions talking about promoting the ESG concepts. So you give them awards and recognition for implementing ESG in vendor places or maybe at your organization. As I told you, in any of the corporate, you can start with the 5S, bringing in a discipline. So that first discipline is important. So you can slowly give them some of, you can like it's in a factory, you have about 10 units, and which unit is good looking, which unit is neat and tidy, which unit is more disciplined. You'll start giving awards and recognizing them, by which they will slowly practice the ESG also and give them awards and incentives. These awards and incentives for the vendors. So it doesn't mean that you should not give awards for your employee also, certainly it apply. But here we add incentives. So when you add incentives to the vendor, because vendor staffs are maybe what I would say is they are more interested to collect a cash award rather than giving a recognition or certificate. They are more interested in cash awards. So try and see how you can position that. And encourage nearby schools and community to participate in the ESG. By doing this, you are trying to do more ESG practices, and you are getting a visibility, and by which the other schools or institutions come to know about your organization practicing ESG. So these are the types of promotion techniques and tools you can use. And success stories and best practices to publish. Success stories like have seen in few of the industries, like their employees will buy vegetables and will buy milk from the factory while they return home, because those factories start planting the vegetables and fruits, and they also have cattle feed, so they manage milk also for their employee. So this is one way of helping a healthy environment, and you are helping your staff to understand how ESG practices can be useful in their day-to-day life. So by which you can publish success stories, and you can position these videos and promote your concepts about ESG, and you can create awareness program, and you can help employees to accept and adhere to the ESG practices. ESG cascade exercise. So here we are talking about ESG cascade exercise, informing vendors about ESG norms, and validating data validation. How do you validate the data? This is like you have to go and help your vendors right at the source, and help them to prepare a small checklist. Don't give them elaborate or more complicated or digitalized tool. At times they may or they may not. Depend on the environment, you have to rearrange it. And finally, try and make people to give you a self-declaration, like my application is or my product is 100% ESG compliant, or we have taken the precautionary measure of not employing children in our workfare, or we are inclusively having more female, or 33% female and male, and also into our system. Try and see how you can make that particular vendor to give you a certificate, self-declaration. This is one key factor which we have witnessed with a retail sector who manufactures cloth, fabric for a retail client. So by which they slowly gain popularity, that they employ that. And in fact, some of the organizations have positioned that they are pro-friendly for physically disabled people. So they actually they design the entire workshop unit in such a way they can encourage the physically challenged people to move around the factory in the to be in their cycle where you can help them. Wheelchair. Production. Adhere to the control process and quality assurance program. Periodic inspection is also a very key one, and ESG training. Here, by doing this, you can cascade this ESG concept and you can make them to understand and implement into their day-to-day task. Distribution. When the product is pushed to the market, and you can do a inspection and you can check whether your product is ESG compliant. Sometimes many of the product, when till at the level of production, it will be good, packed, perfect. But when it goes to the customer place, either the packet has been broken or the package is not good, the leakage that go and create a fuss in the customer place or in the market. So by doing inspection and audit, you can address those issues and collect feedback from the market, customer or the retailer or the distributor who are engaged in the supply chain. And I would add sometimes you also can do a ESG promise, because that is also one way of pushing yourself towards ESG commitment. And escalation. Whenever you have an issue on ESG, have a separate cell or separate desk talk about the ESG practices. And finally, publish red, amber, green reports for visibility. I also use some of my acquaintance, like this wage indicator. I talk about water, air, gas, and energy. In detail, talk about what is your water consumption, what is your average water consumption, what is your daily consumption. During production, how is your water consumption? And are you recycling it properly? Recycling, or sometimes if it is a sewage treatment plant, do you have a plant that, or in case of the waste of your production goes to the effluent treatment, do you use the effluent treatment plant, and how the plant is managed? Are you using those enzymes to ensure that it eats the waste? And in air, how quality is the air in your factory or in your production site, and how is your air pollution managed and during the process and during the course of manufacturing and shipment. And gas, some of the organization might use toxic gas for the production sites also, in industrial gases and raw material used in production. And finally, the energy. How do you monitor your energy? What are all the efficient energy tools you're using? How you actually track your energy consumption? Those type of indicators is also one way of helping you to identify the area of improvement. And by this, you also will be able to implement ESG goals into your organization. What are the benefits for stakeholders in implementing ESG? It's like ethics, trust, quality, integrity, and commitment. But what you get as a gain is a brand value. Your organization value goes up, your market share goes up, and your reputation goes up. These are all the advantage of including ESG into your practices. And some of the case studies, like which I would recommend, is you can go through the a perfect example is corporate governance failure, a downfall, a case against Boeing. That is one very good way to get yourself ready and have a better understanding about the corporate governance failure, and which eventually get into the ESG practices. And the second case study by Mr. Ketan Mehta. This I got him his thing, and this is one good one. Talks about the Indian Airlines and Indigo case. This too, I would really recommend you to either read, go through it. And the annexures about GRI, Global Reporting Initiative, and which primarily talks about the environment, economy, and the people of the particular country and particular organization. And ISSB, this is also talk about the risk and opportunity related, and sustainability accounting, SASB. And finally, I come to the conclusion, and in case if you have any questions, I'm willing to answer and respond to you with my practical experiences, so that you can implement, because the objective is to implement.
So thank you, Mr. Srinivasan. Thank you very much for insightful lecture. Now, just I had one question. Now, ESG is not a. We should not see ESG as a compliance requirement. We should see as a way of life. Okay. Otherwise, it will become a big problem. So earlier, in my opinion, that governance was there from the beginning. Okay. So now, environmental and social thing, if you don't consider as part of your strategy, then you will have a bigger problem. Just you rightly said, ESG is in a free fall from Air India crash and Indigo. So that's really true. So nobody is worried about here what is the problem created for the people from Indigo fiasco. Okay, that's exactly the reason you need to really consider the social part of it. Okay, so considering that, so what is your advice for the mid-size segment? Very large organizations, yes, they need to comply. They have investor expectations. They do that. But what about the mid-size segment? Okay, so what is your advice? What they should do in coming 1 year, 2 years?
For a small organization, I'm talking about the MSME in factories or having a small industry or production site. They can give them a proper uniform. Okay. Number two, a place to work ergonomically. Okay. Not talking about comfortable, ergonomically.
Ergonomics.
And three, give them a place to sit and eat the food or the lunch
properly. The basic amenities.
Basic. And another critical thing, many of the MSME, when their staff, female staff, undergo pregnancy, they find it difficult to throw them away. So I always advise them, have an environment in such a way, during the course of that maternity leave, try and extract what possible, but don't crush them.
Yeah.
Many people are asking me advice to retrench. Then I tell them that's not the part of your business. When you plan, if you take female, ensure the female or understand the female will go through the cycle and she needs leave during the course of marriage. She needs to get the maternity benefit. And during the course, don't push her. Even after the maternity, she may take 1 year or 2 year extra also. So you have to plan in advance how you want to handle it. So people try and use the consultant mode and this mode or contract mode. You go through any mode, the present or the law which is going to get into force will not give you option. So the first thing is this. In case if you are a factory having a good space for a plain place where you can do some cultivation, something like that, keep a small mission, and whatever the waste coming in, whatever the food waste coming in, your canteen waste coming in, do a recycling and take the manure and put it in your land and have a small cultivation of even a brinjal or a chili, I don't know, whatever is possible, do it. This is how you can slowly build in trust and you can implement ESG. Because if I talk about giving a bigger gyan about the ESG implementation, as I told you, the software itself is costing around 80,000, 1 lakh rupees and all. So not everybody will be comfortable. So start using a simple method and that should be very, very helpful.
Fantastic insight. Fantastic insight. I think that's, fix the basics first. Make people comfortable. So if you make your employees comfortable in one way or other, so you are indirectly you are starting the ESG journey from the social point of view already. Okay.
Correct.
That's great. That's great. So what about the mid-size companies? Any advice for the mid-size companies?
Mid-size companies, apart from doing whatever the basics, they can think about helping the partners. Currently, when we go for vendor audit, we are seeing the partners are still, or maybe the partner manager or maybe the organization manager coming in BMW, but the partner owner or the we call partner, but actually they are a vendor. Okay, the vendor owner still goes in a bike or in a Maruti 800. So it's a clear difference. So many a times when I go for a vendor audit and I will tell them, say, why don't you increase this money here? Because they are putting a lot of effort, and at times to change the mask also, they feel it's costly. Why should I spend? So they come with the concept of using the same mask, maybe washing and reusing it. Some industry is not possible, particularly where the gas and the dust, they cannot comply to a normal cloth. So the mind shift has to happen at the level of organization, and even the ownership or the responsibility should come from the vendor manager also. These are the small. See, I'm not talking about big shifts. Let's have
That's very
small,
important.
very important. Well, let's have a very basic small. For example, if you're going and doing a review with a partner, maybe you can the partner owner and the partner two level, allow them to sit, not the entire people to sit, because you may not have the room like that. And many times we could see that the principles of the corporate, the treatment itself is different. The usage of word is singular. So these are the small things where the organization.
Yeah, see, your vendor capability, vendor is your partner basically, right? So if your vendor is happy, so he will enable you. Okay, I think, and you also need to pay him on time, support him. So that will definitely help you. So you worried about your customer, but you don't worry about your vendor. So that culture has to be changed.
No,
Okay,
sometimes
especially it is in India. Especially
the
in
corporate
India.
doesn't give visibility to the supply the vendors. I was doing a vendor audit and engaging with the vendor. Then I asked him. He was doing VNC missions and CNC mission using a tool and creating a small bore type. Okay, in the steel. I was asking, what is the purpose of this? Where it will go and fit in? Which product could complement your product like that? He says completely, sir, I don't know what I'm doing. Then after due course of doing interrogation with the principal side, because I need to go and submit the report. During the course, I was asking him what that particular vendor is manufacturing. I came to know he is manufacturing a component for defense. See, defense is like almost 3x, 4x more than the normal competition cost. But he doesn't know. And the price is also equal to the normal one. And they're going for a defense. They can actually give a visibility.
Yeah.
That yes, I'm doing it for a defense. So basic expectation is this, rather than not giving them a bigger ESG.
Yeah, I think if we want to succeed as an India, as an Indian ecosystem, all these basic things have to be fixed one way or other. There is no other way that you can compete with something like China or some other developed countries, and then you want to become like them, but you don't want to follow their principles. So what they are doing it there, or maybe some other developed countries. So you need to take something which is good. So win-win policy, I think that should be the motive. Okay, so if you follow win-win policy in the small or mid-sized segments, slowly as a culture it will build. Okay, and then it will transform into a better nation. That's what I think from my side.
I completely subscribe to you, because we will talk about manufacturing similar to China, but here we are not willing to help our vendor to develop growth. And we always wanted to have the more knowledge, more energy, more money with us, not to share with the vendor. We talk about all, but we are not talking about collaborating. So in few of the other sessions, I've seen people are talking about, no, you cannot become like China, India cannot become like to that extent. I fully agree, but I'm asking, are you willing to change? Have you ever changed your mindset by giving respect to your vendor? Have you ever changed your mindset by doing inclusive in your organization? No. Without that, don't blame as a country. It's your individual attitude. Similarly, I can share one case study about Chinese manager. There is a you also can get to access that Chinese manager concept. It's like a Chinese manager gets higher pay always. Why? That's a question. It's like a Chinese manager will be with an employee right from the morning to the evening or during the course of the work. And after the course of the work, he go back to his place and start working his commitment, which is supposed to be delivered to the management.
He
So
completely.
here he puts his effort extra. So that's the reason all the Chinese employee, next to the god, they respect the manager at par with the parents. So this is the Chinese manager concept. We all talk about Chinese formula, everything, but we don't want to follow Chinese manager
Follow
concept.
Chinese follows. Here the manager means he is like a policeman. Okay, so
He's
you
like
tell
inspector,
him.
policeman will do all, but he don't want to give any knowledge to the team. And that's a sad part, but many are not willing to accept. And fine, anyhow, people like me, wherever we are going, we are trying to embed our concept.
Great, sir. I think you are doing a good job of helping MSMEs especially,
Yes.
and also mid-size segment. So thank you.
Thank you.
for joining the session. And we have a last session from my side. I'll try to be a little shorter because my throat is not helping me. So ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Srinivasan. So if you need questions, please post it, and then we will be happy to answer. So thank you, Mr. Srinivasan. Thank you very much for session. So ladies and gentlemen, good evening to one and all. So I would like to thank you all the speakers so far. I'm going to talk about my session. Just a quick introduction is I'm CEO of Data Labs India. Today I will be talking about strategy execution with a organizational alignment. So how can you succeed in strategy execution with proper organizational alignment? So let me share my screen, and then okay. So if you are able to see the screen, can somebody confirm? Yeah. Okay. So Praveen, just confirm something. Okay.
Yeah, yes, sir. It is visible now.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, how to drive successful strategy execution with organizational alignment. This is my topic today. I'll talk about very quickly about strategy formulation and execution, and then I spend little time on the organizational alignment. So I'll try to make my session for 30 minutes. And also I will show you something about flow strategy. Okay. So quick introduction from my side is I'm expert in strategy formulation and execution, the supply chain planning and operations. So my experience also goes to technology, especially the supply chain execution systems, which includes manufacturing execution system, warehouse management, transportation and fleet management, and so on and so forth. So we have, fortunately, I'm one of the core team member in designing Fru strategy and Fru C along with my team. So we talk more about that. So this is where, if somebody wants to reach me, you have my contact details here. You can take a screenshot or so. Just write it to me. I'll just want to start with something. So we have a wonderful sessions today. Malapraj has very decent explanation about Indian way of doing business and how the strategies work. So I'll just take it from there. Okay, so what are the key challenges of CEOs in India primarily? And of course, these are the challenges everywhere. If you talk about, let me select. So execution is failing. So strategy is there in mind, but if you want to execute it, it will not happen for whatever the reason. When you do the strategy reviews, management reviews, that is more confusion than a decision orientation. Okay, the targets not translated into actions. We always make fantastic targets, monthly or quarterly, whatever. Then when you go into reality, so those are not really translated properly into actions. That means what? So your results will not be same as your targets. So the CXOs, the head of business departments, basically spend more time on the presentations and Excel, working on the numbers, making sure that they try to convince the management. kind of thing. And then there is no single source of truth. That means it is always confusing. The single source of truth could be in form of data, or in form of accountability, or in form of process. So it could happen. So what is the solution for this is one overall question for on top of all this is, do you have a strategy management process? See, if you don't, if strategy management process, why it is very important is, you you talk about other processes like procurement process, procure to pay process, you talk about the order to delivery process, you talk about manufacturing process. All these processes, you design it, document it very well, you train the people, they work in and out, use systems for that, and then you get the results. But when it comes to overall governance of the organization, and also overall strategy management and strategy execution process, you don't have. So what happens is, this is not a very standard process, and it keep changes from company to company. So you don't follow a certain rhythm on the strategy process. So you need to establish that. What does that mean is, I don't want to start from a generic one. I want to start something which is proven methodology very quickly. We talk about execution premium approach, which is one of the very popular methodology. So it has a 6-step approach. It will tell about 6 stages. Stage 1, you develop your strategy first. That means you have your external and internal analysis, come up with the mission, vision, values, and formulate strategy. Of course, what comes first and what comes next, that is debatable. But at the end of the stage 1, you need to have your strategy formulated and ready, and then you need to have a plan for the strategy. Okay, that means the strategy planning is execution of your strategy. Okay. Now this strategy, if you keep it yourself, nobody understands. Usually this will be in the heads of the business owners, and then it has to be translated into the operational terms. So how do you translate? There are tools how to do that. It's if you don't want to use any tool, it will be very hard to translate the strategy. First of all, secondly, there could be an opportunity, there could be a chance that you misunderstand the strategy translation. And if it is not a standard framework, then what happens is, everybody will understand, have their own way of translating the strategy. So one of the approach is the balanced scorecard approach. You don't have to. One a very nice word Mallapraj has said is that you need to adopt the methodology to your company. It is applicable not only in India, it is applicable everywhere in the Middle East, everywhere. The methodology only tell you the step-by-step approach, but how does you take it up and adopt to your company and your culture is very important. I will give another example. Now, PMP certification is very popular. I think that is the biggest, most popular certification in the world, and many people have certified across the globe. But when you go to real project management, I'm a project manager for maybe 3 decades, maybe more. We adopt those methodologies and execute projects, but we never exactly work point by point, pin by pin. No, it's a methodology. It gives you an idea, and you adopt those methodologies and execute your projects on your way. Similarly, the strategy management process. So my request is, don't afraid of methodology or framework. Don't afraid. So you just understand it, use it, whatever applicable to your environment in a stage wise, in a phase wise. Okay, now this is the part I would like to do it, and then this is the part I would like to do it later. At least I have a framework to rely on. So that's the idea. So translate the strategy and then align the organization. You align the organization. Now, so once you have your strategy, you translated the strategy into balanced scorecard or whatever, then you need to align the organization. Now what we do, it is like a sharpen the saw. If you don't align and expect the results of the organization, then you are definitely going to fail. You will be maybe frustrated, we can call it. Okay, so how to align organization? Your everything, whatever you do in the organization, that must be aligned to your strategy. If you don't do that, then there will be inefficiencies. Okay, so there will be some wastage of your resources. Okay, so it is usually a big problem in a smaller and mid-sized companies, even in the larger organizations. Okay, so align organization. Aligning means what? If you want to align your organization, first thing comes your business processes, your people, your systems, and then you also need to align your budgeting process. So and of course your projects. So operations, business processes, projects, the people and systems, all these things together need to be aligned. To run the business, you do budgeting, and budgeting needs to be aligned with the strategy. I think that's what organizational alignment is. We talk more about it. And plan your operations. When you do your operations, make sure that it is also in alignment with your strategy. Then execute. It's a day-to-day job. Your operations and your projects. You execute your projects. The stage 5 is reviews. So you need to review. When you don't, review is not like a policing. Review is a learning process. So you need to separate strategy review processes, and then you need to have a separate operational review processes. Typically, what will happen is your operational review processes dominate your management reviews. The reason is always there is a firefighting, there is a blame, okay, there is a short-term solutions, you call it as a jugaad or whatever. So these operational reviews, let them be there. You must have your strategy review meetings at least once in a quarter. If you must have at least once in a month, if not at least once in a quarter, but you talk only about strategy in that review meetings. If you don't do that, then your operational reviews or operational problems will dominate. You will never have a clarity on what you are doing from the strategy point of view. So that is one of the most important thing what we need to understand. Then don't go blindly. You keep in the stage 6, you try. Is your assumptions working? If you are not, what is it? What is working and what is not working? You correct it. So whatever your scorecards, whatever you have developed, you need to correct it. Okay. And then if there is any emerging strategies, like any external environment changed suddenly, you need to quickly change it also. Then this cycle has to continue. And then this cycle have to continue with the support of your strategy planning process and then operations planning process. I think this is one of the very popular balanced scorecard approach. I'll just take up this, and then maybe I'll put it in a very simpler way. Next, there is another popular framework, objectives and key results. So where you have organizational goals, then you select objectives, then instead of focusing on multiple objectives, you focus on very close 1 or 2 objectives at any given time, and then focus on the results. This to close the gaps, then you can do some projects. This is very popular, by the way, but there is a problem with this approach. The problem is, how do you know your organizational goals? If you don't have a proper strategy formulation process, like doing internal analysis, external analysis, your strategic choices, I'll talk about that later. If you don't have a proper strategy formulation, then whatever goals you choose will be your wish list. Okay, so if your organizational goal is a problem, then all your whatever you do in the organizations and in the key results and the projects is your problem. If your organizational goal is correct one, by coincidence or by chance, then you have a proper results. So this is a very risky. I don't know. I personally don't recommend to go for OKR unless you have a proper goals in your mind. Okay, it's very risky though. So there is another methodology called Hoshin Kanri. So it covers very nice parts of balanced scorecard, but it has some gaps, especially in the organizational alignment and execution part. Okay, so if you are following properly a balanced scorecard approach or a execution premium approach, you don't have to really worry about a ocean country. I don't go deep into this. Now I will try to simplify the six-step approach on my way, how to look into it. So here it's always, it's a linear steps are easy to understand. That's the reason I converted this into. So do the strategy analysis. That means what? You diagnose it. Okay, you diagnose it. So what you do here basically, you do the external analysis, internal analysis, organizational assessments, and do the scenario planning. Scenario planning was almost always kept aside earlier. Okay, as one of our speaker told today, Rudolph. So from this year, there are so many uncertainties across the globe that the scenarios keep changing. Okay, so now the scenario planning become one of the most important tool for you as an organization. So do the strategy analysis. Okay, and then what happens is you formulate your strategy and set goals. So the goals is outcome of your strategy. I mean, like it's like it will be easy to communicate. So you come up with a formulate strategy. The outcome is your strategic goals or whatever we call it. Okay, so for that, you need to have your strategic choices. You need to have a strategic choices. What are the alternative choices you have, and what are the choices you select deliberately, and then what you don't select. Okay, strategies of also is not doing what you should not do. Okay, so you select strategic choices what you want to do, and come up with your value proposition. What is it you are giving to your customer? Once you understand this, then don't have a temptation to do other things. So this is very, very important. So formulate your strategy and set goals. Then the third thing is alignment. So here we talk about business processes, projects. Now this is the topic of my subject today. So business processes, projects, people, risk and compliance, systems and technology, budgets, maybe ESG, everything will come into this. Okay. Now there is a way how to do it. It will, by the way, organizational alignment will not happen just like that. It will not happen just like that. So don't think that we talk very nicely about it. Align organization, very fancy thing, but it will not happen just like that. You need to have a framework to do that. Well, execution premium is one of the best for aligning the organization. I have not come across any other tool which can be really used to align the entire organization. Maybe there are bits and pieces, there are multiple methodologies which can do it partly correct for one or two things. But if you want to do everything together, execution premium is the best. Okay, so aligning the organization, we talk about that. And execute strategy when you do your day-to-day projects and operations and all. No, here what we'll do is you need to establish a performance management culture. So very nicely explained today by Ravin Saraf. Okay, the performance culture, performance management. So what is a performance management is here is very nicely explained. If you have missed it, please watch it. But I'll just say here in the context of overall process, you measure what matters. Okay, and then make sure that this is the right measures, and then you have an actions when you review your strategy. You make sure that you come up with the actions. You review, we fight, we blame everything, but if you don't come up with your actions and then you don't do those actions, your strategy will not be executed. It will be only on the paper. Okay, so we need to have a discipline of review, come up with the action items, and then make sure that these actions are executed in real time. That's where the execution of the strategy comes. Then if you have any emerging strategies, you need to really make sure that you cover up, you adopt properly and faster. The transform and grow stage is, that means you keep watching. Are you really growing or you are not really growing? You need to watch it properly and make sure that your organizational transformation, whatever you are expecting, is achieving or not. How do you do that? Make it simple. If you don't measure it as a number, then it will be always a confusion. Yeah, stick to some numbers. Like one is organizational readiness index, your strategy balance scorecard, your score, maybe your OKR score, whatever you call it. One most important point, what I see in the transform and grow is leaders' readiness. You do have a very nice pipeline of your leadership for succession planning or next level of leadership readiness. It is very important that if you are really transforming and growing, your leadership readiness is visible very clearly. That means you build a pipeline of leaders within the organization at all levels. Leaders does not mean only top. So leaders at all levels, including at the executive supervisor level. So you need to have a leaders. Okay. Then you need to have a sustainable growth. Sustainability is, I think we had a couple of sessions today. Sustainability is very important. That's where the ESG comes into picture. So earlier, it is enough focusing on only governance. Now environmental and social. Because if you don't focus on environmental and social, then your business is not sustainable. As simple as that. Okay. So either you will have a regulatory problem or any other challenging business problem or any other thing. So if you are complying with the environmental, social, and governance, your organization is more safer. So this is one pager what I talk about. In the Indian context, okay, I'll just make it very simple. Okay, you plan it. What you plan, you do the business planning and goal setting. I just a layman terminology. So in that, what we do is you analyze internal and external, you formulate strategies, you build scorecard, and also fix targets. So this is the simplest way. Okay. If you don't do that, what happens is you don't have any number as a reference. Okay. Then to achieve these targets, you need to have budgets. Operational expenditures, capital expenditure, and strategic expenditure. So this is your planning. Okay. So you need to do that. Then you execute it. You perform and grow. Now, before growing execution readiness, I just make it in a very simple way. You cascade it to all levels. You align the organization. Detailed planning. You sync up with your operational plans. Reviews. And then control. So one of the key challenge in Indian environment, especially, and also of course any other, it's a control. So plan versus actuals, appraisals, actions. You need to have a controlled environment along with your process management, so that you don't have to worry about it. For example, you have a data protection. Okay, so one of the key area is risk. Okay, so risk management. So you need to make sure that your data is safe. You have a very proper safety culture in place, because if something goes wrong, you have a big problem, kind of thing. Okay. Then here, when you talk about alignment, so aligning your departments, your operations, your projects, people, risk and compliance, you align all of them. Okay. Now I don't want to go into this slide, but this slide maybe I can share with you. You can have them. This is a very detailed step-by-step approach. It looks very organized, but it's very easy. You can do it. It's not see here, when you say plan is not the great thing. The planning process is a great thing. So this planning process, if you adopt, you will learn a lot about your organization and also your people very much. Okay, so this is a step-by-step process. Whatever we talk about, this is a step-by-step approach. I just skip it. Okay, now I would like to talk about one important excuse me. Strategy map. So very, very, very important tool for translating strategy. So you can have 4 perspectives here as part of execution premium. So you can have a financial view, customer view, internal businesses, learning and growth. So I'll not spend a lot of time. So you can have a scorecards developed like this. One important point is I want to spend time here aligning the organization. So now I talk about few points how to align your projects. Now your project initiatives are here. When you talk about project, so you have activities and milestones, you have deliverables, you have benefits realization, initiatives, performance report, blah blah blah. Now this initiative management is driven by your strategy. So all your project could be your part of initiative management and your PM. You have benefits. I'm sorry, my throat is not helping me. Similarly, you have a people process. So when you talk about people, your individual performance, team performance, then 360. This is aligned to your strategy. Okay. Then you have your people score outcome. So this is a step-by-step approach. The people process performance can be aligned. Your business processes can be aligned like this. You define your processes, then align to the strategy, and then you achieve results. Okay. Systems, IT systems, it's very important. So you have a lot of systems in the organization. Now you buy many technologies and you invest a lot. Now it is AI is very predominant. Then how do you decide? It's a two-way process. It should help businesses also to be innovative. It's also drive from the business. So that's how IT is aligned. The budgeting. So you talk about operational expenses. This is the outcome of strategy. The capex, statics, financial reporting. This is the overall organizational alignment. You have a corporate, you have business units, support units. So there is a structural way how to do it. If you have a chance, we can look into it. The review meetings. It's a very proper way to do strategy review meetings. If you don't do, it's a problem. Dashboards, okay, and integrations. And how we help you to define your strategies, help you to translate it, implement it, and then support. Okay. Now I will. So I just would like to. Okay, I'm sorry. Praveen, I hope you are able to see my screen.
Yes, sir. Go ahead,
Okay.
please.
Yeah. So I would like to conclude my presentation by showcasing a very high level view of FRU strategy. So FRU strategy help you to do the strategy analysis, both external, internal, and it help you to do organizational assessments. Use either BSC or OKR as a frameworks, and then align the whole organization, the projects, people, processes, the budgets. So one example is, so when you talk about any dashboard or something, I kept it open for quite a long time. Sorry. Yeah. So this will tell you that how does that your overall organizational score works, your scorecard performance, your financial, your customer. So you can see here all the strategic objectives, measures, targets, and how it works. Okay. So you can also cascade it by different levels if you have a multiple levels. Likewise, you can have your strategy map. If you have a multi-organization, so you can see all your organizations. Okay. So you can see the performance of your entire organization in one screen. So like you can see what is going on, the projects, what is going on, what are the risks we are talking about, everything. So basically complete organizational setup can be managed through this approach. Yeah. So there are okay. I am unable to see this. So likewise, we have a modules for organizational assessments. So ESG assessment is there, organizational health index. Likewise, this FRU strategy should be able to help you to complete manage your strategies. I think I'm going to stop here because my throat is not supporting. I'm sorry. So I'll just stop my screen share, ladies and gentlemen. So the conclusion is the FRU strategy is a single stop solution for complete strategy execution for you, including performance management. So I will be happy to give a demonstration to you at any given time. I take this as an opportunity to conclude Indian Business Excellence Summit. And I would like to thank all speakers from the morning. I really liked all the speakers' presentations today. Very insightful, very committed, and I have not seen such a senior leaders giving lectures. So we have a top 10 lectures today. Our team will make the videos and then share it with all. So thank you for all participants, all speakers, organizers. Thank you, Praveen. Thank you, Jyoti, for making this Indian Business Excellence great success. Thank you very much. Thank you.